Merry Christmas everyone! I hope you have a fab time and get loads of sewing done.
Hi everyone! I'm sending you best wishes for the festive season and would like to thank you for all your wonderful support over the last 12 months. Who could believe there's another new year just around the corner? I'm looking forward to spending more sewing time with you in the new year and looking forward to seeing all your fantastic makes. I hope you have a happy and safe Christmas. Lots of love.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all the Sewing Street fans. Thank you for watching over the year. Hope you have a wonderful time. And remember, keep sewing. Merry Christmas!
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Good morning. Merry Christmas, everybody. It's my last show before Christmas. Very, very excited about today. Now, we're trying to work out, is it a birthday? We're trying to work out what's going on today. Is it Christmas today? I have set my table ready for Christmas, but today's show is unbelievably amazing, like a birthday show. It really, really is. So if you love Tilda, if you love Moda, if you love Tula, if you love Stuart Hillards, if you love Suzie Duncan, if you love ombre fabrics, if you love elephants, we've got it all. Do you like discounts? Do you like prizes? We've honestly got everything. I don't understand how we've pulled out all the stops for today's show. I'm just saying, it's because they know it's my last show before Christmas. The scheduling team have been ever so kind and put together the most amazing show. For the last 2 weeks, I have received probably a dozen more so emails about today's show. There is so much going on. So, right, in fact, I'm going to stand up because we've got loads and loads to talk about, starting with not just any early bird. This is something that we sell day in, day out, and do not ever need to discount. If you want your 80/20 wadding cut off the bolt, it is with a saving today. Now, normally it's £6.99. What an amazing prize. I'm not just talking about quilting. Obviously, we're going to be talking lots about quilting today. We've got some really gorgeous quilt projects, but also bag making. This is brilliant for cushions to give you really lovely, fluffy, comfy cushion fronts. Add a bit of wadding to it. For smaller projects, it's brilliant. Now, this is so wide. It's so wide, I can't even open it out. It's supposed to be £6.99 a half metre. It's today £5.99 per half metre. So obviously, if you're multi-buying, that is going to add up very, very quickly. Your savings are going to add up really quickly. How wide is this? 244 centimetres. 244 centimetres wide for £5.99. And obviously, look, let's face it, it's not the most exciting thing to look at because this is what is sandwiched in between fabrics when you're quilting, but it is something that, one, is an essential for us. It's absolutely beautiful quality. I always ask designers the question, what wadding do you use? And they all sort of, I thought, right, there must be some rhyme or reason, but it's all personal preference, and it depends on what it is you're using it for. So your 80/20 tends to be, I've personally found, the most popular of all of the waddings. Don't get me wrong, you can get bamboo, polyester, 100% cotton, but that 80/20 mix is brilliant. Everybody is checking out, is making the most of the multi-bid option. I'm not surprised. Remember, it will come cut off the bolt for you. So if you are making larger projects, perfect opportunity to buy as much as you need. If you love Stuart Hillards, we've got so much coming up. In fact, he's eagerly awaiting in the wings, and I've not actually seen you, Stuart, since it was your very first day.
I know.
How are you?
I'm really well, thank you, love. How are you?
I'm really, really well. I'm really excited about today.
La la la
Llama. Thank you. La 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 llama. Obviously, the very famous
Gorgeous.
song.
Gorgeous.
We've been in full song this morning, actually, haven't we? I've tried to serenade you a couple of times.
You have, and I've loved it. It's gorgeous. What a way to start the day. Morning, everybody.
It is going to be a bit of a wild one today. We've got so much, haven't we?
We've got so much. We've got Tilda in the first hour, and then Tula Pink, and my book Bags for Life.
I'm so pleased that's back.
10 o'clock. Yeah, really happy about that. So yeah, I mean, it's been out of stock because Bags for Life actually sold out the day before it was published. So we've had it reprinted, but it's been a bit of a white knuckle ride. You know what it's like at the moment with supply issues.
That's it, exactly.
And getting things done. And then what I did not know until maybe 2 weeks ago was that there is a worldwide shortage of paper.
I didn't know
Would
that.
you believe? Yes, there is a worldwide shortage of paper, and in particular the sort of paper that we print books on.
Oh, right.
So I had this time for the last few weeks where I literally had my heart in my throat.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
But we're there.
I'm
We're
so
there.
pleased it's here.
We're good.
It's coming up. It's on pre-order.
Yeah.
In fact, there's loads that are selling on pre-order, which we'll go through in a moment. Just talking to you about wadding for a second. Do you have a favourite wadding?
I've used 80/20 for the last 20 years.
What do you use 80/20 for?
Well, the reason why I started using 80/20 was because I discovered a fusible version.
Yeah.
And that's what turned me away from 100% cotton.
Okay.
And I started using 80/20. But what I discovered then about 80/20 is having that 20% polyester gives it a little extra loft, a little bit of extra spring, so that my quilting shows really beautifully.
Yeah.
I used it in the bag, for example, that we've got on this morning's show. I also love the fact that that bit of polyester improves the washability, reduces the shrinkage.
Yeah.
So all in all, it's a great mix. I love a cotton wadding, but that 20% polyester really does improve it.
Yeah, like you say, it's great. It's going to be washable. It's going to be something that dries quicker as well.
Yeah, and it has a really good drape as well. So for me, drape is very important. So things like bed quilts, I don't want them to be stiff, and I don't want them to be so thin they're like rag, but I want them to drape beautifully.
So this is perfect for quilts that you're going to put onto a bed.
Yeah, perfect for a quilt that you're going to put on a bed. It's absolutely fine for wall hangings as well. Works for wall hangings. You can also double it up. So we do that a lot in long arm quilting. We use 2 layers because it's a nice thin bat.
Yeah.
So we'll put 2 layers of bat together. If you're going to double layer, then use 505 between your 2 layers, double it up. With the saving, it's a great time to do that, isn't it? And then
you're always going to use it.
You create a winter weight quilt.
Oh, lovely.
So it's a thicker, heavier, but also your quilting will pop off your quilt. Looks amazing.
Love it. Today, with a saving, as I said at the start, this isn't a product that we would normally discount because it always sells so well anyways. As Stuart said, it's something that we always are going to need and always going to use, so you might as well stock up. Now, just so you know, again, Hannah's saying virtually everybody is making the most of multi-buying. Remember, it will be cut off the bolt for you to whatever size you need by the ½ metre. And remember how wide ½ metre is. It's 244 centimetres wide. Well done every single person who's checked out. I think even though we had hundreds of units available, over 100 units have gone. If you do want it, please be quick, because I've got a feeling this is going to sell out very early this morning. Only while stocks last, and especially whilst we've got the quilt projects that we have got coming up later on with Suzie. It's a good chance to get this ready. Obviously, you're going to be doing all your piecing first. Good to have it in your stash ready with that saving. $5.99 a ½ metre. Right, can I show you the menu for today, because it is absolutely jam-packed. So we're going to start, as I say, with lovely Stuart Hillards, who is here with a brand new exclusive Sewing Street pattern. So we've got a beautiful selection of fabrics from Tilda to show you, and the pattern from Stuart on its own. Oh, that's coming up later as well. Hang on, I'll show you that in a second. So there's the bag that we're going to be doing in this first hour with that lovely scalloped edging, beautiful Tilda fabrics in the centre, gorgeous quilting opportunity as well. We have some really cool Tilda fat quarter packs. Stay tuned this first hour. It's 9 o'clock. Susie's going to be here. Not one, but 2 quilt kits. And also, do you like discounts? We are going to discount 2 Moda quilt kits. This one with the most amazing ombre. That's called Moda Ombre Northern Lights. It's beautiful. And then we also have in that hour the Jungle Paradise. Jungle Paradise Stomping Ground quilt kit, which is again absolutely stunning. If you love elephants, oh, that's just so cool. So cool. That's coming up in 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Stuart's going to be back, and you just got a bit of a sneak peek, didn't you? Did you see the amazing new fabrics as well? This is from the book, which is finally back in stock. Stuart Hillards, Bags for Life. It is available on pre-order. In fact, Hannah said everyone's already found it on pre-order. There's loads of you checking out on the book. That's there in the 10 o'clock show. 11 o'clock, we're going to have a masterclass of creative grid rulers with Suzie Duncan. If you've got any questions for her, then get them in. We're also going to have another amazing collection of Tilda. A different collection to this first time. There's so much going on. And then 12 o'clock, we are going to be launching that Daydreamer collection, which we're going to be seeing with Stuart in the 10 o'clock show, but we're going to launch everything by the ½ metre in the 12 o'clock show. To quote Tula Pink, the happiest collection of fabric on earth. Shall we show you the pre-order section, because there's so much that you need to get ahead on today. It's brilliant. Sewingstreet.com is the website. Click on Watch Live. There it is. Watch Live at the top. Any questions you've got for Stuart, for Suzie, for myself, get them in, get them in. You do need to sign in first, obviously, which is free to create an account. If you scroll it down, it will appear on the right-hand side as we start running through products. But look, oh my word, the amazing mystery fat quarter bundles. We've also got the quilt kits there. Now, they've already been discounted on the website. These should all be over £100, $87.99, way over £100. Obviously, I love that ombre. Love the ombre. The Tree Stone Ed, there you go. Stuart's book, back in stock. Right, now we were trying to work out, I think because we had a certain amount of books come in under one code, and then we said, right, do you know what? We were able to get more. They're exactly the same. It's just so that we can offer you as many as we possibly can today. So you can see it appearing there twice. They're exactly the same.
I might sign each one differently.
Oh, okay.
I might do one with one hand and one with it. Can you imagine if I do one with my left hand? It would just be like a swirl, like a big cross. Yeah, not left-handed.
Okay, I promise I won't let him do that. Promise I won't. But you can get his book. It's going to be signed as well by his right hand. $15.99.
I thought you were going to say by His Royal Highness.
No, Stuart does all his own signing with his right hand. And then if you keep going down, look, we've got the amazing Tula bundles there, but also available individually, the Creative Grids, the brand new gorgeous Lewis and Ivory. Oh, it's just crazy today.
It's the bumper day.
I can't believe it. Honestly, somebody tell me, what is the 21st of December? Christmas Day? Is it our birthday? I don't know. There's the Daydreamer. Oh, the parakeets. Honestly, we've got so much to talk to you about this collection. The Jaguars. Where's the Jaguars? Hannah has just started calling this one Mick Jagger.
No, that's what it's called, Mick Jaguar.
Mick Jaguar.
Mick Jaguar. Yeah, this is Mick
There's
Jaguar.
Mick Jaguar. I now understand. Brilliant. I love that Tula said camouflage Jaguars with that ombre of colour. The butterflies, the detail is stunning as always. Oh, one of my favourites, and I know Tula actually described this as her favourite ever name for a fabric. That one's called Forbidden Fruit Snacks. Forbidden Fruit Snacks, love it. You've got the beautiful geometric prints and you're getting the whole mega bundle. Get it, get it, get it. You're saving over £15 with that one as well. It's such an exciting collection. We'll look more at it obviously later on. Today's going to fly by. If you have got plans this morning, cancel them, stay with us. It's going to be very, very, very busy. So, shall we get started? Is there anything else I need to mention, Hannah? I just wondered if there's anything else I need to mention before we go for it. No, let's go for it. So, we've got bundles, we've got the instructions on their own, and we've also got bundles of fat quarters. Now, just so you know, these are all mystery prints, all Tilda. They're bundled by Tilda, all going to be this gorgeous quilting way. I know they look like they're folded into fat eights, but they're all fat quarters, but they're all different colourways. So, the pinks, the sort of mocha tones, the blues, the purples. You are guaranteed to get the same colourway, but it's going to be potentially different fabrics, different prints. It's a mystery bundle of Tilda, but guaranteed to be in these colours. I really like that, Stuart, because I think it gives. I'm definitely a creature of habit, so it's a bit of a lucky dip, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I mean, we know Tilda really well, don't we? And these are all Tilda prints, and they come from a number of different ranges. So, for example, I've got one of the green bundles here, which comes. There's some Tiny Farm in there. There's some Meadow Basics. There's that's from the last one. I can't remember what that one was called, but they're all lovely.
That one, actually.
They've all got that kind of lovely Tilda look, the florals, the little
very
geometrics.
Whimsical.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And I love the fact that they've put them into colour stories because, that way you can easily mix and match them. It's easy to work with. You're getting 10 fat quarters in there as well, so 2.5 metres of fabric. It's amazing value, and it's a great way of putting some Tilda into your stash.
It's crazy, £2.99 a fat quarter for Tilda. I don't know if I've ever said that. That's absolutely bonkers. It's such a great way to experience this beautiful fabric. If you've not before, it's so lovely to sew with. It presses beautifully. It's real quality designer fabric. So not only do you get in each bundle your fat quarter pack, you also get 2.5 metres of fabric. So let's start with the pink. So the pink is the one that the sample is made from. There it is. Are we demoing with this one, Stuart?
I am going to demo with this, yeah. This was really fun to work with. They're lovely sort of soft rose pinks.
Yes.
And, it's all very soft and gentle, just creeping into apricot. So somewhere between a beautiful deep rose pink and an apricot. And I've put the 2.5 metres with it because I've used some white on the outside with the pink to really make the star pop and to make that scalloped edge pop as well. All easy to make this, and I'll show you how easy it is. But then I've used the rose pink inside the bag for the lining, and I've also used it inside the handles. So a nice sort of mix and match approach. It just has a lovely scrappy feel.
Let me just show you. I'm going to take it off the mannequin so you can see the size of this because it's a really good size shopper bag. I am certainly the person that likes to, I've got a bit known for like my Mary Poppins bag. I like to take everything with me. So this is so handy, especially being a mom. You always have to have lots of bits and bobs. This is a great shopper bag.
It was really
nice
fun to
overnight
make.
bag, actually.
And you could put all sorts in. And also inside Vix, I've put a security zip pocket in the top. So although it's a really big roomy bag, you have also got that zip pocket inside.
Brilliant.
Okay, right near the top. So you can put things like your keys and your purse, your wallet, your phone, all that kind of thing. And it's got a zip across the top as well. Dead easy to make. I'll show you how to do that as well.
Oh, brilliant.
And then it's got a faux binding around the top. There's loads of different elements. String piecing, strip piecing, some quilting as well.
Oh, nice. So a real technique builder for anybody who's newer to quilting. It's probably less daunting than doing a big quilt.
Absolutely. And you've got that scallop edge as well, which is sort of three-dimensional. Again, I'm going to show you how to make that in the show this morning. It's really easy. You'll be adding that to everything.
Fab. Now, this is exclusive to us as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's brand new and exclusive. This isn't a pattern that's in my book, Bags for Life. This is a brand new and exclusive pattern. You'll only find it here on Sewing Street as well. It's not available on my website. It's just for here. But it's a real fun bag, isn't it?
It's
Quilters will enjoy making it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what I've been using it for at home. I've been keeping all of my, like, what I'm using now, fabrics inside. I've got some of my Tilda bundles in there, of course.
I was having a bit of a look at what you're storing in here.
Absolutely. But a great bag as well for taking along to workshops and classes too.
We fit rulers in here.
Yeah, you could definitely put rulers. The finished bag is 20 inches wide. So you would get a large, I mean, my largest ruler that I use is a 15.5-inch square. That would easily fit in there. Things like your cutting mat. I've got a folding cutting mat that will go in there. So it's a good, useful bag.
Right, so that's the pink. We've got quite a few that we want to get through, and I'm aware of time. So that's the pink. Can I remind you, you do get your mystery 10-piece fat quarter pack in there. And I mean, I'm taking it that actually you're going to have lots left over to play with for other projects of your fat quarters.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you use quite a lot of the fat quarters, but you also, I would say probably, if you take a bit of a mix and match approach with some of your other fabrics and your solids, you could probably get 2 bags out of the fat quarter bundle, add some more, you know, a few extra half meters. And yeah, absolutely.
Love it. So that's the pink. Should we do the purple? I love this, it's a real lovely plum, deep purple lining that we use with this one. A white, again, all of them you've chosen to have a white to really have that contrast.
A couple of them have got a cream.
Oh, okay.
A couple of them have got a cream just to soften it slightly. But yeah, with the purple, I've put a white solid for the piecing on the outside, and then that really vibrant magenta, which is just picking out some of the magenta tones, the brightest tones in the Tilda, just to give a real nice pop of colour.
Now, can I remind you, I'm just going to shimmy one of these out because this is what I love about Tilda collections. They all work together, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. Tilda have a colour palette. I mean, they don't feature every colour every time by any means, but they almost always do those lovely sort of sagey greens. They almost always do those lovely lilac-y and purple shades.
And look how well that matches in as well. Perfect. This is from the Plum Garden collection. Yes. There's going to be others in here from different collections. And I actually like that on some of these, obviously they're cut into fat quarters, so it might not be on all of them, but you can see the collections on the selvage and the names of the fabrics. So if you are a lover of Tilda, it's lovely to have that you can see all of the different ranges.
Well, and also I always shimmy off a little piece, a 5-inch square or so, and that goes in my little scrap, my charm box, because one day I plan to make a quilt with every single patch in the whole quilt a different Tilda fabric.
Oh, so you're a fan of Tilda then?
Oh, anyway. I love Tilda, and I've been collecting Tilda probably for about 6 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I absolutely love their collections. They're so beautiful. They work really well together. But they always bring something new and fresh. Yeah. And what Tilda is so brilliant at doing is creating a look which is both vintage and modern. So it always feels fresh. Yeah. It always feels now, but it also feels familiar as well.
I think when you've worked with Tilda and you've spotted Tilda, you'll always recognise Tilda again, which I think it's a sign of a really, really good designer, isn't it? When you've got everything you need, you've got different scales of print, you've got the most beautiful colour palettes.
And if you love doll making too, these prints are great because you have lots of small scale prints in Tilda. So for things like smaller doll clothes, if you're a fan of that Polly Dolly Doodah, and you want fat quarters perfect, dresses, little blouses, things like that. Absolutely super.
I do love the Tilda toys as well.
Tilda toys are great.
They are. So the blue, right, this was really popular already on pre-order. This is gorgeous. You've got 10 fat quarter packs. Do you know what? I knew this would be really popular on pre-order before you even said to me, Hannah. $39.99 for your fat quarter pack. And remember, it makes it just £2.99 a fat quarter, which is brilliant for Tilda. Plus, you're getting half a metre of this really gorgeous. What colour is that?
It's like a periwinkle, isn't
Yeah.
it? Isn't that going to make the most beautiful bag as well when that's made up?
Beautiful.
So you'll have the scrap stars, you'll have the white background, and then the scallop comes out of the fat quarters too, everything.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so the scallop, the
Yeah.
bag, the facing
binding,
inside,
yeah.
the zip pocket inside, you get all of that out of your bundle.
Nice.
And you've got your 2.5 metres as well. It's really good value.
And the piecing on the front, I love this. This
Super
stuff.
easy.
Really?
Super easy.
It's gorgeous.
And
We'll see how easy
Yeah,
it is in a
you
moment.
will.
So that's the blue colourway. We also have, right, I'm going to put it out there. I think this is my favourite. This is Tilda for me. I mean,
Yeah.
all of them obviously are Tilda, but it's this colour. Oh, such clever colour use. It reminds me of country kitchen,
Yeah.
lovely cottages. Oh, it's just so pretty.
It's so soft, isn't it? You've got
Yeah.
those lovely sage greens. You've got that little bit of more kind of leafy green in there
This
as
is
well.
a gardening print. I've never seen this one before.
There's a range called Tiny Farm.
Oh, is it? I don't know if
Yeah.
I've ever seen Tiny Farm.
Well, they did a main range called Maple Farm, which was absolutely beautiful. But then that season they did like a sub collection called Tiny Farm, which has the little farmhouses, the gardening
cute.
implements. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Remember, they're all at random, so you might get
Yeah.
Tiny Farm prints in yours as well. Oh, I love
That's
them.
gorgeous, isn't it? The rose prints.
Yes, I feel like this one, is it called Birdsong, the
Yeah,
collection? I feel like that was from the Birdsong collection.
Yeah.
Oh, look, this one's got little bees on. Oh, they're beautiful.
Yeah, they really are lovely.
beautiful.
They'll all work so well together.
Yeah.
Now, I've teamed that actually with the soft sage green,
Yeah.
but also the cream.
Okay.
So you're going to use, it's just an ivory that you're going to use for the front. So I put all these bundles together.
Oh,
I chose the
brilliant.
fabrics to go together.
Oh, thank you.
And what's lovely about these scrap bundles as well, and this is something that Kafe does beautifully, okay, but it's really interesting to see this in a fabric range or fabric collection, which is at a totally different place to Kafe, but they illustrate the same thing. If you're going to use green in your project, use all the greens.
Okay.
This is what Kafe says all the time. It's what I say all the time. Tilda have done this with the bundles. So rather than them all being leaf green or all being teal, you've got a mixture. This will bring so much life to your project. When you look at the bag that I've made, you'll see in there you've got bubblegum pinks, you've got peachy pinks, salmony pinks, you've
Apricot
got
tones,
raspberry, you've got apricot. Now, if we walked into a quilt shop and had free reign, we would probably, most of us, go for just bubblegum pinks, just peachy pinks.
Yeah, that's so true.
And they work, they look nice. But if you want to bring sparkle and pizzazz, I always say it's like making a cottage pie, but putting Worcestershire sauce in with
Is that
the
your
meat.
secret ingredient?
Okay. So what it adds that bit of va-va-voom
Okay.
to your cooking.
Yeah.
And it's the same with quilting.
Right,
You've got
that's
to
good
add that
tip.
little bit of spice. You've got to add that bit of Worcester sauce. And this bundle already creates that.
Brilliant. All done for you. It's going to work. So that's in, what colour have we called this one, just so we know? The pink one's just come back in, sorry. Just wanted to give you the pink one. That's the teal one. We also have one other final colourway to show you. I'll show you what the teal looks like. That's your graphic with the teal TD6674. There it is. Sorry, because we were looking at the pink, we swapped over. We also have one final colourway to bring to you, and it's in these lovely mocha sort of coffee tones, which are gorgeous. And again, you've not put this with a white. This is more of an ivory sort of cream,
Correct.
isn't it?
Yeah. Yep, so lovely soft mocha tones. I love that spot.
Yes.
That polka dot is absolutely gorgeous.
In fact, do you pick one out, your favourite potentially, to do the scallop?
Yes, so
edge?
it's exactly what you would do, Vix. That's
Right.
exactly what you do. You still put some in the piecing as well, so it
Yeah.
all makes sense. But yeah, that's a great idea. Or for the facing round the top. You could use the same fabric for both. And then you've got those lovely soft mocha tones blended with pinks and teals. You know,
Tiny Farm.
there's a bit of Tiny Farm in there as well. Now, what I would recommend as well, we've got the bundles of fat quarters, of course, on their own. these would be so wonderful in a scrap quilt.
Oh,
Mix and match,
perfect.
because you could mix the mochas, the coffees with, for example, the pinks. That would look so beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Or if you went for 2 of the bundles that we've got now, you could then mix and match. So you could have, say, 5 of the mocha, 5 of the pink.
Yeah, they all work together, don't
Those
they?
would work absolutely beautifully together.
Well, we have got a bundle. We'll come back to the instructions in a second on their own. We have got a bundle, as Stuart was saying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 5 fat quarter bundles. So, I mean, look at how much fabric you're getting here. You can't even tell when they're folded up like this. They're all fat quarters, which are brilliant sizes anyway. They're not all scrap pieces. These are all fantastic, such a selection of different prints. You're making a saving of £5 for getting all of them. Now, obviously, we are very limited on this now. If you do want one, use the split pay option. £72.47 on split pay. Now, we've got on pre-order section on the website all of these separately. So if you do want them individually, we'll go through them later on, but we'll get through to demo in a second.
It's amazing, that bundle, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's 12.5 metres of fabric.
Wow.
Don't forget, 12.5 metres of fabric.
That is a lot. Thank you for doing the math.
It's a huge amount of fabric that you're getting there. And when you work out the price, in my head, I'm thinking it's around about £11 a metre.
Oh,
something like that,
so
which
good.
is phenomenal.
That is so
Tilda
good.
fabric is £16-17 a metre.
Yeah.
Retail price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
just amazing.
So good. Saving £5 a day. Split pay option available as well. Get them home. They are beautiful quality. Okay, less than £3 a fat quarter, remember, today on all of your Tilda fat quarters, which is crazy. Finally, instructions on their own. Maybe like Stuart, you've already got your stash of Tilda, or you've got a different fabric in mind. What am I going to be looking for in terms of fabric choices then? So you've mentioned about picking out different colours of the same palette to bring the pizzazz.
So
I
I mean, for the String Star shopper pattern, if you're going for the pattern on its own, then you could go into your stash. You want strips of fabric. You could mix and match all different colours. They could be all of your bright scraps. They could be all of your pastel scraps. Yeah. Or you could go for a colour theme and pick all of your, but if you're going to go reds, also throw in some really bright pinks and some bright oranges too, to really give it some pizzazz and some impact.
Remember, it's the only place that you can get this. It's not in the book. It's not on your website.
I think this would be amazing done with really a bright start and a black background to really make things pop. That would be amazing.
Maybe with rainbow or ombre sort of colours would look gorgeous.
Yep.
You are getting the instructions in the bundles, but if you want them individually, they are exclusive and brand new to us today. The String Star Shopper Bag from Stuart Hillards, £9.99. Really thorough, clear instructions with photographs as well. And of course, we are going to be going through some demo. You get all of the templates that you need as well, don't you?
You do. And a full size.
Are we talking foundation paper piecing
here? Shall we start?
Go for it.
Let's do it. Okay. So, ordinarily, you might imagine and look at that star and think, okay, this is foundation piecing. I'm going to piece loads of little strips on the paper and then put the sides on. I've made this so quick and easy that when you actually do that foundation piecing, you have to sew 2 seams into your foundation, which means that if you don't really like foundation piecing, but you love the effect, you've only got to sew 2 seams. It's only 3 pieces of paper to remove at the end as well. It's not loads of little bits.
Don't be daunted by that
I've
word.
made this as easy as I can. Let me show you how you start.
But you get that real precise result, don't you?
You get perfection. You get absolute perfection. So what you're going to start by doing is when you unbundle your fat quarters, give them all a good press, and then you can layer them up. I layered mine up in like 2s, 3s at a time and cut some strips. Now you want to cut a variety of widths of strip, but you want to make sure, now these were done with my scraps, but when you open out your fat quarter, it's going to be wider than it is deep,
Yeah,
okay? And you're cutting your strips on the wider length. It's about 20.5 inches, okay? So cut the longest strips that you can. Sew them together, different widths. And look, I've just made a little sample up so you can see the kind of thing I mean. The ends don't have to match up. It's absolutely fine. So all that piecing that we've got, okay, in that star point is not foundation piecing. It's what we call string piecing. Okay, this is a way of making a bigger piece of fabric out of scraps. Now then, once you've done that, set that to one side. Now your foundation looks something like this, okay? When I say something, I mean exactly. You get the full size foundation template in your pattern. You want to photocopy that and you want to make 9 copies. We need 8, but you want a 9th one. I'll tell you why in a sec. When you print it out, just make sure that it is exactly the same size as the original. So what I like to do is just lay one over the other or hold them up against the window and just look through. And you can see on the foundation, it's literally 3 pieces, the kite and 2 triangles. Easy peasy. Right, now what I recommend you do with your 9th foundation is cut it apart and create a template for the kite shape. I've added on 1/2 inch all the way around the actual shape, and I've drawn a line between the 2 points. This then gives me a registration mark to cut out my pieces of fabric. So I've got my string pieced piece of fabric. What I'm then going to do is lay my kite shape on top. Now, even though sometimes this line here may fall on a seam line, but it doesn't need to. All you want to make sure is that it's lying straight. What you don't want is to cut your pieces skew width, okay? You want them nice and straight. So use that as a template, cut it out. You can absolutely then flip it and cut out more, okay? So cut out your kite shapes and you'll end up with some things like this, all right?
Lovely.
So you're going to end up making 8 of these. Then we're ready to make our piecing. Okay, now I've also, for my triangles, this is a 1/2 rectangle triangle. Super easy. I give you the dimensions in the pattern. You're going to cut out some rectangles and then you're just going to slice them on the diagonal to make 2 1/2 rectangles, okay? And these together, okay, are going to make our unit, okay? Roughly cut. Everything is cut out generously to make the piecing as easy as possible. Now, when you're foundation paper piecing, you are going to sew on the printed side of your fabric. And you're going to place your fabrics on the blank side, on the reverse, okay?
Is this a good one for a beginner?
It's a really good one for a beginner, Vix. Really good one for a beginner. So you'll see I've used a bit of old. I don't ever use my good paper for foundations.
No, use the cheapest.
Old workshop notes. This has already been printed on.
Tax return,
Not quite, not quite. So when you place your fabric, you're going to place it on the other side, but the pretty side needs to face up. Now here's a little tip for you. When you place that first piece of fabric, what I want you to do is hold it up to the light and look through the paper. And when you look through, you want to make sure that your fabric is extending at least 1/4 inch across all of the lines and into the seam allowance around the outside.
So this is why you said you've got generous shapes here.
Exactly. Exactly right. Exactly right. So you want to make sure that it's covering all of the lines and then pin it in place, okay?
This is such a great skill building bag, isn't it?
Ever so, yeah. That's the way I designed it. I wanted it to be a good skill builder. Now then, our 2 1/2 rectangle triangles are going to go on like this, okay? But remember, when we sew, we always flip right side to right side. Again, I've cut these so that they're super generous to give you plenty of wiggle room, okay? Oh, now let me just show you one thing before I do that, actually. So although I've cut this out generously and I've placed it, what I want to make sure before I start adding any more triangles is that I've just got 1/4 inch extending. So what I'm going to do is fold my foundation back, and I just pre-fold along the seam lines. Okay, fold that back out of the way, and you can see at the moment I've got about 1/2 inch. I'm just going to trim that down to 1/4 inch.
Have you used to add a quarter ruler before, Stuart?
Yeah, you can use an add 1/4 ruler if you want. You absolutely can. But if you haven't got one,
Yeah, I like that you're using, you know, you're doing this without any fancy
I'm
tools.
pretty low tech, if I'm absolutely honest. You see, we've got a bit more generous on that side, so I'm just going to trim that back. Okay, there we go. So I've got it trimmed now to a sort of more precise size on each side, and then I'm going to lay my fabric. Okay. There we go, and I'm ready to sew. Now, when you're sewing foundation paper piecing, you want to reduce your stitch length to about 1.8.
Why is that?
Well, you want the stitching to sufficiently perforate the paper to make removal easy. Okay, if you use a regular stitch length, you might struggle to remove the paper.
So they are our sew lines. We're not going 1/4 inch to the side of it. That is a sew line.
You're sewing on the line. This is why foundation piecing is absolutely brilliant for complete beginners.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of experienced quilters, you know, worry about foundation piecing, but actually it was my turning point for me. I wasn't happy with the precision or lack of that I was getting from regular piecing. And somebody told me about foundation piecing and told me that it was a really, really good method for getting super accurate patchwork. So for about 2 years, I did nothing but foundation piecing. And when I went back to regular piecing, because I'd been used to sewing on a line, I knew exactly what 1/4 inch looked like. And when I pieced, you know, my piecing was really precise and perfect. So when I say in the pattern, 2 seams and you're done, I'm not kidding. That's the foundation made.
Wow.
Okay. Now that wasn't hard.
No.
And it wasn't
it's not
cumbersome.
overwhelming. Yeah, that's brilliant.
So what you're going to do then, once you've done your piecing and you've pressed everything, okay, I finger pressed mine because I've got hot fingernails.
What are you trimming here, round?
Okay, so you're trimming now. You've got a dashed line around the outside. That's your seam allowance. Okay, and you're going to trim everything down. Now you can see as well by string piecing the main centre units how quick it's going to be to make your 8 foundations. Now this would also make the most gorgeous quilt.
Oh yeah.
So if you were going for the mega bundle, I would throw in about say 3 meters of white
solid,
or ivory, something like that. With your string stars pattern, but turn it into a quilt. It would be absolutely beautiful. So that's the foundation all made. You're going to make 8 of those. You're then going to sew them together in groups of 4. Now you'll notice I haven't removed the paper at this point. You want to keep the paper on. That is what's keeping all of the edges square and true.
Yeah.
Okay. Sew your 4 blocks together. Leave the paper on still. The next thing that you're going to add to your bag are the sides of the bag. Now,
these pieced as well?
Yeah, those are pieced too. Now, those are strip pieced, okay?
Oh, Jojo, thank you for your message. Says she's loving the demo.
Thank
Haven't
you,
got my
Jojo.
iPad today. I'm ever so sorry. Can't find it. It's gone walkies.
Now, with your string piecing, you can sew all sorts of different odd widths together. 1 inch, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, whatever you like, okay? I've made some suggestions in the pattern, but it doesn't have to be that way. You can even, if you want to go really, you know, off-pieced, you can even sew uneven strips, so rather than being straight across, slightly wedge shaped.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah? But just make sure when you're sewing them together that you alternate the fat end, otherwise you end up piecing a circle. Okay, so the sides of the bag are strip pieced. You have precise sizes and a precise order. You're going to sew those together, okay, in a long piece, and then you're going to subcut. Okay, this is strip piecing. So these are going to create the sides of your bag. You're going to sew these to the sides of your star. You're then going to sew a single piece of, you know, just one print across the bottom of the bag. I don't know if you can just show that, Vix. So the bottom of the bag, you're just going to choose a print that you like to create the bottom of the bag. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
And then you're going to sew a similar size strip of white fabric or cream fabric across the top of your bag.
Right.
All right. So at that stage, then you want to layer this with some quilt batting and quilt it.
Okay, so what quilt batting would you suggest?
Well, I used 80-20 for this.
Brilliant.
Absolutely perfect. It's a perfect day for it, really, isn't it?
About to sell out and the early bird, by the way, if you want to grab any.
I would go for 1 metre of it though, if you're buying it for the bag, because what you want is you want about a 22-inch square for the front and a 22-inch square for the back. I don't bother putting backing when I'm making something like a bag because I'm going to line the bag. I'll quilt it just as it is. If you wanted to put something on the back for quilting, I would put something like Osnaburg.
Yeah.
Or a calico, something like that. Does not have to be one of your best.
No, Tilda
even
fabrics,
a solid, or even as one of your best solids.
Yeah.
Just a little something on the back. So quilt it. The next step that you're going to need to do is to create the scallop.
Now,
scallop.
just before we do the scallop,
Yeah.
the quilting you've done on here, have you done this on a long arm quilter?
I have. I've long arm quilted.
If for anybody who hasn't got a long arm
the
quilter,
suggestions.
Yeah.
Definitely. I've put those in the pattern too.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. I try and cover these things.
You've got everything in this pattern then.
Do you know what? It's awful, isn't it? I do it myself. You know, those 3 words, quilt as desired.
Yeah.
Quilters at home going, "Arr!" I hate that phrase, you know, but it's difficult because quilting is a whole nother thing.
Absolutely.
So if you haven't got a long arm, okay, so things I would do, I would quarter of an inch away from the seam allowances, quilt the strips.
Yeah.
And the stars. So quilt across the stars.
yeah.
Okay, I would do that. I would also outline quilt about a quarter of an inch away outside the star.
Nice quilting.
Yeah, and then I would repeat the sewing a quarter of an inch away from the seam lines in the sides as well.
Could you keep going?
You absolutely could.
You could do free motion.
You could. Or the other thing you could do is cross hatch over the whole thing. To cross hatch, all you need to do, masking tape I would use.
Yeah. And do yourself
Find the 45-degree line.
Or you go this way.
Yeah. And put your tape there, stitch on that, move the tape over, stitch again, and then repeat on the other diagonal.
It will look lovely.
That would look stunning.
Fab. Okay, so we've quilted
quilt it, trim it down. Next thing you need to do is create your scalloped edge. I always wonder whether it's scallop or scallop. I think both is correct, isn't it?
I say scallop.
You say potato.
Who says potato?
Who says potato? That's my line. That's my line. Who's ever said potato?
I don't know.
Now for your scallop, you're going to put 2 pieces of fabric together. You want 20.5 inches. You've got the pattern for the scallop. Okay, now you can either trace that off onto ordinary paper as I have. Look, I've used some of my tax return, okay, for that. The easiest thing to do it on is freezer paper.
Okay.
And the reason why is because once you've cut it out, you can then iron it onto your fabric.
And it will stay.
And it will kind of stick, yeah? So I'm just going to show you really quickly. Are these fabric markers? Yes, they are. Is this permanent, though? I don't want permanent.
That's, just friction pens probably better, isn't it?
I can never work out how to open these friction pens.
Isn't it? It's a lid on the end.
Is it?
That's it.
No.
Oh, push the top.
No,
yeah, we'll recut the blue one.
It's not pushing the top. I don't know how to push these up. I've done this before.
I don't know. Right, the blue is 1/2 metre of your...
I've got one with a lid.
1/2 metre of your blue, 1/2 metre of your cream, and then you've also got all of your fat quarters. The most popular, by quite a way actually. Don't forget you get the exclusive brand new instructions from Stuart as well. And remember, you are going to get this colour palette, but you're going to get lots of different fabrics and different collections of Tilda. They are absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. If you do want to get all of the fat quarters, we have a huge mega bundle which includes your blue. It also includes the mocha tones. It's got the purples. You've got the teals. You've also got the pinks. And you've got the deeper blues as well. All of those included £144.95, which means you're getting £5 saving. Split pay option, £72.47. They're stunning fabrics. If you haven't worked with Tilda before, go for it. And I do love these mystery fat quarter bundles. It works out less than £3 a fat quarter, and then on top of it, you got the saving today as well.
Amazing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Okay, so the scallop.
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you a little bit of the scallop. There's no need for me to show you the whole thing. So what I've done is I've layered 2 fabrics together. Now my top one is a Tilda. Okay, just choose one, and you can do this as you go along, all right?
Yeah.
You don't have to make all these decisions right at the start. And then I've put some solid on the back. I used white on my actual, if you worked it out.
Yeah, how did you see the
I
light bulb
did,
moment?
I saw it, was
It's
like,
this.
hurrah!
Look, it's the little clip.
Ah, gotcha, right.
Oh, yes.
There are probably lots of people at home like
I know,
shouting at the screen.
At the telly. Oh, here you go. Yeah, they're all on Facebook. Clip. Push the clips open and close the new friction pens. Thank you, Christy.
Oh, thank you,
We got there in
everybody.
the end.
Right, so then what you're going to do, you've marked around your scallop, and I'm going to carry on, Vix, using that short stitch length, because actually it's really helpful when you're sewing curves to use a shorter stitch length. And then what I'm doing is sewing around that curve. Now if you cut a slightly wider piece of fabric, you can actually draw the line and you can sew on the line itself. If you want a slightly deeper curve, you'll just need to cut a slightly wider piece of fabric. But you can see there the sort of curved line just about, I think, can't you?
Yeah, we can see it.
Just see that. And shorter stitches make for a more even, smoother curve. Once you've done your sewing, then you're going to cut out, okay? So here's a top tip for you. When you're doing anything like this or making small doll parts, don't cut your fabric out to shape or to size. And try. Can you imagine if you cut out the scallops and then tried to sew it?
So what are you doing then? You're going
Plain piece of fabric, 2 strips.
Yeah.
Sew it first, sew the curves first, and then cut back.
Oh, good
It's
idea.
the same if you wanted to put this curved edge on a quilt. So a scalloped edge on a quilt looks amazing all around the outside edge. But don't cut that and then try and bind it.
No.
Draw the curves, use a dinner plate, okay, draw the curves on the edge of your quilt. Sew your binding on one side, then cut back to the curve, then fold it over and
great
bind.
tip.
Yeah? So once you cut back to your curve, and you'll see there I've cut back to 1/8 of an inch. This is another reason why I've used a shorter stitch length than normal, because now what this allows me to do is to cut a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, and then I'm also going to cut a little notch out at each of the inner points, the little innies.
Does that mean that you're going to get really sharp sort of points and curves?
Fingers crossed, Vix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the point.
That's what I'm aiming for. You know, every day I sort of aim for perfection, and if I get halfway there, it's a good day.
Yeah.
Okay, so once you've done that, and you're not sewing the sides at all, once you've done that, you're going to turn it through. Now, a little tip here, when you're turning this curve, I want you to almost stretch it when you're turning it, okay? I want you to kind of push this out with your fingers, and I want you to kind of stretch it a little bit. This is going to create a really nice curve, okay? Once you've done that, you can then, again, play with it a little bit, okay? As you turn it through to the right side, you can play with it.
Hang on, Carol says, morning Vix. Sorry Vix, Stuart says scallop correctly. We say it the same way.
Scallop.
What do you say?
A scallop.
Do you say scallop?
Scallop rather than scallop.
Oh, do you? Yeah, you're right then. Scallop the way you do is the mollusks you eat. So scallops is what you eat.
Do you know, I
Scallops are the
looked it up
curves.
once because I thought, is there a correct way? And I think generally you can say either. I think as long as you make yourself understood.
Kerry, lovely Kerry in Cumbria. How are you, Kerry? How's lovely Hope? She's just messaged saying, hi, Vix and Stuart. Is this project okay for beginners? I'm going to give bag making one more go.
Totally, absolutely. It combines with lots of other skills.
Yeah.
So the actual bag itself is really a simple tote bag, but it is dressed up to the nines with your string-pieced stars, your strip-pieced sides, your scalloped top, your faux binding.
Yeah.
You've got that little zip pocket inside as well.
Yeah.
So you've lots of extra skills there, but the basic bag is a front and a back and boxed corners. So Don't panic. Now then, I've turned that scalloped border. I'm going to call it a scallop border next. I might do a scallop border with actual scallops on it.
Very Tula.
Very
thing to
Tula.
do, isn't it?
Very Tula.
We've got the shrimps
prawns.
later.
I'm calling them prawns. But can you see what a nice curved edge I've got? Look at my curves. These hips don't lie. You got a lovely scalloped edge there. It was a bit random, wasn't it? Really?
What did you say to me earlier? And you said
something about cool dude.
Oh yeah, Tula.
Yeah, she's a hip dude.
Yeah.
Awful. There you go. So there's your scallop border, and what you're going to do once you've made that, and it'll be wider obviously, you're then going to baste that in place on the top of the bag, okay? And by basting, I'm not talking needle and thread, I'm talking pin it in place and then go 1/8 of an inch on your sewing machine close to the edge and down the sides just to hold it in place.
Okay.
And then you'll make the bag up from there, okay?
We've literally got a couple of minutes, I believe.
Okay, cool. Let me show you one last thing. Now you're going to make a little security pocket for inside your bag. This is made really easily, okay? If you've never done a zip before, this is an easy zip, okay? But I'm not going to have time to show you that on the show.
Instructions are in the pattern.
They are. But what you're going to do then, let me just find the right piece.
You're right.
I'm just trying to find my bag front and oh, it's here. It's here. Right, sorry about that. Right, so you're going to make your little security bag and then you're going to sew it into the lining. Now, let me just show you because it's ever so easy to do. You've got the bottom of your bag, little stepped corners at the bottom, and then you've got a facing. And your security bag is going to sit here in the middle, okay? Like that, when it's all sewn together. So all you need to do is layer that pocket. You can fold it in half, find the centre. Same with the bottom. Same with the top, okay? And then you're going to pin across.
Fiona just says, Stuart, you obviously love Tilda. Is this the link with your home roots?
Yes, maybe. Home roots?
Yeah, where are your home roots?
North Yorkshire. Not Norway, I'm not Norwegian.
Okay.
Although once I did pose as Norwegian knitter Arnie of Arnie and Carlos.
Oh, is that what you're talking about, Fiona?
Maybe.
She also said Merry Christmas to you.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Fiona. Yes, I was having lunch with Arnie and Carlos once, and then Arnie went off to use the bathroom, and a lady came over at that point then and asked us to sign our knitting book.
Oh, brilliant. So did you, with your left hand?
Well, I didn't sign it, but I pretended that I was Arnie just for the sake of, I didn't want her to,
be disappointed.
So literally, once you've pinned those in place, you're just then going to sew across the top, 1/4 inch seam allowance. These skills are all dead easy. I don't do hard. Life's hard, isn't it?
Right.
Sewing should be fun.
But it looks, like you said, it's not just a tote bag.
No.
It's great that we're learning more skills along the way. It's brilliant that it's still simple to do, but it looks... If you were to say to me, oh, this is the first bag you've made, I wouldn't believe you. I mean, it looks amazing. It looks really complex.
Well, the other thing as well, of course, is that you could get a cushion out of this pattern, you could get a quilt out of this pattern, you could get a bed runner out of this pattern. There's loads. So I've just sewn that seam and I've flipped it back, and look, there's my freestanding zip pocket that will now sit in my bag. So then I'm just going to make another bag lining, exactly the same but without a pocket, sew them together to create my lining. The whole bag itself is really fun. There's loads of different processes, but actually you could simplify it, of course, if you wanted to. You could just do the piecing down the sides and the bottom. You could use one whole fabric instead of the star. You could just put a star on one side.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You've done it double-sided, haven't you? Which is lovely. And you've also got, as we were just talking about, that pocket in the centre as well. Great for your keys, brilliant to have your mobile phone or your face covering.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
and
that.
Don't be alarmed if you've never put a zip in before on a bag. It's really, really simple and straightforward. I always tend to go for zips that are longer than I actually need. And literally, you've got two pieces, a top and a bottom, okay?
Phoebe just said, I meant your Gloucestershire roots, as that's where Tilda's based. Have you got Gloucestershire roots?
I am from Gloucestershire, yeah, but Tilda are Norwegian. Tilda are in Norway, and yeah, so they're definitely not in Gloucestershire. But when you sew your zip, all you need to do is zip a foot, okay? A zip a foot, and they come with every machine.
Yeah.
Okay, and when you sew this, you're going to move your needle over so it's here, close to the zip teeth, okay? And then you're literally just going to sew a seam along there, and then flip that back. And then same again, when you put the other side on, just make sure that you line up the edges of your fabric. And again, needle this side, sew along there, and flip that back. Okay, so you'll end up with that. And then you want to make sure that your zip pull is somewhere like that in the middle, all right? And then the back of your pocket, you're actually going to put on upside down. Okay, so the pretty side facing up on your zip part, and then you're going to put this over the top. And I've made it so that it'll be a bit sort of generous, okay? And then what you're going to do is sew all the way around the don't sew around the top. So down the side, across the bottom, up the side, okay? Turn it through. By putting your back of your pocket pretty side up,
You get the pretty in the middle.
you get the pretty inside the pocket, yeah? So that when you open your pocket, you've got pretty.
Love
you
it.
don't need it to be pretty on the back. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not an ugly back by any means, okay? So we don't waste our Tilda fabric. We use it effectively. It's easy peasy.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Well done, everybody who's managed to get their brand new exclusive pattern and gorgeous bundles today. Thank you for your lovely message. Helen just said, good morning. Nice to see Stuart and Vicky together. We're going to be back together again in an hour at 10 o'clock. We also had another message from Princess that came in earlier that said that she was scouring the web. Where is it? Here you go. Good morning. Uncanny that I tuned in this morning after searching the internet for a planner storage bag. Stuart has his storage caddy today. Thanks, guys.
Yay.
Perfect. So that's going to be coming out with Stuart at 10 o'clock. It's in the Bags for Life Stuart Hillards book, which is back in stock finally.
Yes, yes. It's taken more weeks than I wanted it to come back in stock. But just in time for Christmas, I'm signing them all to Vic.
Fab. Thank you.
I've got my Sharpie.
Brilliant. There's the caddy. The caddy's in the book. It's coming up at 10 a.m. Stay tuned. We've got the books on pre-order. They're already selling. We'll see you in an hour, Stuart. Thank you.
Okay, see you
Enjoy
in
a
an
cup of
hour.
coffee. Right, we've got the bundles, brand new bundles, which all include the gorgeous pattern, which is exclusive to us. It's not in the book. It's not on Stuart's website. It's only here today in these bundles. So the blue is the most popular. It comes with 1/2 metre of your white for your lining. Sorry, for your outer bag. Then you've also got the blue for your lining. And then you have all of these amazing Tilda fat quarters, 10 fat quarters, all guaranteed to be in this blue colourway, but you're going to get all different prints from different collection. There's Plum Garden, there's Birdsong, there's in this one the Tiny Farm range, which is stunning. I mean, everybody's going to get potentially slightly different to this, but it will still work all together in the blues. They're put together by Tilda. They know what they're doing. Don't worry, you're going to get gorgeous, gorgeous array of fabrics. Plus, don't forget, you're also getting Stuart's instructions included. Jan Hill just said, I'm not normally a Tilda fan, but I love these shades in those bundles, especially the lilac and the Tiny Farm. Oh, this is the great thing, is that they're very good at what they do, and they all work so well together. So having a lucky dip is just a nice little surprise, isn't it, of having all these different collections together. So there's the blue. Should we do the pink, which is the one that the bag was made up with, and the one that Stuart was demoing with, and it's got this beautiful rose pink for your lining. it's got your white for the background, and then all of the different shades of pink. It was really interesting, actually, Stuart saying about the different shades, because I am so guilty of that. If I'm picking out a colour, it will literally be bubblegum pink, as Stuart described, and then just going with let's just run with bubblegum pink. But having all the different shades of pinks will really add some pizzazz to your bag, and it will really all come together beautifully. And that's exactly what Tilda have done for you with this collection. $39.99, or with this fat quarter pack. You also have half a metre of each of your fabrics and your pattern for under £40. A reminder, exclusive brand new pattern, not in any of Stuart's books, designed especially for us. How lucky are we? We've also got the purple colourway, this lovely deep plum purple, and Stuart's actually been through all of our Rose and Hubble solids and picked out the colours to go with the fat quarter packs especially. So as you can see, they team together absolutely perfectly. Everybody's going to get slightly different fat quarters. They're put together by Tilda. Absolutely love, 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 love this colourway. Going to look amazing in this bag. All of them are going to work so well because you haven't got huge scales of print with Tilda. Even with your strip sets, you're not going to lose any of those prints. You're still going to see all of the beautiful Tilda colours and different prints. So that's the purple. We've got the teal, my favourite. Love this. These lovely blues. It's like a duck egg, sage, gorgeous colour. The sagey duck egg blue, and then also all of your fat quarters. Remember, fat quarters, £2.99 a fat quarter, which for Tilda is absolutely amazing. Plus you've also got your ivory for your background, which is just slightly softer, isn't it? $39.99. Mocha. And we do love the spot in this one. I mean, remember, you're going to get different fabrics, you're going to get different collections, but you're guaranteed to get these nutmeg mocha colour palettes, which go together beautifully. So you've got half a metre of each of your solids, plus your pack of Tilda fat quarters, and your new and exclusive Sewing Street pattern. All $39.99. Brilliant value. Talking of brilliant value, we have got a big bundle. We've got the mocha, we've got the purple, we've got the blue, the pink and the teal, all with a saving of £5. So if you get all 10. Stuart, you did the maths earlier for me. How much fabric is here?
It's 12.5 metres in total. It is a lot of fabric. It is a lot of fabric.
I mean, that's enough to do a big, amazing, scrappy Tilda quilt, isn't it?
Yeah, because each of the bundles is 2.5 metres.
Yeah.
So yeah, 5, 10, 12.5. It
Wow.
is a lot of fabric, yeah. Well, for sure, yeah. You just add in something like some cream ivory, white, something like that would be lovely. You can see how beautifully the fabrics work together, can't you? It would make the most amazing scrappy quilt.
Do you know, I'm thinking for EPP.
Yeah?
EPP.
Yeah, absolutely. So cool. You know, what's lovely too is you've got lots of smaller scale prints in there, which work really beautifully for scrappy projects, you know, because you haven't got big designs fighting for attention.
And you know, they're all going to work together. This is where you said, Stuart, you could go with the teals and the purples, you can go with the pinks and the mochas, the purples and the blues, and they all are going to work together, which you can't get it wrong with Tilda, can you?
No, because the thing is, what Tilda do and a lot of fabric companies do is a lot of their fabrics create bridges between the colourways. So although you've got your green collection, within that you've got those pinks and blues and little hints of purple. So when you pick those fabrics out, suddenly you see how this now would work with the green or the teal, how this would work with the blue, and so on. It's a really, really handy thing to have in fabric. Whereas often when we're trying to choose colours, we just think of pink or green, and if you try and put those fabrics together, you've really got to get them right.
Yeah, it's so true. We also have these individually, so should we go through those separately for you? So you've got the graphics there, starting with the blues. So Stuart, I was going to ask, fat quarters in terms of pre-cuts, a lot of people like to work with fat quarters, one because it's kind of less cumbersome than working with larger fabrics and people who aren't as confident in the cutting. It's brilliant. In terms of making projects from it,
Yeah.
your Bags for Life book that's coming back at 10 o'clock, are there going to be projects in the book that we're going to be able to use fat quarters for?
Yeah, definitely. If you want to take a mix and match approach, the other thing is that I've said I give a talk about my new book. I always talk about, like, this is just the starting point. Because I'm a patchworker, I'm a quilter, this is a bag book. I haven't put patchwork into any of the bags, but you could so easily. So for example, something like the very smart City Messenger bag could have lovely flying geese on the front flap.
Yeah.
You could do little 9-patch or 4-patch block down the side for the welts. There's lots of things you could do there to mix and match. So fat quarters then would be absolutely perfect.
Brilliant. $29.99 makes it less than £3 a fat quarter. Absolutely brilliant. Remember, mystery pack, guaranteed to get this colour palette. And of course, it's all going to work together. It's Tilda, but you're going to have different ranges. This is the great thing, actually, because I love, love, love all the different Tilda collections. So it's nice to be able to dip your toe into different collections without committing to buying a whole collection.
Absolutely. And also, if you're a little later to the Tilda party and you haven't seen some of these collections before, maybe you've only just discovered Tilda, this is a lovely way of getting a little bit of those collections that you cannot buy anymore. Because the thing with all fabric collections, and certainly Tilda, you get one chance to buy that collection and then it's gone, and they're not repeated.
No. If we could bring back almost like the all-stars of Tilda, this is what you're getting.
For sure.
If you were to do the best of the best. So many times we get emails in saying, can you get this collection? Have you got this fabric? I need this fabric again. And we can't get it. They don't produce it. So to be able to have these all-star mystery fat quarter packs, which are the absolute showstoppers of their ranges, together in packs is really exciting. $29.99, guaranteed to get 10. All of this pink colourway. And as Stuart said earlier, it isn't just pink. It's apricots, it's rose colours, it's blush colours, you've got almost reddy tones in there, you've got plums in there, you've got really different, a whole spectrum of the pinks.
You absolutely have, it's great. And also, if you've already bought other Tilda collections, but you wanted, perhaps you really fell in love with the greens in a particular collection, but you need more to make a quilt, well, this is a great thing. Get the green bundle, for example, or a couple of those green bundles, add them to what you already have, and then you can create that lovely quilt that you want, you know, that you have in your head.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, we are going to do the greens or the teals. Have you got, teal coming in. Don't worry, we have got so much that we're getting through today. It's going to be one of those days today where time is just, well, time's just a concept, isn't it? So we're just carrying on. $29.99. This is gorgeous. There are less than 20 of these. Remember, there are fat quarters. They look, as the way they're folded, they look like fat eighths, don't they? But they are fat quarters.
Yeah, no, which is great for storage as well. Yeah. Because they've been bundled into a nice sort of tight little bundle. But yeah, they're all fat quarters. So approximately
55 centimetres, 50 by 55, or 20 by 22.
I was going to say, I always think old money.
Yeah.
In inches. But yeah, they're a really good size. They offer lots and lots of possibilities. I mean, if you wanted to get them and create some really pretty coordinating cushions, for example, you know, a fat quarter for the front, a fat quarter for the back. So brilliant. 5 cushions out of 1 pack of fabric is amazing value. If you start to add in some solids, do a little bit of piecing, you know, you could revamp your conservatory for very little money.
Absolutely. Oh, do you know what? Tilda's perfect as well. You know, when you take down your Christmas decorations, it always feels bare and empty, doesn't it? Just to freshen it up straight away with lovely springtime cushions. Love it. In fact, I know that Rebecca Reed, the purples, Rebecca Reed is brilliant at upcycling as well. So once I saw her and she had, no disrespect, Rebecca Reed, quite a plain cardigan that she then jazzed up with a different placket. She put little pleats at the bottom of this cardi with Tilda, and it looked amazing. Covered buttons.
Oh, lovely. That's a great idea.
Really good idea. Using pre-cuts like this, so much that you can do. Don't just see them as fat quarters. Obviously, you can make these endless scarves, I think, with 4 fat quarters. Suzie Duncan will tell you, she's made them before. so many beautiful projects, fat quarter skirts
Yeah,
even.
and also, you know, the concept that I've shown this morning, the string piecing.
Yeah.
So this is a really old kind of scrap quilters method for creating fabric out of rags, basically.
Yeah.
So when you've got those really thin strips of fabric that you really don't know what, I mean, we're cutting them out of fat quarters, which seems a little sacrilegious, but we love the result.
Yeah.
But cut thin strips, sew them together. Now you've got a larger piece of fabric.
Absolutely.
Then use that, and then think of that as your main fabric, and start cutting out your half square triangles from it and your squares and rectangles.
Love it, love it, love it. Oops, right, we've got one more, which is your mocha. The single figures, by the way, on the purples. If you do want that lovely lavender mauve mystery bundle, go for it. Now this one, don't see this as just browns. There's so many different colours in here that you're going to be able to team it with as well from your stash.
That's actually my favourite of the bundles.
Is it?
Yeah, I deliberately didn't use that for the bag because I wanted to go for the pinks and the corals because, you know, I know a lot of people love pinks and corals, but actually my favourite are those browns because there's so much variety in there.
Yeah, there is.
Absolutely gorgeous.
$29.99, pack of 10, less than £3 a fat quarter. Quilting weight, beautiful quality Tildas. And I mean, it goes without saying, but it is lovely to sew with, and it presses, it washes well.
Oh yeah, it's amazing fabric. It's beautiful. It's really, really good quality cotton. It's finely woven. The printing is amazing.
Yeah.
And it washes really well. It wears really well. It feels lovely on your skin too. So if you're making things like pillow shams or PJs or anything like that, they're going to feel really lovely.
Love it. Thank you ever so much. We'll see you in an hour,
Pleasure,
Stuart.
yeah.
Don't forget the book coming up at 10 o'clock. We've got so much going on today. Suzie Duncan is coming up with us with not one, but two quilt kits with a discount. Stay tuned. This one, I absolutely adore. That ombre of colour is gorgeous. Discounted today, should be way over £100. We're getting it under today. And then the elephant as well. Love it. Both of them coming up in the next hour. Don't go anywhere. They're selling on pre-order already. We'll go through them with Suzie after this.
Hi, I'm Lisa Lamb. I'm the quiet one from the Sew Crafty Girls. I just wanted to wish you a safe, warm and wonderful Christmas with your loved ones. I hope Santa brings you loads and loads of crafty goodies, and I look forward to being back on the show in 2022. Take care everyone, love you loads, bye. Mwah.
Hello there, it's Mark Francis here, and I've just popped up to wish a very Merry Christmas to all of you, our Sewing Street family. And by the way, Happy Easter. Really long show this, really long.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app, onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your App Store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, it's Emma from the Swift Quilting Company. I just wanted to wish everybody on Sewing Street, from the behind the scenes crew to the presenters to all the viewers, a very happy Christmas and a fabulous New Year. Cheers!
Hello everyone. Merry Christmas from Jane Greenoff. See you in the new year. Bye.
Hello everyone, it's Cara. Just popped by to wish you all a really happy Christmas with your family and friends. Wishing you every happiness for 2022, and I look forward to seeing you on Sewing Street. Happy Christmas, bye!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, welcome back to a very exciting day. I'm so sorry that we're slightly later, but don't worry, we'll make sure Suzie has all the time she needs, because we have got not one, but two massive quilts to bring you this hour. There's so much going on today. I say it feels like a birthday, it really does. Why don't everybody who's bought something so far, if you have, you've opened your order nice and early, ready to get involved. So yes, we've got so much to talk about. Starting with this beautiful ombre woven quilt kit. First thing I need to talk to you about is the pricing. So there is a reason why I said they are discounted. Now, we've never had this quilt kit before, by the way. We've never had this quilt kit. It's brand new in today. You can see on the desk, you can see here. I mean, it looks pretty all right to me. On your graphics, can you see it says damaged box? These have all basically, I mean, nothing is missing inside. They're all shrink wrapped. They're with the instructions, they're as they normally would be. On mine, it's got a slight crinkle. Can you see? There. And that is the reason. This should be way over £100. We've taken it less than 90. Nothing to do with us. We had no idea that these were being discounted, but you could thank the management for that. So all inside, I can guarantee is going to be as is. We absolutely could have sold them at the higher prices and ignored the damaged box, but Hannah's saying, we're not those kind of people. We're not. So if we know that there is slight damage to the box, you've got a huge discount today, which is amazing. It should be over £100. It's £87.99 today. Make the most of it as it is a brand new design. So it's beautiful. The size of it is 142 centimetres by 183, which is 56 by 72 inches. They are Moda beautiful ombre fabrics. I mean, look at all of the different colours that you're going to get. I know that Susie's got it open, so we'll have a good look at hers in a moment. You're also getting all of these beautiful fabrics as well, which are your sort of creams and your ivories in there for your background. Everything that you need is still included. Don't worry, it's not missing any fabrics, and you're getting your instructions for £87.99. So a little bit more about the lady who's designed it. This is Vanessa. The ombre Northern Lights quilt, as we said, it is a big quilt. And I love how she's described it. Just like the real Northern Lights, the ombre Northern Lights quilt is full of colour and mesmerising. So Vanessa Christensen, who is a wife and mom, 4 humans and 2 cats. I love her, by the way, already. I've read this blog and you could tell she's a character who likes to quilt, sew, decorate, run her mouth, hang out with other women who can stand her, and fake organise to death out of anything, i.e. she's very good at getting rid of things, which is just what me and Hannah are about at the moment, being quite ruthless and organising ourselves. She started V&Co back when her husband was deployed, because why wouldn't a mum of 4 want to add another thing yet to her plate, which I think is hilarious, and has still grown into it, has still grown into the go-to place for amazing ombre quilting, fabric and patterns. Vanessa calls Ohio a home, although as a California native, she's not a big fan of the Midwest winters, which I'm guessing is a sports team. Oh, no?
Really cold.
Oh, the weather, the actual weather.
Yeah, you're sub-zero.
Can we just take that out of the actual recording? I'm so pleased it's still the rehearsal. That's so funny. Please give me I said that. Silly mum moment. Right, do you know elsewhere, by the way, I'm not going to show you, but you can do your own research. We found this quilt kit for £118. Why have we taken this? Do you know what? We have found it as well at £109. Great price. Today, you can get all of your fabrics, everything you need, £87.99. Your box might be slightly crinkled. Susie, when you received this, was your box all battered and broken, or
Mine's
what was it?
slightly more crinkled than yours.
But just,
and has got, so the corner was slightly crinkled and the bottom of the box had like a mark where it's rubbed on a shelf or something. But the contents were all beautifully wrapped, absolutely perfect, nothing wrong with it.
Crazy. So we didn't have to take this discount, did we?
Absolutely not, because the quilt won't fit in the box afterwards, so you're not going to be using it for that.
Exactly. Well, you know, normally if we're selling one of our quilt kits, it doesn't come in a box. You'd get it like this, and it'd be over £100. We could have just sold it like that, couldn't we? So yes, just wanted to let you know, which I think is brilliant, because I mean this is such a gorgeous quilt and just what we need, isn't it? That rainbow of colour. Take advantage. Quarter of the stock has gone. We've never ever done it like this before, and I don't know whether we'll be discounting it like this again. Is if we get this stock back in, I don't know whether we'll be able to do it. That is really, I see that as a real Christmas treat. I love the ombre of colour from corner to corner, Susie. It's gorgeous.
Themselves are ombre'd as well.
Right.
So when you're cutting, you can create an ombre within an ombre within an ombre just by mixing up the pieces and the way you cut it, which is great. It is. It's superb. Yeah, really love it.
This is what the finished quilt looks like. We haven't got it physically here, but this is what it looks like. So it's a big quilt, Susie, isn't it?
Oh, it's massive.
How many different blocks are there?
So there are 2 blocks, Block A, Block B. Very similar, very easy to put together. There's just differences in the corners of A and B. The central bit is all the same. So if you're a beginner, you can tackle this because it's straight line seams. You're learning to do a flying geese and 4-patch and snowball a corner. They're how the blocks are put together. So it is totally achievable by a beginner.
And with the instructions as well, it's obviously got all of the colours that are included in the kit.
Yes.
So you're not having to work out the colour placement yourself.
Not only has it got it in colour format, but it has it in a block layout in written format, so you can keep a tab. And you know you're making half the blocks as Block A, half the blocks as Block B, and it gives you an individual photograph of each of the colourways of each of the blocks A and B as well. So there is no way you can get muddled up. I mean, I cut most of this in semi-darkness because, you know, I was in the lounge watching a film while we were doing it. So it wasn't daylight I was doing it in. So it's not something you have to
have your whole concentration.
Absolutely. Yeah. And if you get you do need to be organised. Get yourself organised. I cut everything and then organised them into A and B piles for each colourway.
Okay.
So I had, you know, all my yellows that were were in one pile, all my Bs. So I'd got everything, so I could just grab a pile and make the block.
Brilliant.
And then I laid it out in order and started at one end and just made each block in turn. And it's surprising how quickly it comes together because it's the same fundamental piecing, it's just the corners that are different. You can put it together really quickly, which hopefully we'll see in a minute.
Fab. What you've got on the desk, have you pieced that together, that row?
So this row is all together. So this is the width.
Nice.
So this is the first row.
Oh, I love it.
Actually, from your angle, it would be this way round, won't it? Sorry, I forget that I work back to front. So this is this is actually row 3. And the reason I chose row 3 and 4 to demo is because you've got the most colours in that row. And I wanted you to see the colour ombre, because row 1 and 2 are fundamentally just a few colours. So you've got the majority of the colours in row 3 and 4, which is what this is.
Right, just before we come over and start doing some demo, can I just do a quick stock update? Half the stock has already gone. We've got one other quilt kit, which I will show you now, just so that you can start checking out on that one as well. We're going to do the demo of the Northern Lights quilt first. But it's honestly, it's such a busy day. We've got so much going on. What a fun day to be watching. I mean, look at this. I love this Jungle Paradise quilt. This is so cool, isn't it? Amazing. Now, this is again in association with Moda Beautiful Fabrics. The fabrics are designed by Stacey Shoe, who is absolutely amazing. So Stacey's designs tend to be whimsical and sweet. She loves designing novelty prints and has developed a passion for designing projects. For all there you go, for all ages in her cut and sew panels. They are absolutely gorgeous fabrics, and then to take those prints and to put them into such a fun design, the elephant design, which Suzie, I mean, we spoke about this morning. You said this is really simple to put together.
Oh yeah, don't be put off
because it looks
complicated, and then when you open the pattern and you see the actual layout and the cutting, and you think, oh my goodness, and you look at this diagram of the elephant and you think there's a lot of pieces there, but actually the way they break it down for you makes it very easy. Again, get yourself organised. I cut all the pieces in each colourway first, put them all together, and then I picked up a whole pile and did an elephant at a time.
Right. Is it foundation paper piece?
No, it isn't.
It
does, yeah, but it isn't, and it's
brilliant.
It's not onerous. You'll see when we put one together how quickly it goes together, and it's easy to reverse because there are 2 elephants reversed within the quilt.
Okay.
So I would suggest you leave those till last.
Yeah. I can see
Otherwise, you're going to get hideously confused.
Okay, now on the graphics again, it says damaged box. Mine isn't. Suzie, was yours? It's crazy, right? You might have a bit of crinkling or slightly damaged box. We are taking the hit because of that. So this should be over £100 again. Go and do your own research at how much this quilt kit can cost elsewhere. Realistically, we didn't need to necessarily say, because look, I mean, both the ones that we received aren't really damaged. We did call up a couple of them, as one of them wasn't, so we called up another one to see, and it also wasn't. So anyway, we're rolling with it. We love a discount. It should be over £100. It's £87.99. Check out now, because once these are sold out, if we bring this back, which I'm not sure whether we will, it will be over £100. So, okay, stock-wise at the moment, very, very popular. What a way to start 2022 as well, with a brand new, bright, gorgeous, colourful quilt. Whether it be the ombre woven or whether it be the stomping ground, they're both amazing
They are
quilts.
beautiful, and they'll bring a ray of sunshine on those dismal January days.
Yes, absolutely. I love that. 87.99. Right, we'll come back to the Stomping Ground quilt and have a look at those fabrics in more detail as we go. We're going to jump to the ombre first and do the demo. If you've got any questions for Suzie about either quilt, get them in this hour. So, block A, are we starting with, Suzie? Or B?
I'm on A, actually.
Fab.
Yes, I am on A. I've started
Could you point
doing
out which one is A and which one
yes.
is B?
So hang on, let me switcheroony. I'll go for. So I've half finished block row 4. So A is the one with the corners cut off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And B has got your 4 patch in the corners. But you'll notice that the star in the middle is the same for each. You just switch the block colours. So it's really simple to put together.
Brilliant.
She says, hopefully. So I have started on both of them so we can get through it. So let me show you where I'm up to and show you the layout. So in the book itself, it gives you a really clear picture layout. Am I under? Yes, there you go. That's A. So you've got your central block, you've got 4 flying geese, and then you've got 4 corner squares that have got snowballed corners.
And that creates a different pattern in itself when you see it
Absolutely
in its full quilt. That snowball effect is really cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It gives just that nod, and when it comes together against the block B, you see you get that continuation of the ombre going on and the coloration. So I started by marking all my pieces. So the snowball pieces, you're going to draw a diagonal line across the centre, and the same for each of the 2.5-inch squares of your flying geese element, and these are going to go on to your plain fabric. So I've gone ahead and done that already.
Yeah.
So you're going to stitch along those lines. So I've just got one of each left to stitch, and then we can move to the second phase. And this can all be chain pieced. I was chain piecing for England yesterday doing this. And I was whizzing through blocks at a vast rate of knots. So it's not something, the cutting bit takes a while.
Getting yourself organised. But probably do that on a different day.
Yeah, so I did all my cutting one day and post-it noted everything, because you know what I'm like. I do like
very
it
organised.
a little bit OCD. And then the next day just picked a pile up and went with it.
Yeah.
And I found it much easier to do that. So once you've sewn along that line, you're just going to take off those corners that you don't need, and you're going to do that for everything. So let's concentrate on these corner pieces first, so we're not confusing everybody. So the corners is just that one line, and then you take away that excess.
Just so you know, the main graphic is for the ombre quilt, which we're working on. The side graphic is for the elephant quilt, which is, again, very popular.
Which we will do next.
Just because of the side graphic, Suzie, can you just shimmy yourself slightly to the left? Left, other way. That's it. Other left. That's it.
Yeah? Are we good?
Thank you.
We good?
Yeah, just so we don't miss anything.
I'll work in that area. I'm going to move everything over.
Also, just wanted to mention, by the way, I don't think we are, word from management, we're not going to be able to get these back. Because we got them at a discounted price, we're just not going to be able to repeat this. So definitely make the most of it. There's less than 20 remaining of the Ombre Northern Lights quilt. Well done everybody who's managed to check out on a nice bargain. I love getting a discount, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. And when you've got something so pretty to make at the end of it as well.
Absolutely.
It's just so lovely.
Oh, I know this would have sold full price. If this were over £100 here, this size quilt and these colours, this would have been, again,
Absolutely.
still really popular.
And as a block piece to learn, it's a really nice block to have in your knowledge library, because you can use it time and time again. I mean, the Star Centre is beautiful around this time of year, isn't it? So all I've done is then pressed back those corners. So that's our corner pieces done. So now we're coming on to the flying geese. So the flying geese, as I say, we've already put one, you only put one square on first. Same again, you're going to sew across that diagonal and get rid of these bits here, which will go into my fabric stuffing stash. So I don't throw them away, or I'm going to make very small half square triangles with them. So you've got 4 of these to do for each block.
Susie, it's literally like a birthday today. There's so much going on. There's something else that I need to mention to everybody, by the way. This is hot off the press info.
You're going to get me doing another quilt today.
Yeah, we got a third quilt for Susie to demo this hour. No, don't worry. Right, for anybody who's shopping, it's a very, very busy day. You are all automatically entered into a prize draw to win a quilt kit. So we have got one of the ombre woven quilt kits, and we've also got one of the Jungle Paradise. Oh, do you know what? For anybody who misses out on this today, which I've got a feeling there's going to be quite a few, don't worry, you're going to be entered into a prize draw. Anybody who shops on the web shop or shops on the show today, you're entered into the prize draw till midnight tonight. 1 entry per person. At least you got a chance then, if you do miss out on these, of winning the quilt kit. How good's that?
That's amazing, yeah.
Both of them have got less than 20 now.
Gosh. So all I've done again is press back. So the next thing you're going to do is add in your second square. And again, you've marked the diagonal on those, and this time they're going to go in the opposite direction. Now, one tip that I would like to share with you, if you have a glue stick, fabric glue stick, not a paper glue stick, rather than pin it in place, if you just dab a bit of glue on the side that you're going to cut away, you're not going to run your needle through it, so they never ruin your needle anyway.
No, they don't go up your needles. But
it means you've not got to faff with a pin. It's going to hold its position while you stitch, and it means that you can chain piece with speed.
Do you know, so many people have different uses for these Solan glue pens. They're great, aren't they?
I cannot do a project without one. I just use it to hold zips in, to do all sorts.
Oh, so brilliant for your bags actually with Stuart Hillards.
Absolutely, yep.
$5.99 for your Solan glue pen. I swear we take all of Solan's stock whenever they come in.
No, I have some of it.
They come in and then they all just disappear, but we have them come in the hundreds. So if you are after another one with a refill, $5.99.
So then you're just going to stitch down that.
On the line?
On the line,
no,
definitely on the line. So at this point I haven't got my 1/4 inch foot on, but you can see how you can chain piece them as well. So this is making our flying geese units.
And you're chain piecing.
I am chain piecing, and all that means is that I'm not stopping and cutting my thread in between.
What's the benefit of chain piecing?
Time saver. It also saves a fraction of thread, not a masses, but build that over a year in a quilt, and you get quite a few yards of thread that you've saved, which, if you're someone like me who's sewing constantly, that is a consideration. But also, if it's the time saver is the big factor.
What are you trimming away here, Susie?
So again, like we did before, that excess corner, the bit that we put the glue on, I'm just taking that away. It's just to reduce the bulk behind the corner. That's all you're doing. Some people don't trim it away, but it does make for a bulkier piece. Yes. And then you're going to go back to your iron, set the seam just by pressing, and then pull away. And you'll see that with flying geese, you should get an overlap. If they're meeting in the middle with no overlap, you've done it wrong. It's important with both of these quilts that your machine sewn seam is 1/4 inch. So do check you're running at 1/4 inch before you start. Obviously at the moment we're sewing on a line we've already drawn, but all the seams are 1/4 inch seams. So now I'm going to start piecing these together. I'm going to switch my foot to a 1/4 inch foot. If you haven't got a 1/4 inch foot, then what you need to do is to know where your 1/4 inch line is against your presser foot, or put a piece of tape on there or a magnetic guide, whatever you want to use, but make sure you've got your 1/4 inch. So you're going to take your square, central square, and your flying geese will go round it. So you can place them so you know roughly.
Pointing into the centre.
All point to create that star.
Nice.
And what you're going to now do is assemble it in rows. So you want a corner piece on both sides and at the bottom. So as long as you've got colour going in on the outside, you know they're placed right.
Will you always lay it out like that before you take
Absolutely,
it to the machine?
I do, yes, because like we've discovered, if you walk away, phone goes, you sneeze, it all goes horribly pear-shaped. But again, because I've laid it out, I can chain piece, so I can put this piece on the side here. Actually, I want it on there, because I've done all mine with my centres stripy horizontal. But that's the other thing, because it's a striped fabric, you can play around with the stripes.
Yes.
Which is good fun. So I'm going to do all these ones.
You all ready for Christmas, Susie?
I've just got a few presents left to wrap, but our Christmas has been spread out. We've had one Christmas already.
Oh, brilliant. Do you make a lot of your Christmas presents
Yes.
and things? Yes.
Although this year a lot of it is of the financial variety, so that's helped. But I make the wallets for it to go in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I'm one of these stupid people that, you know, like with 3 days to go, will say, oh, I'm just going to make a quilt for so-and-so for Christmas. It's like, what are you doing?
Oh, you don't make it easy for yourself.
No, absolutely not, no.
Don't worry, we are going to look at the elephant as well. We're going to make
Yes,
sure.
we are. So I've nearly finished this one. So we're just going to piece that.
Do check out if you've got the ombre in your basket. We've got more of you have got it in your basket than we have availability.
And at this stage, there's no seam matching going on. We're just matching sides, which is great because that's why I said for a beginner, this is a really nice quilt.
Oh, thanks, Christine. Says, morning, gorgeous Vicky and Susie.
Oh,
just finished Lollipop quilt and having a cup of tea, watching my favourite show. What a wonderful quilt. I know, isn't it?
Now,
it really is.
You can choose to press the seams however you like, whether you want to do them open or whatever. I chose to press towards the outside on the top and bottom and towards the inside in the middle, and that way I can nestle my seams.
Okay.
Christine
just said, just noticed the bags on the shelf behind Susie. Yeah, they're the
I know,
crafting
they're
caddies
gorgeous,
designed by Stuart Hillards. They are amazing.
Do you think you'll miss them if I accidentally acquire one?
No, just go for it. Just take one before the next
Well,
show.
it'd have to be the cave one because my room is cave.
Is
so,
it?
Yeah.
Oh, but have you seen this new Tula collection?
Cave Liberty, actually.
The new
Yeah, I
Tula's
know.
gorgeous
And the
as well.
Tilda's lovely. It's just, I love it all.
I know, we've been spoiled rotten today, haven't we?
And
It's
then
my
there's
last day.
Moda as well. It's just ridiculous.
Your last day of the year as well, isn't it? You're back the 2nd of Jan.
2nd of January and then the 6th of January. Yeah. Yeah, very excited for the 2nd. Superb launch on its way.
Oh, fab. Oh, you've got like you want to tell us, but you're not allowed.
I don't know
are
if
you?
I am allowed.
Oh,
Am
you
I
can.
allowed?
I think you can.
I don't know. Am I allowed to say what it is?
Yeah.
It's the new Liberty collection.
Is it?
It is.
Oh, that's going to be so exciting.
It is, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. Well, watch collection isn't from Liberty, but this one is really lovely. Really lovely. So yes, I'm very excited about working on that over Christmas.
Nice.
Because it has literally just landed, so.
Oh, that's going to be so exciting. 2nd of Jan.
Yeah, so that's very cool. So what I'm doing now, if I lift it, you can see, because I've pressed the top and bottom outwards and the others inwards, I can nestle my seams, but you could have chosen to press them all open, but what you don't want is them all in one direction, and the only reason for that is bulk. It just makes it harder to sew, but also when you come to press and finish your quilt, it's just a bit bulky. And when you quilt, i.e. do the fancy Nancy stitching over the edge, you don't want everything going all together because it's too much for the machine and your stitching won't be even and you'll just be very sad.
Just think that makes because you've got quite contrasting colours to your background, you want those points to be sharp, don't you?
You do. So let's hope I've matched the seams well.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure whatsoever.
Thank you for my cuppa, Hannah. Just so you know, everybody who's got it in their basket, it's not guaranteed to be yours until you check out. Can I just remind you, for anybody who's just tuning in, the box is damaged. I'm saying that really loosely because, I mean, mine's just got a few crinkles on. Get it home. There's quite a few samples in the office, and I mean, some are a bit more crumpled than others, but can I just say, not one of them will be missing any fabrics or instructions or anything like that. It's just the box that might be slightly damaged. Bearing in mind we've seen this over £100 elsewhere, you are getting this today at £87.99, heavily reduced because of that damaged box. It is the only chance you're going to get of making this gorgeous Northern Lights quilt as well. I've never seen it before. It's brand new in today. And out today by the looks of things, £87.99. What a lovely Christmas treat. I tell you what, there's loads of Christmas treats, including the mince pies that Susie's bought in.
Yeah.
There's too many treats in this office at the moment, isn't there?
There are a lot of treats. There are a lot of treats. There you go. So that's block A.
So the difference with block B is just minimal.
Yes, so I can show you. I've got block B pretty much there, but I can piece it so you can I can show you what the difference is. See, this is how I organise myself. I have everything in bags and with post-it notes. And
you
then,
are good.
Well,
have you watched that Stacey Solomon programme? No. Oh, you love it, Susie. No. Sort Your Life Out, it's called, on BBC. It's so good.
I need to. That's on my list of to-dos tomorrow, to sort out my workroom. Okay, Mr. Duncan, who's been nagging me for the last month to do it.
We've literally got a couple of minutes before
right.
we need to move on to the jump form.
So here we go. So for this one, you're going to do the same again. You're going to position your flying geese that you make, but your corners are actually 4 tiny little squares. And these you just piece with a 2.5-inch seam, one with one colour, one with the other, and then when you press towards the coloured fabric, so that when you try and piece the 2 pairs together, your seams will nestle because they'll be going the other way. So you'll end up with cornerstones that look like this, and when you put them together, you put the opposite colours against.
Okay.
So you end up with that, and that's block B. Oh. So you can see they're so easy, and you're literally doing A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B.
All the way
but it's the order in which you put them together that counts and makes you that ombre.
Oh, it's a gorgeous rainbow quilt,
It is
isn't it?
fabulous, yes.
Instructions really easy to follow as well.
I did forget to say, and it's true for the elephant as well, best press.
Okay, you work with lots of bias edges.
Yeah. Well, it's not that, plus the fact you get really crisp seams when you best press as well. So I best press everything, as you know.
Brilliant.
Cool.
So that's your ombre.
It is.
Ombre Northern Lights quilt. Can I just remind you that if you are shopping today, you're automatically entered into a prize draw to win one of these quilt kits. So we're giving away one of the ombre woven gorgeous quilt kits. We're also including the Jungle Paradise in that prize draw as well. So we're giving away 2 quilt kits. 2 different people can win these today. All that you need to do is shop. The kit includes your pattern, your fabric, for the top and the binding. So all that you need to add then is the backing, and it is this beautiful woven fabric. You will love, 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 love it. £87.99 for your Moda Ombre Northern Lights. We also have the Jungle Paradise. How many of those are left, by the way, Hannah? There's not many of the Northern Lights ones. There are less than 20 of your Jungle Paradise, and this is so cool. I mean, can we have a look at some of the fabrics that you've got there, Susie? Because if we count people in baskets,
so let's get that out of the way and bring all the fabrics. So these are all the fabrics that we've got, because you mix and match them.
Good question. I asked Suzie the same thing earlier, actually. Good morning, everyone. Can I ask, is the jungle elephant quilt paper pieced? It looks like it is.
It is not. It is
Brilliant.
block pieced.
Wow. I love that you can get that look without having to do foundation paper piecing for anybody who's
and no half square triangles. It's all rectangles and squares.
Fab.
So
Look
that's
at that.
even better.
Right,
so you've
the
got gorgeous. The
fabrics.
detail in the fabrics is phenomenal.
You've got frogs in there.
Yeah.
You've got
tigers, leopards,
that's so
toucans, cockatoos.
Oh, that is so cool, isn't it?
There is a fabulous little monkey. He's on the orange one here.
Oh, if you lay it flat,
yeah,
then we'll
if I
probably
go
be able
flat
to get a
on
bit
there.
closer. Oh, I mean, look at these.
There
Oh,
he
yeah.
is.
Little monkey. Oh, they're so cool, aren't they? We love these
And
fabrics.
because of the way it's put together, it doesn't matter if they're on the head or if they're on this side.
No.
If you want to fiddle around and try and get them all the right way up, I'm not sure whether you'd have enough fabric for that, but does it matter? That's the whole fun of the whole quilt, to make it mix and match.
The finished size quilt is 48 by 60 inches. It's huge. And
So it's a lap quilt. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at the lovely, lovely birds you've got
I know,
there.
it's so cool.
I don't know whether I can open. I don't want to open this because I know they're going to sell out today.
Do you want
but you're
mine
going to
to
get
go
such a
through?
gorgeous selection. Oh, go on, yes. As you're going through, I'll try and pick out some bits. Thank you.
So that.
And your white isn't a white fabric either. It's got little sunshines
It's got
on.
tiny little sunshines. So when you are piecing, you do have to make sure you've got the wrong side to wrong side. You're not putting the incorrect one on. So yeah, it is just such a lovely thing to put together.
So you say there are, there's one block, 2 of the elephants facing the other way.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so all you have to do is just reverse it. Now, so I wouldn't start with those. I'd do those after you've got your head round the block itself, if it were me.
Oh, you can see the sunshines on Susie's white fabric there, can't you? We couldn't
Yes.
see it on ours.
Yeah, it's really lovely fabric to work with.
It's the same as this one, in fact. It's the same as that, but in white. So you've got the sunshines in this, and you've also got sunshines in white. Look at that. Zebra print. I say zebra print, like a leopard print. You've also got the elephants, the birds. Oh, this is gorgeous. This is the one with the monkeys in. Look at him swinging on a rope. Oh, there's a song that one of Maisie's favourite songs.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sing it because it will be in my head and it's really annoying. I spend so long trying to get these songs out of my head. No, it's about, it's called Swinging on a Rope, Swinging on a... I can't remember the rest of it. Well, I do remember the rest of it. I just don't want to sing it on the telly. You've got the frogs in the leaves. This is so cool. If you love Tula, you'll love this fabric as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think this is an all-age quilt because of the style of the fabrics, and the elephant doesn't look cutesy. It looks like an elephant. So if you've got someone, I mean, my mum absolutely loves elephants.
Yeah.
So I can see this going her way just to brighten up her TV watching or book reading. So it's a really good, fun thing to do.
Well, Stacey, who designed the fabric, she designed her fabrics for all ages.
Absolutely.
Which, we love that.
Yeah.
Even though she likes to design the whimsical and the more sort of novelty prints, like you said, this isn't babyish, this isn't childish, this is just really cool.
But it would make a really lovely nursery quilt as well.
Yeah,
I think.
Any age.
I know, my grandson would love this because it's elephants. Even more if it was dinosaurs, but, an elephant will do. Okay, so the elephant pattern. One thing I will say, so the instructions you get show a plain colour, block colours. You're not given block colours, you're given these beautiful jungle prints.
Mm-hmm.
So what they've done is put in an extra card with the layout for the jungle prints.
Oh, fab.
Which is really helpful. Because
Then
then
you
you're
can make it again.
not going to be scratching your head going, well, where's the lilac fabric?
Yeah.
Because there isn't one. But what is really good is all the tusks are exactly the same. So you can get all those made straight away. And then you've got them ready to go. Again, this is a great one for chain piecing if you want to. So I cut everything following the instructions, which are very clear, she says, but I muddled them all out. You see you've got the first page. It even gives you a diagram on, because they're fat quarters you're given. So again, I pressed and best pressed before I started, and then cut it according to the instructions. And look how much you get left over of each piece.
Oh, fantastic.
I know.
Lots of you stash. Oh, because this is going to be a lovely one to do EPP. And I like all the interest in it.
But
yeah.
there's enough left to make at least 2 more, well, definitely 1, if not 2 more elephant blocks.
Oh, matching cushions.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Or bags or whatever. Yeah.
Love
So it
that.
is really cool. So that's the first thing you want to do, is sort that out. Then sort them out into your pairs. I made all the tusk pieces, and then you lay it out. Now I've started to piece this one together, but you can see from the diagram how it comes together.
But it's very clever.
If you imagine the 2 halves, so you're making this half,
okay,
and then you're making this half,
yeah,
and then you put those 2 together.
Right, okay, I'm with you.
Don't try and do it by row, because it isn't going to work. It is worth following the instructions. So I've done some of it ahead of schedule, but what I wanted to show you is the snowball corners. So these 2 little pieces, you're going to draw your diagonal line like we did before, and you get your sew line glue pen or a pin, whichever you prefer. I'm very much a glue pen person. And you're going to place these. Now I did all this ahead, so all my blocks I went ahead and put all the snowball bits in place and glued them in place, so I could just pick them up and run them through. Now this isn't a flying geese, isn't a flying geese, so you can, and I've got the wrong foot on, but we'll just ignore that. You can do them at the same time. You're not trying to overlap at this point. These are just taking corners. So again, as we did before, you're then going to chop off those little bits. So you can use any straight edge ruler, but obviously the Creative Grids ones are brilliant because that edge has got that non-slip bit to it, and the 1/4 inch is nicely marked, so you can leave that seam allowance as well. And then you're going to press back those corners, so set your seam and press them back, and that brings my ear into position.
Oh yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So you can see how it's all going to start coming together. So the first thing I'm going to do, so I've sewn these pieces together already, so let's work on this bit. So I'm going to put my tusk together first. So
it's like a jigsaw puzzle, isn't it?
It is like a jigsaw, but if you lay it out, it becomes incredibly easy to put together.
This is one that I would do block by block, would you?
Yes, the only thing I didn't do block by block was the tusks. I snowballed all the tusks, and then once I'd decided what the ear colours were, I also put all the ears, did all the ear snowballing as well, if that makes any sense. It just meant that when I came to piece the blocks, it was quicker. But you do get into a rhythm very quickly. So once you've done that bit, you join that bit to that one. Again, it's a 1/4 inch seam, so make sure you know what your 1/4 inch is on your machine.
Does it tell you what order to stitch these together in your instructions?
Yes, it does indeed.
Oh, that's good.
Yep, so don't try and buck the system because it tells you it for a reason.
Yeah. Oh, well, we're all guilty of it. We think, oh, we know what we're doing. We'll just piece it all together now. But
Well,
actually read instructions.
Yeah, we're all guilty of that. It just because obviously it's bigger when it's laid out because of the seam allowance. You think, oh, well, I'll just do this to this. And then you think, well, actually, that doesn't work. So that's not right. So now I can put this piece onto the side of my tusk.
have more people who have it in their baskets, then we have availability. Oh no!
Seems to be a theme of the morning, doesn't it?
It is one of those days today, and I must say I was scratching my head for the last couple of weeks because I've had the most amount of emails about today's show, like it were a birthday, like it were. And I was thinking, I know it's my last day before Christmas, but my word, they're going all out today. But it is so exciting. It's just one of those days. We've got the most amazing show. Also, can I just remind you, there's a competition running for anybody who buys anything today. You are within a chance of winning one of these quilt kits. I'm just reiterating that, as I know there's going to be people missing out on these quilt kits. Grab them while you can with this discount, especially as, it's a project for you. Even if it's a gift for somebody and it's got a slightly damaged box, I mean, yeah, who cares? It doesn't matter, does it? Exactly, which are all there. The contents are definitely all there, all shrink wrapped, everything's all included.
So my ear goes on the side of his head.
Okay.
As ears tend to be. That was probably the most ridiculous statement ever made.
Yeah, more ridiculous than me thinking that the designer's sport team was part of the sports team,
Fine.
the winter something.
To be fair, American football teams do have
Western
peculiar
Winters,
names.
I could just imagine that as like...
That could be
Midwest
a name.
Winters, go Midwest Winters! I could just imagine it as a thing.
That does sound feasible,
Thank you, Suzie.
especially for an ice hockey team.
Exactly, because they were sort of saying in my ear that I was absolutely stupid and stop talking. Thank you, Suzie. That's exactly what Hannah said.
Right, so the ears on the side of the head. So now the tusk piece is going onto this block, and that's we're almost done. The half with the most pieces, if that makes sense.
Right, so once you've done all your cutting and position it, actually piecing it together isn't too scary.
No, it isn't. So I'm just going to leap ahead and put these two together.
I feel like Hannah's changed since she had this mug from Margaret.
Has she? Has she become...
Can you announce it now then? Oh, Margaret, if you're watching, she's opened her Christmas present early today. She says, I haven't had the chance to message her properly yet, so she's going to send you a message later. But she did get a present early. After Hannah was, oh no, you do like to open presents early, don't you? I don't. Any little present, I'll put them under the tree.
Well, it depends what it is, because we had an early Christmas at the weekend with one of my daughters. So we did do Christmas because we're not going to see them over Christmas or New Year. So it made sense to do it that way. So I've just joined the pieces for the other half of the elephant, his rear end. I'm now going to press the pieces away, and it just says press in the instructions. So what I would recommend is the first time you make the block, just press in how you think the fabric wants to go.
It tells you, doesn't it?
It does. So when you've got lots of seams, it's going to be an open one. Don't worry too much about the nesting thing, because you can always repress if you find there's bulk. The important thing is to get your elephant pieced.
Oh, it looks so good.
It does look good. And do you know what I really love about this? Is there's no seam matching.
So it doesn't matter if you've not got any points to match?
No. So again, if you are a beginner, this is totally achievable for you. It's not one that you need to have had years of quilting experience, because
just be organised.
When you come to actually quilt the project itself, when you've got it layered, you don't have to do any fancy Nancy stitching. You can just literally shadow round the edge of the elephant and along the sashing in between. So you don't need to do free motion quilting, which is great if you're someone like me who hates free motion quilting. So I would do the shadow round, because that way the elephants pop as well. So there's our two halves. So the only seam match now is this bit here.
Ah, okay, yeah.
That's the only thing that seam matches in the whole of the block.
Would you put a pin in?
So I do. Pin through the two.
And have you got these at their nest, or have you opened one of them?
No, they're both going in one direction. So what I will do is flip one of them as I bring them together, right on the edge, because I can repress when I press the seam open anyway. But to line it up, there you go. That's it. And if you've followed your 1/4 inch, you find everything lines up pretty much anyway.
If you're just tuning in, we have got Stuart Hillards' book back in stock, which we will be bringing back very soon. Everything has just been slightly overrunning today, but bear with us because we've got loads.
Yes, I've nearly
loads
done.
to fit in.
I will
Oh no, we're not rushing you, Suzie. You're
fine.
absolutely fine.
So there's our finished block. So this seam I did press open so that it laid flat. If I can get my fingers in.
Oh, Margaret's watching. Hannah, I'm so sorry. Right, Margaret, just so you know, Hannah was very naughty opening it this morning. She says she's going to message you properly. We were in such a rush this morning. But she is using it, and she feels very powerful because she's
certainly
using
been very
Have you seen them?
I have. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Seriously cool.
Hannah.
There we go. We have another elephant.
Oh, this is so cute.
He's
Wrong way.
upside down. There you go. There he is.
So the one that's facing the other direction is exactly the same.
Yes, so here he
facing the other
is
way.
there, so facing the other way. And you'll see between each block, you're going to put a 2-inch sash piece. And then between each row, there's a 2-inch sash piece.
Yeah.
And then every other row, there's a block at either end.
So that makes them...
So I'd put a sash piece in there. Then he would go to headbutt this one. And then there's a plain white block that goes on the end there, and then that joins on to the first row.
Oh, it's so
now,
cool.
one thing I will say is when you come to sash the width, so along underneath a row, the length you need is exactly the length of your fabric, including selvage.
Okay.
So one selvage has got writing on it, the other has just got a plain end. So when you stitch it, make sure that this end goes as near as you can to that the edge of your block, because you'll see how close you are at the other end to your writing. Or you're going to have to piece your sashing.
Ah, okay.
Now I personally would rather be right on the selvage, because remember, when you come to bind this, you're not going to see that anyway, because you lose another 1/4 inch at least, if not 1/2 inch. So that's my tip for the sashing on the horizontals anyway.
Brilliant. Thank you ever so much.
That's all right.
We'll see you in an hour. We've got a masterclass on creative grid rulers, haven't we?
Yes. Another
and
marathon
lovely-
hour.
I know. And gorgeous Tilda fabrics as well. Beautiful. Thank you ever so much, Suzie. Right, so those of you that still want to make the most of the amazing prices on the 2 quilt kits that we have, you have just about got a chance to check out. None of the fabric's damaged, none of the fabric is missing. The instructions are there. Everything that you need inside the box, of course, is what we care about, and you're still getting the discount. And let's face it, right, this is surely supposed to be over £100. I'm going by the prices of the quilts that we've had of this sort of size, designer, Moda, for example. They're normally over £100, aren't they? So if we say, yeah, this is £100, we're taking over £10 off for the box. Minimum £100 is what I'd expect. I mean, the Moda ombre woven V&Co one that I was talking about, we found for over 110, £120. So this, I mean, the box isn't £10, is it? So absolutely make the most of it. Huge discount today, only while stocks last. I don't think we'll be able to bring this back. This is including the pattern, the fabrics for the quilt, top and the binding, and they are beautiful jungle fabrics. With your instructions as well, all £87.99. Okay, we also have the ombre woven Moda quilt, which is your Northern Lights one. It's got that amazing ombre. We saw this at the start of the hour. 2 blocks, which Suzie has demonstrated for us. Get it now whilst you can. Oversubscribed in baskets. I think during the break, everybody's going to be checking out. Just so you know, it's 1 P&P across the whole of the day. A lot of people waiting for the end of the demo, obviously. Make the most of it whilst you can. Margaret, yes, you're ever so right. She says, I bet she's a proper bossy boots this morning. It's only because there's a lot going on, you see. A lot going on. So I am confirming, yes, she's being bossy boots. But, right, she's telling me we've got to go to a break because we're already late. Right, Stuart Hillards' book is back in stock. We're going to bring it back with you, and the most amazing storage caddy. We're having a bit of a sneaky peek of the brand new Tula collection. Oh, look, there you go. Graphics are live during the break. Don't go anywhere. We're back with Stuart after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Happy 2022. Where's this year gone? Who knew it would go so fast? But I'm just looking forward to spending some time with you over the Christmas period. And what did you get for Christmas? Fabric? Wool? Why not? Well, I hope whatever you got you enjoy, and I can't wait to spend the new year bringing you lots of patterns and kits and continuing our sewing journey together. Bye for now.
Hello, it's Fiona from Sew Girl here. I just want to wish all the viewers and everybody at Sewing Street a very happy Christmas, and I look forward to seeing you all in the new year. So I hope you have a very merry, fun time with your friends and family, and see you next year. Bye bye.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
We are back and we are so pleased that we've managed to get this book back in stock. Stuart, we're not being sarcastic saying that we're really... Hannah was genuinely excited then in her ear, and you might have just heard Stuart say, oh, it did sound sarcastic. We have, honestly, with the amount of emails that we get through on the daily asking for more of these books, my first show with Stuart was on your very first day here when we launched the book, and it was actually... Let's go back. It was just before it actually was it was just hot off the press, literally, wasn't it?
It was. It hadn't actually officially launched everywhere else. It was an exclusive launch here on Sewing Street.
Yeah.
We had an amazing morning.
Yeah.
And the book actually sold out. Its first print run had sold out completely the day before it was published, which I kept being told by my publisher was a good problem to have. But it was a bad problem to not have the book reprinted until now. But that was mega quick, to be perfectly honest. World paper shortage, all the infrastructure problems that there are, you know, tons of delays everywhere. I mean, lots of my fellow authors who had launch dates in September and October missed them by a whole month, even 6 weeks, you know. So, yeah, I can't complain.
Oh, so this is why I say we are so lucky that we've managed to get it, because that isn't just here. This is everywhere at the moment. So let's go back to the start. 21 projects to make, customise and love forever.
Yes.
Now, I know you as a quilter.
Yeah.
So bags, how many, have you done a bag book before?
No, this is my first bag book, but there were some bags in my very first book, So Fabulous. And that's the name of the book, by the way. It wasn't just a random phrase. But I started making bags about 21 years ago. Basically, the quilt group that I used to go to, Kingfisher Quilters, hi everyone, they're in Redditch. They are Headless Cross.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Hi guys. We had our resident bag lady, Viv, who used to come every month with the most gorgeous bag, and everyone would admire her bags, me included. Everyone wanted to make her bags. They were all ladies' bags, and I wanted a bag for me. So I designed my first bag then, so it was a bag I could wear and carry around, and then I've designed bags ever since. I love bags, and these projects are ones that you can customize. These are ones that you can sort of cross pollinate. So I've divided them up into different sections for why you might use a bag.
So it says here, it's the materials, equipment and techniques at the start. It then talks to you about bags that you might have a trip to the market, a day at the beach, a picnic by the lake, a great afternoon in, which is one we're going to be looking at today, a meeting in the city, a weekend in the country, and there's lots of bags in each of these chapters as well. It isn't just
they're
one
all
bag.
totally different. No, they're all totally different. And you know, my starting point was, why do we need bags? When would we use bags? First thing I thought of was all the times I might need a bag to carry food.
Well, we've got our trolley bag.
Me. There you go. And then I thought about those different places where I might. Now, those bags expand, so they'll fit a large trolley, but then the top's tucked down and they fit a small trolley.
Oh, brilliant.
So you can use them for either. They're great craft bags too. A wallet, produce bags, a fold-up shopping tote.
Love it.
Every bag's got sort of something different about it, just to make it a bit more special. That bag, now just go back one.
Sorry, I'm flicking quite fast,
The
aren't I?
beach bag.
Yeah.
This one looks like a tote bag, yeah?
Tote
But
and towel.
Tote and towel. So it has a zip that runs around the outside. It opens out into a 6'2" beach towel.
Great idea.
And you get a pillow as well.
Oh, yes.
And net pockets for your flip-flops in your book and that. A waterproof beach bag, so
Oh,
it's waterproof
fab.
inside.
Love
little
that.
Zippy pocket for your book. A hobo. My friend Joan has made so many versions of that now.
Love it.
And then just all sorts of different
Lunch
types of bags. Exactly. Big picnic bag. There are lots of craft bags. That's the nearest thing to a quilt. So
Yeah.
that one is like now that was great for a picnic because you can put all your picnic stuff in, pull the drawstring up, and then it's got rucksack straps to pop on your back.
You've got gorgeous models in this book as well.
Well,
haven't you?
that's what I thought. You know, actually, people looked at that and said, "Oh, who's that?" I said, just because there isn't a big...
it?
Stop it. We could swap heads. But, you know, you could use that for Lego or play. This is what we're making today.
Yes. Oh, we've had so many messages. They've
Have
been
we?
out on the shelf all
Oh.
morning. Loads of people excited about these.
Good.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Well, you know, thank you. It was a fun project to make. I really enjoyed making it in the Tula pink, actually, because of the opportunities for fussy cutting. So, flamingos on the front.
Oh,
of
it's so cool. It's the
course.
first time we're having a bit of a sneak peek of this. We are actually launching these fabrics by the half metre at 12 o'clock. But it's the first time we're seeing these, and they are so fun, aren't they?
Yeah, really lush. And you've got pockets on the outside, you've got pockets at the ends as well, for something smaller. And then inside the tote, what you've got are these storage pods. So you can make 3 to fit in. I've put 3 in here.
I love that this is designed by a crafter. You know what we need in a storage caddy.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Well, I think so. I know what I need, you know, and I sort of work from there. But you know, always lots of pockets, lots of storage. We need that. But also, of course, these work independently too. Of course, so you could make these by the gazillion, and I do in different sizes as well, and they're dead easy to make. What I'm going to do in the show today is show you how to make, well, it's a kind of mashup storage pod that illustrates all the techniques used to make the whole craft caddy. So you'll learn the techniques you need to know to make the caddy.
We've had a lovely message from Karen in Canberra. She's just said, "Good morning, Vic and Stuart. I have my book. It's amazing. Really beautiful project. First on the list is the trolley bags and then the craft caddy. Thank you so much for a wonderful book." That's from Karen
thank you so
in
much.
Camden.
Thank you. That's really kind, Karen. You know, we called it Bags for Life because we hope that this could well be the only bag book you'll ever need.
Yeah.
Because there's 21 different bags.
Yeah.
There are a gazillion different techniques and ideas within those 21 bags. There are so many different ways that you can adapt and modify and jazz up. And of course, I'm a quilter and a patchworker first and foremost, and I didn't do any patchwork or any kind of piecing or applique or machine embroidery, but you could.
Absolutely.
And you
go
think
further.
about, all of the different ways that you could add to. Now this one we've used as like a makeup roll or cosmetics, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be great for storing things like your colouring pencils or your EPP stuff?
Absolutely.
Roll it up, stick it in your bag, and take it with you when you go out.
Oh, love it. There is, like you said, so many possibilities.
So that little bag, if you just go back, this one, it's like a little zippy pouch, okay, but it's got a flap on the front, and then when you open out that flap, you've got a clear vinyl pocket inside the flap. You've got your makeup brush pocket as well with a flap. So, for example, this could easily be an art or craft bag as well. You could put things like your scissors, you could put your rotary cutter in there, maybe a pokey tool, something like that. All of your fabrics in your zippy pouch, you know, threads in your zip pocket.
Brilliant.
So what I tried to do was create different bags that could serve lots of different purposes.
I mean, it is fantastic. Christy just said, I'm so excited, my book. I can't wait for it to arrive. Oh, honestly, you're going to love it. You are going to love it. And as Stuart said, I think this is going to be the only bag book that you need. Plus, all of your templates, any pattern templates that you need are also in the back as well.
Yes, they are. There's only a few templates actually, and they've got a full-size pattern in an envelope at the back, and yes, they are put in by hand.
but as you say, actually, there's a lot of these. There are a lot of these that are really simple as well. So cut from measurements, rectangles.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely. You know, easy to rotary cut, and you know. And then you start throwing in things like fussy cutting, Vicky.
Which, when we're talking about Tula, there are so many fussy cutting opportunities, aren't there?
There really are. There really are. You know, what Tula understands really, really well as a designer is providing us with what we call the belly of the butterfly, right? So you know that centre line that everything then gets reflected from, like a butterfly wings and the body down the centre. So Tula puts that in so many of her fabrics, and we love it as quilters because it gives you so many opportunities for sort of reflective symmetry, fussy cutting, and then piecing into stars or fans. Love, love, love the flamingos on this one.
Now, as I say, we are officially going to be launching all of these in the 12 o'clock show, and we'll do them all by the half metre. And I know that Stuart was talking to the team and really wants everybody to do a bit of a pick and mix. They all work together so well, but just have a look at this. We have put together some smaller bundles, which are 1.5 metre bundles. Now, 1.5 metre is enough to be able to make the craft caddy with the storage tubs, isn't it?
Yes. So, for example, if I grab Cafe down off the shelf, so this, I've used 3 fabrics. So I've used the large scale here, I've used the smaller scale inside here, and then I've also used that for the caddies, and then one lining throughout. Now, there wasn't any fussy cutting involved in this bag.
I'm with you.
Now, if you start to fussy cut any fabric, then you start to discard bits. And I don't mean discard in the sense that you'll never use them, but you won't use them in the project. Right. So in those circumstances, if you're planning to fussy cut, then what I would do then is pick another 1/2 metre or 2 from the later show or pre-order. Yeah. And then you can mix and match to your heart's content. And I actually use 6 different fabrics for this tote. I use completely different fabrics for my storage caddies. And that's a really nice approach then, because you don't worry about running out of fabric. You can fussy cut, you can mix and match a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we have put together these sort of core bundles, I'm going to call them. This one is stunning. I mean, we are going to look at all of the details and talk about Tula and her designs, of course, later on at 12 o'clock. But you get 1/2 metre of your flamingos. Look at the shrimp. It's from the brand new Daydreamer range. First look at it today. The geometric print, which is one of Tula's favourites. And then we've teamed it also with a blue, which is, I think, the Stoff brand, actually. But they all go together beautifully. £19.99, and you do get all 3 of those fabrics. If you want to get more of the Tulas, go to pre-order. They're gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, you know, the thing with me, when I'm designing and making, is definitely more is more.
Yeah.
So for me, it's all about, like, how many prints can I get in? How many different patterns can I get into this project? They still work, you know, I don't want it to clash or look horrible. I want it to look great. But I just love being able to kind of mix and match and put in a bit of extra, you know. Couldn't resist the forbidden fruit snacks.
Oh, that is so fun, isn't it? I love those. And it's not very often that you see Tula doing smaller scale prints, is it? So to have the...
She does a real mixture, but I think often we're very drawn to those large scale prints that she does. They're the thing that sort of attract the eye first of all. But those smaller scale prints are so essential for success, you know, when we're actually putting a project together. Yeah. So you've got that bit of contrast. Yeah.
Right, well, you're sewing away then. We will come to the demo in just a second. We'll whiz through all of these. We've got the pink bundle, which, again, is stunning. Look at the detail with the flamingo. I know that Tula loves drawing feathers, and you can see all of those details. Free Spirit are fantastic at printing exactly the drawings that are in that Tula has sketched. Let me spin this round. You've got hearts. Well, you know her personally, don't you? We'll talk.
Me too.
We want to hear all about Tula in a minute from you. I've personally never met her. She was part of a show that was in our Past Life Stone Quarter. She came in and met and went out with John and everything. So yeah, I know that you said that she's really cool.
Did she go out with John?
Yeah.
Wow, for lunch.
Yeah,
Ladies at lunch. How lovely.
I love the leaves on this as well. Have a ombre from the greens to the blues to these beautiful pinks. Flamingos are pink because they eat shrimp, so she's put a shrimp there to remind us. But like you said, the placement, this heart shape with the flamingos, she's actually put enough space here to be able to fussy cut this and not lose any of the flamingo pattern with your 1/4 inch seam. Very clever pattern
Yeah,
placement.
because often you do end up sacrificing the fabric to either side when you fussy cut. I mean, it all depends how you cut it out and what you're cutting. But yeah, it's great that she's thought about that as she's designed it, you know. And a lot of people do English paper piecing with Tula's fabric. It's very popular. Tula Nova. Everyone's doing Tula Nova at the moment.
We love it, absolutely love it. So just so you know, this one comes with that flamingo, also comes with your geometric print, and it comes with your bright pink. All ties in beautifully together. The butterfly, this is one of my favourites. I'm so excited to talk to you about this one in a bit. We've got a couple of different butterfly prints and different scales of print, but she designed this one and put it into a stripe for a reason. So if you want to use this for borders, if you want to use this in fussy cut, and have this at the centre part of your caddy.
That's amazing.
Isn't it? Oh, and look at the eyes. I mean, they're just such incredible details. So you get 1/2 metre of this one, 1/2 metre of your geometric print, and then we've also teamed it again with a green stuff fabric. But please, by all means, shop ahead, get as much as you want, mix and match. We're just giving you a bit of an idea of some core bundles. If you do just choose to get these, you will be able to make the storage caddy. Maybe not the tubs necessarily if you're
fussy cutting. I just say that because, you know, it depends on where the fabric's being cut.
I'm with you, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Or how you want to fussy cut it.
Yeah.
Whether you'll be able to get more or less out of. I mean, certainly when you fussy cut, Mick Jaguar, love it.
This is so
love
cool.
it. Yeah, I say it for that reason, you know, but the tubs actually would be really good. They're a good excuse to use up like the ends of strips when you've been fussy cutting. So for example, when you cut out the front and back pocket for the tote, what you want to do is cut out a long strip, okay, and then you'll probably find that you've got bits at the end that you've cut off, or bits in the middle maybe that you've cut off that you don't use, and those would be ideal for making into the tubs.
Oh, brilliant. I mean, they are lovely bundles. We've got so many different fabrics to bring you. This comes with the happy rainbows.
That's amazing.
Your stuff fabric. And then this is your, Jaguar fabric. Look at this one, literally like about to pounce. They're all individual. And also, let me just show you this from Savage to Salvage, because you can see, even the little colour chart on the end is with Jaguars. That's such attention to detail. But can you see how the colour repeats? So if you are cutting this into fat quarters, you're still getting that whole ombre of colour. So you're still getting right from the yellows to the blues to the greens to the yellows, and then it starts again for the next fat quarter. Gorgeous. I'm so excited to see.
It'd be really nice for binding as well, because then you'd have that rainbow going around the quilt. It'd be absolutely beautiful.
Awesome. Right. As I said, we're going to have a closer look at all of the fabrics in detail. So have them in mind as we're doing the caddy. Have a look through on pre-order. So what is it that you want to show us today,
Well, what I'm
Stuart?
going to make in the time that we've got is I'm going to make a storage pod. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some handles to it. I'm going to add a bit of piecing to it. So we're going to take it slightly further than the actual pod in the caddy, because these are super useful to make on their own anyway. I'll pop one there. And now I'm going to make one that's a bit bigger So they're easy to resize too. And this is what I mean about in the book Bags for Life. You know, every pattern is there as a starting point. If you only make the bags exactly as they are, you've got 21 unique, fabulous bag patterns.
And how useful are these cube
Oh, for
boxes?
sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now then, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by making the handles for these. And literally, it's just a wide strip of fabric, okay, that I have pressed. I folded it first in half, and then I folded the outside edges into the middle, and then I folded it again. So this is going to create my handles. Now, if you're ever making bag handles, I'm going to add some top stitching, Vicky. If you're ever making bag handles and you're using quite a stiff interfacing for inside, and your pattern tells you to fuse it, sew down the sides and then turn it through, but that you've tried that and that feels like too hard a job. Yeah. You can use this same method rather than having a separate front and back, like a lining, you know. You can use one extra wide strip of fabric and fold it in. And then all you would do with your interfacing is run a strip down one of the folded sections. So I divided this into 4. You just cut one strip of interfacing to that quarter width, fuse it and then fold it up. Do your top stitching, and it's a much easier way of creating a handle. Now, for the purposes of small handles, 4 layers of fabric gives me all the thickness I need. I'm going to trim this down into 6-inch lengths. I just need 2 of them. There they are, already cut. I feel so Blue Peter.
Yeah.
I'm channeling Peter Purvis. Get down, Shep. You've got no idea who that is.
I'm not going to lie.
I'm working with children here. Honestly, I'm working with children. Now, for the outside, of my caddy, what I want, I'm actually making some, I've done a bit of fussy cutting for the bottom. Okay.
Oh, I love this geometric print. I think this is actually from a different collection that Tilda just brought back. Was it Tabby Road? She said that this is one that she keeps picking up, so she thought, right, I'm going to put it into this collection. It's
ace. It's really lovely. And there's so many different ways you can fussy cut this. But essentially, when I'm fussy cutting, let me just show you what I do. I'll use this little bit of fabric here just to illustrate the point. Okay, so when I'm fussy cutting, I'll pick where I want my fussy cut to be. And say, for example, I wanted a strip and I want these diamonds, okay, to be at the end of the strip. What I'll do then is I'll pick maybe like the bottom point of the diamonds, and these appear regularly throughout the strip of fabric. I'm going to lay my ruler on top, and I might take 1/4 inch from that point. So I'm lining up my ruler so that the 1/4 inch mark is just on the tip of that diamond. And I'm going to line that up all the way along my strip of fabric, and then I'll cut. Personally, I would go with 1/2 inch away from any really significant points that I want, and that just gives me a bit of extra wiggle room when I'm sewing, and it means that there's a bit of clearance beyond the point. So once you've done that, if you then need to fussy cut either side. So for example, on my pockets, I wanted the flamingos to be right in the centre, and for this sort of, the tips of their beaks to meet right in the middle. Okay, so what I did there was, and I'll show you with this diamond fabric, I divided up my full width that I wanted the piece of fabric to be by 2. So for example, if it was 16.5 inches the whole way across, then I'd want 8.25. So I'm going to measure 8.25 inches from a centre point. So here I might line up, I'm going to line up one of the lines on my ruler, that's the very centre, and then I'm going to measure 8.25 inches out that side, make my cut, and then same on the other side, 8.25 inches out, and then the whole thing will be 16.5.
I'm sorry about the problem with the sound, by the way. Our team are working on it. Apparently, we sound like, do you know, on the Haribo advert when the voices go really high. You can hear us, but I think it just sounds a bit strange. I don't know whether YouTube is fine. I know this is very annoying, but please, if you can get to YouTube, you'll be able to hear Stuart properly. But Elliot, our team, are aware of it and are trying to work out what's happened. Sorry,
to be honest
thank
with
you
you,
for your messages. I am seeing your messages on Facebook.
I think I just sound like that.
Yeah, maybe it's just our
to be honest.
voices.
Maybe it's just me. Right.
Sophie says it's great. It's a bonus of added comedy. Andrea said I sound like that before I put my teeth in.
Awesome. I love it. I love it. So I'm just going to position my handles now. So I've marked the centre point with a little fold. This is on the top strip. Okay, so I want 6.5-inch squares. So I've just divided that up. So I've got about a 2-inch strip at the top and the rest underneath. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to position my handles.
I'm just chuckling to myself at what I imagine we sound like, because we can just hear ourselves talking normally in here.
Well, this is it. You know, I always think that I look normal and sound normal.
Oh, Brenda just said, I can understand Stuart, but it sounds like a chipmunk. Oh, no.
Oh.
That's just my voice anyway.
So what I'm doing now is just machine basting those handles in place. I'm just going to whiz across the centre, about 1/8 of an inch in from the raw edge.
Right.
And I'm positioning them on the top section because I want, when I sew all this together, I want them to sit up like that, yeah? So what I'm going to do now is just right sides together and pin again. And I'm just going to put these handles on 2 of the sides, and they'll be opposing sides. The other 2 sides I've already pieced together and they just look like that. Just making sure I'm sewing this to the top of my fabric. This is the other thing when you fussy cut. You do need to put like a little mark or a nick or something like that in the fabric just to remind yourself this is the top. So we'll sew this together. Now, in the inside of my bag, I've actually used Decaville. Really important product, this.
Right, is this, I've seen this in bag bases before. Do you use this in the edges as well, in the pockets? Or?
Yes, so, well, not the pockets. So
No.
the pockets are softly padded.
Yeah.
I used H640. You could use quilt batting for
Yeah,
that. That's
H640,
absolutely
yeah.
fine. But for the actual caddy itself, inside that caddy is Decaville.
Right, now this will add nice structure and shape to it.
It'll add lots of structure and shape to it. It's really very firm and stiff. That's brilliant. That's exactly what we want.
Is a metre piece enough? Just
Yeah.
one unit?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Fab.
Absolutely.
That's a lot. And is it fusible?
It is fusible on one side, so I'm going to be using that capability in just a second.
And can you sew through Decaville?
Yeah, you can absolutely sew through it. What I've done actually with the caddy and also with these little storage boxes, I've actually cut the Decaville 1/2 inch smaller than the actual outer. So that it sits inside the seam. Right, I just wanted to show you there, I've created one of the sides on my caddy, okay? So I've stitched these layers together, I've pressed the seam allowance down and the handle up, and then I've top stitched along here just to control that seam allowance and hold it in place. And now I just need to make another one identical to this.
Nice.
So that's what I'm going to do now. You just talk amongst yourselves.
I'm scared to talk because I feel like I sound like a chipmunk when I talk now. Got a complex.
You're always the last one to know, in my experience.
Oh, no, I know. What do you mean? I've spoken
I'm
like
only
this for 30
kidding.
years.
I'm only kidding.
Just so you know, these bundles are the first look at Daydreamer collection by the 1/2 metre. Well, these are 1/2 metre pre-cuts. We are going to be launching it by the 1/2 metre. We've got so many more fabrics as well to bring you at 12 o'clock. In fact, some, do you know what, are already selling out on pre-order? Oh my word. Okay, if you do want to get ahead, jump to the website. They're all at the bottom of that pre-order section. But the bundles that we've put together are absolutely beautiful. Have a look back through.
You know, I think this is the main reason, Vicky, when I see new fabric, that my heart skips a beat. Not just because it's beautiful, but because I know that it's sort of limited in the quantity and time that I can get it in. So it adds this sort of extra frisson of excitement.
Just speaking of limited, the book is back. We've had a lot of people asking about this. It sold out first time round. We've managed to get the reprint. If you want it, please check out now. You have got to be quick to check out. £15.99. We're working on the craft caddy and storage cubes, but there are 21 different projects which are so versatile for every occasion possible, having the right bag for the event. £15.99. It's such good value for money, Stuart, as well, isn't it?
Well, I'm known for that in all of my books. So my previous 2 quilting books have 100 quilt designs in them. Most quilt books have 12 or 15. I like to add lots of value. I like to add lots of different ideas and sort of hacks as well, if you like, within my patterns.
Brilliant.
Just to show people the possibilities, or some of the possibilities, you know, that there are within the pattern. Now then, what I've got here is I've got my sides, fronts, back sides, all that kind of thing. Not my backside. And no one wants to see that. Now then, you're welcome. Now what I've done, out of Deckerville, I've cut some squares. I've cut 5 in total, 4 for the sides, 1 for the base. And these are cut at 6 inches square. See, my fabric is 6.5. So you should just be able to see that there's a 1/4 of an inch all the way around the outside. And I'm going to start the process of fusing these down, Vicky. Now, what I would say to everybody who's...
You're steaming here, aren't you?
I am using... Well, there isn't actually any water in. I'm pressing the button.
Okay.
But nothing's actually happening. So, so I'm just going to press. Now, what I would say about Deckerville is it is an amazing product, but it does take a while to adhere.
Okay.
Now, if you've got time, spend the time ironing. It is a fusible, it will fuse beautifully. However, if you're in a hurry, grab your 505 and spray base. There's no reason, you don't have to just frustrate yourself just because it's fusible.
Okay.
It's a bit like interfacing sometimes. I'll just spray base that on.
We have got the June Taylor finally back in stock, by the way. It works exactly the same, the June Taylor basting spray.
Yeah.
Those of you that have tried, it depends which brand you want, but the June Taylor, just so you know, we haven't had since October. Finally back in stock today. It's £12.99. Really useful for all your quilting projects. We were talking about it with Suzie earlier. Yeah. I think we're okay now, are we? I think you can hear us properly. Woohoo!
People are switching off in their droves. Did you prefer it with the chipmunk voice?
Oh, a lot of people. I must say, you must have a read of the Facebook comments because everybody's finding it hysterical. But anyway, we're back to normal. Fingers crossed you can hear Stuart. Yes, thanks, Sue. Yeah. Well done, Elliot. What happened? Just turn the button off again and it...
Oh, do you know, isn't that always the way?
Yeah.
It's always the way. You just turn it off, turn it on again. I do that with my computer.
Yeah, I have to. I do it with my sewing machine as well.
Yes.
If I don't know what I've done, I just turn it back on and off. Andrea said, yay! She says, although that was very funny.
Good. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, I was going to say
Craft-attainment. So I'm just finishing off now, just kind of fusing everything together one way or another, getting all my layers together. As I say, when I use Deckerville, I tend to cut it a little smaller than the pieces that I'm adhering it to, just so that I'm not trying to deal with those extra layers within my seam allowance. Okay, but if you were fusing this at home, you will need to take a little bit longer than I am. I'm being quicker because I'm using the old, you know, and I'm using the old spray. Now I'm just going to do one base as well. I would say there is little point in using up your good Tula for the base.
Yeah.
I'd use a coordinate, or it could be a bit that's left over from fussy cutting.
Well, you do get your stock fabric as well in the bundle, or the
it's
Rose
lovely
and Hubble.
stuff.
So if you do want to use that, that's a perfect opportunity to use the solid. And I think it makes your designer fabric really stand out as well, doesn't it?
Yes.
Complements it perfectly.
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. You've got to have somewhere for the eye to rest. Now then, just to add a bit of extra detail, I'm just going to add a little bit of stitching, a little bit of top stitching on my outer. You don't have to, but it's quite fun just to add a little bit of extra stitch detail.
Hey, lovely Wendy. Wendy Orlando's watching. Where have you been, Wendy? Well, I know she says I've been out for coffee with the dog, but
nice.
you have missed the most amazing show so far. We've still got loads to bring you, don't worry. But yeah, there's been so much going on today. She says, love, love, love the craft caddy. She says, so useful. She says, I think I need about 10 in my craft room.
Yes. Well, that's the thing with them, of course. Make multiples, make lots. Now then, when you come to sew this together, you're going to create a net. So this takes me back to junior school, creating a net for a 3D shape.
Yeah.
So it's just that 3D shape that's then been opened out, unfolded, and how it would look. So you're basically just putting them together in a cross. Now you'll do exactly the same thing with the outer caddy. The only difference is that you've got a long rectangle in the middle instead of a square. You've got long sides and short sides, but it goes together in exactly the same way.
Okay.
So if you're not sure about launching straight into the craft caddy, start with one of the storage pods. I promise you won't just make one, you'll make loads of these. And then we're going to sew this together. Now, this uses a technique that I use for a lot of bags in Bags for Life, and it's what I call a box bag. So this isn't the boxed corners that we sometimes do on the bottom of totes. This is creating a box, literally like a net. So what we're going to do, we've created our net first of all. Doesn't that look pretty?
Oh, it does.
You've got to love Tula.
Oh, I want to hear about all your stories with Tula. We're not. We've still got
Yes.
time. Where did you meet Tula?
Well, first of all, I met Tula in Birmingham, actually, the Birmingham Massive. We met in Birmingham at Festival of Quilts. It was the first time she ever came over, and we spent the 4 days of festival together, and we got on so well, and we had dinners together, and we had lots of drinks together as well, and yeah, I found out all her secrets. I'm kidding. It's only some, but I'm discreet, so there we are.
I was going to say, Stuart has not shared them with us.
No.
Even off air. I was like, come on, you can tell me. No.
No, isn't that rotten? I know, I'm terrible.
But yeah, so have you kept in touch with her?
Yeah. And the thing is, and then we met up again in Houston, which was great fun. Yeah. And I went along to one of her launches, which was super. And it's really great to hang out with her because she's such a creative person. You know, she actually started out, I think she worked for EMI, and she used to design album covers for rock bands. And she would do all the amazing drawings and stuff.
Well, her artwork is incredible, isn't it?
Her artwork's so cool. She's just amazing. Now, when you're actually sewing these together, I just want to point something out. I'm putting these right sides together, and I'm going to sew across here to sew this square to the base, and I'm doing opposite sides at the moment. But when you sew a box together, what you want to make sure is you're going to start a 1/4 of an inch in, and you're going to finish a 1/4 of an inch before the end.
Right.
So you'll actually leave little tiny gaps at the end that you should just be able to fold the fabric back from. Okay.
Ah, okay.
Now, because I've cut my interfacing, my Decaville, 1/4 of an inch smaller, I can start right on that corner, but you could put a mark with a friction pen or something like that, and then just sew from dot to dot. You also, when you start sewing, sew forward a few stitches, then reverse back up to the dot only, and then keep sewing. Do exactly the same at the end of the seam too, and that'll stop anything kind of popping open.
Claire said I used Decaville for the first time recently. She says I love how sturdy it makes your storage basket.
Oh, it's fantastic stuff to work with, and once you've worked with it, you'll just use it again and again and again. Now, let me just show you here. When you put the third side on, look. can you see that the raw edge overhangs onto both sides?
Oh, there we go.
So there you see, this is exactly why we leave that 1/4 of an inch. Can you see? Because it overhangs. So again, we're starting and finishing basically at the bump. So you can feel the bump where you've got the seam allowance. Start there, it's a 1/4 of an inch in. And so forward, reverse back, just to that dot again if you've marked a dot. And I'm actually sewing through the Decaville here. I've been a little sloppy in my application.
It's fine, damage your needle.
No, it's fine. It's meant to be sewn through. It's perfectly sewable. So we'll do that on all 4 sides. Now, another little hack that you might like to do on these storage pods, especially if you make them bigger, you could make these 8 inches square, 7 inch square. You could do a 6 by 12 rectangle storage pod, couldn't you? It doesn't have to be a square. You could add pockets to the outside, and I'm going to show you in a second how to create the pockets, and also 2 different techniques for binding, because I use 2 different techniques for binding in the project. I use single fold and double fold binding, but I'll show you both.
They'd be good to have as little waste, I don't want to say waste baskets, but you could have one at the side of your sewing machine for your scraps to go in.
It would certainly stop me throwing my thread on the floor, which is what I currently do. Now, what you're going to do next is you're going to bring up the sides, okay? I don't want to bring up the sides because that actually looks really adorable as a cross, doesn't it? Imagine a quilt of crosses, interconnecting crosses.
You're always just designing, aren't you, in your head?
This is how I design things. I'm constantly making. Anybody who follows me on Instagram will know that I am constantly making things, and you know, I live the life.
Yeah.
Don't just come along and talk about it. And I'm always thinking of new stuff. Now, when you come to sew this, see what I'm doing? I'm folding the base in half to flatten everything so that I can easily sew. Yeah.
Right. Clips are great for this.
I've used a clip, absolutely. Your wonder clips are going to be your best friend. So right from the top, and then sew down to the mark. So you're going to start right at the top, but you're going to finish at the mark. And again, 1/4 inch seam. Yeah, I'm constantly thinking of my next project and my next meal. That, you know, these things dominate my life.
Do you find that you see quilt patterns in, you know, random things like tiles or
gosh, absolutely.
And
my best example of that, Vicky, is a quilt that's called Covent Garden, and it's in my book, Use Scraps, Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts. And I was on the tube in London, and I wasn't going to Covent Garden, but I was on that line.
Yeah.
And when we got to Covent Garden tube station, I thought, oh my goodness, look at those tiles along the platform wall. And I jumped off the train, the tube, you know, after it had stopped, obviously, and took photographs and then got back on. And then my lovely friend, Deputy Joan, who makes some of my quilts with me, she made the quilt for the book. Oh. And it's one of my favourite quilts I've ever designed. It's masculine, it's smart, it's modern.
Oh, cool.
It's lovely.
Well, even looking at your shirt, I can see a quilt pattern.
Well, this is just from Next, you know, but I mean, what can I say? They do great designs. And yes, I looked at it and instantly saw quilts, really, a quilt design. And so I thought, well, that's got to come home with me. But yeah, I do. I see quilt designs everywhere. Things like, tile patterns, embroidery fabrics, carpet.
With the new Tula collection, because when I was listening to Tula on her Instagram, she talks in depth about every single one of the fabrics and why she designed it and the colours that are used. And she was saying you could use this for this, you could use it for this. I'm thinking people who are doing quilting for EPP. Is there anything that screams to you when you first saw the collection, Stuart, of what it is that you want to make with it?
Well, I mean, instantly I knew I wanted to fussy cut with it.
Yeah.
I think that was the first thing that popped out because of the lines of symmetry that she includes in her work. So that's a bit of a sort of a very obvious one, I guess. But also, I just love the vibrancy of the colours that she uses.
It is perfect for your book.
Yeah. Oh gosh, absolutely. Yeah, it lends itself very, very well.
Right,
now,
turning this through. Now,
turning it through.
You have to,
Oh, it's really stiff. It's really stiff, which is, why we love it so much. Because once it's all pushed through, and I would give this a press in, in the real world, but I'll just use my fingers. But I mean, you really, really get, look at that.
Oh, straight away.
I mean, it's absolutely fab. And already, look, I'm thinking, loving with the handles, loving with the...
Have you done one with the handles before?
No, I put it in the book. I said in the book you could add handles and make the storage pods bigger.
Brilliant.
But that's really useful, isn't it?
Oh,
and
so useful.
Great example of fussy cutting. Now, pop that to one side. Lining-wise, you just do exactly the same thing with the lining. You just arrange those things into a net, sew them together. Just make sure you leave a little gap in one of them, about a 4-inch gap. And then put them together, right sides touching, sew round the top, turn it through. I let a little bit of the lining show, so it's like a faux binding.
Right.
But let me just show you 2 quick binding techniques, because you're going to bind the tops of the pockets. Okay.
The forbidden fruit that Stuart's using there, by the way, is very popular on pre-order by the half
It's so
litre.
cute.
There are
And
some
look,
that are selling out.
happy rainbows on the other side. Love this.
Yeah.
Love it. So, first of all, I'm going to show you double fold binding. This is the one that we tend to use for quilts. And double fold binding is what I've used for the edge of the pockets, okay. Around here.
Do you always do straight binding as opposed to bias binding?
Mostly, I only use bias binding if I'm binding curves.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for double fold binding, 2.5-inch wide strip, folded in half, wrong sides together, so pretty side on the outside. I know it's a solid, but at home, And then those raw edges lined up. Now, I'm going to work from the front of the pocket. So this is the outside of the pocket. Line that up. I'll just bob a clip on just to hold it there. But mostly at home, I don't. I just kind of hold it and hope for the best. 1/4 inch seam allowance, and you're going to sew straight across the top, okay? When you're sewing on binding, don't be afraid to stop, lift your presser foot, rearrange everything, and then carry on, because when you're sewing a binding on, unless you use a walking foot, it will tend to push the binding on a little bit. Now, what I'm doing next is I'm just going to push that binding up and away and then finger press from the outside to create a nice line. Look how smart that looks. Then that folded edge, I'm going to fold to the back. It should cover nicely, generously, my seam allowance, the seam line that you can see under there. It'll cover that. And then most people hand stitch that to the back. For the purposes of a pocket like this, I would recommend you just machine stitch it. So again, working from the front.
How do you make sure that you catch the other side?
Well, if you use a 2.5-inch strip and a 1/4-inch seam allowance, you'll have about 3/8 of an inch on the reverse side. So long as you sew in the ditch, I promise you'll catch it. And then some. You'll have a bit of an overhang, but it's fine, it's inside. So I've sewn that on, and you can see there, that's what it looks like on the wrong side.
Yeah.
And that's what it looks like on the front.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so then I'll just trim those edges off. And that's my double fold binding.
Okay.
Now, the top of the whole caddy itself is actually bound with single fold binding.
Right, what does that mean?
Well, this has got 2 layers of fabric over the top. So that's double fold. Single fold binding just has 1 layer of fabric over the top. Okay. And what you're going to do, I've used 2.5-inch strip again. And I folded it in half and in half again, just like I did the little straps, the little handles on the caddy. Then you're going to open it up, and you're just going to put 1 raw edge against the top of your fabric that you want to bind. I'll bob a pin in just to hold it together. Now, I've got a crease that I made. I'm going to sew in that crease. So I've got a little channel to sew in.
Will this make the bindings look thicker from the
Yep,
front.
it's going to be wider.
Wider.
I mean, you can still do 1/4 inch finished binding using the single fold method. The maths is just 5 times the finished binding width. So if you want 1/4 inch, you'd cut at 2 1/4. But I wouldn't mind just slightly wider than that. So I've already got my fold in there, so that's folding upwards. This top edge fold down, and now the whole thing just folds over the back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? So now I have a wider binding, which looks really good on the top of the Caddy.
Really smart.
Yep, and again, I'm going to pull that down to make sure it covers the stitching. And if when you're pinning this down, you make sure that you're pulling it down and covering your stitching, and then you stitch in the ditch, you should, with a fair wind, catch stitching. If you want to make it doubly short, and I think this looks very attractive too, I would use a toning thread, but I'm going to use a contrast thread so you can see.
So, yeah, matching with the colour of your binding.
Your
so you're
binding,
a pink.
yeah, if you can do this, is actually to sew very, very close to the edge of the binding.
I'm so excited to have a closer look at these fabrics. By the way, 12 o'clock, they're all on pre-order. There's loads that are selling. The flamingo ones in particular, very popular. They are close to selling out. If you want to do as Stuart has with the Caddy and fussy cut those flamingos, it's not worth the worry of running out. Could you just move your box from the front of the Caddy so we can see the flamingo fabric?
Yeah,
oh, there it is, sorry.
Oh.
We've got a picture of it as well. But if you do want to do that fussy cutting, would you recommend getting an extra ½ metre?
No, not for the Caddy, because you'll have enough
Okay.
in a ½ metre to make the outside pockets of the Caddy. If you want more fabric for, say, making some pods, then definitely. I mean, it's such a beautiful fabric. Yes, of
Get what
course,
you
I
can.
would have.
Yeah,
yes,
that's
I'd be
it.
buying a couple of metres.
And the problem is, like you said earlier on with Tilda, is that, don't get me wrong, we know how popular Tula is, and if we can get more, we will. But she's always designing and bringing out new fabric ranges. So like you said, the excitement of Tula or Cave or Tilda bringing out new collections is so exciting. But also,
you just got to get it before it's gone.
you get nervous because
Yeah.
that's it. Once it's gone, I can't guarantee that we'll get it back.
No, exactly. Don't usually. Now let me just show you. I've done that top stitching now. Here I top stitched very close to the edge. Okay. This is the right side. This is the wrong side. Okay.
Brilliant.
So we've got double fold binding, single fold binding. I know this looks wider, that's because I used a 2 1/2 inch strip for both. You can do single fold binding that looks exactly the same, just use a 2 1/4 inch strip. But what this illustrates is that single fold. Now if I turn it on its side...
I was going to say, what's the benefit? What would you use a
Okay.
single or a double for?
Well, single fold binding, I find easier to use single fold binding if I'm binding something awkward. Okay, so for example, in dressmaking, we tend to use single fold binding around necklines, around armholes, things like that, because they're quite awkward shapes to get around. You wouldn't want to try double binding round those sort of edges, because you're going round the outside of a rectangular shape. Single fold binding is just much easier.
Oh, brilliant.
Another reason why you would use it, for example, on a quilt where the edges of the quilt are going to come up against lots of wear and tear, the edges of your pockets are going to come up against lots of wear and tear, then having 2 layers of fabric over that edge rather than one makes it more robust and sturdy. Areas of lower wear, so for example the top of the Caddy, or maybe around the outside of a wall hanging, which you're never going to touch the edges, single fold binding uses less fabric.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because actually I said 2 1/4 and it's actually 1 1/4 inch strips would create a 1/4 inch finished binding.
Oh,
if you
lovely.
do double fold, you need double
More.
that,
Yeah.
2 1/2 inch. So if you're ever binding a project at home, a quilt project at home, and you haven't really got enough fabric for binding it, do single fold binding rather than double, and you use half the fabric.
Yeah, good tip, really good tip. Thank you ever so much, Stuart. Was there anything else that you wanted
It's a
to
pleasure.
mention?
No, I mean, there is my little, you can have that one for free.
Great. They are great. Thank you ever so much. You're back on tomorrow, aren't you? You're presenting tomorrow?
I am. I'm back presenting tomorrow, and I'll just show you very quickly. We've got...
Oh, I love that.
We've got the...
What fabric's this?
This is a brand new. This is Tim Holtz.
It
know.
looks textured, is
I
it?
know. It isn't. It's quilt weight cotton, but look.
It's like a leather.
It's mock croc. It is. It's mock croc. Look at that.
Oh, I love
Look
that.
at that.
What bag's this?
Oh, this is just a bag. I just whipped it up in the break between the morning show and the...
Of course you did.
Okay, but... So this...
So talented.
With a
That's
little
brilliant.
catch on the front. So yeah, we'll have, I think there's 8 fabrics in the range, from Tim Holtz. I think it's called Old Croc, which is what I feel and look like when I first wake up.
Oh no, you didn't sound like Old Croc earlier on. You sounded
No.
like really young little Croc.
We should have done a song, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Chippendale sold
Oh,
millions.
we should have done it. There was so much that we didn't take advantage of it. Thank you ever so much today. It was so lovely to see you.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you,
we'll
my
see you
darling.
tomorrow anyway. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take care.
If you want Stuart's Bag for Life book, it's back in stock. Make the most of it whilst you can, because they are going to be signed as well. Stuart, don't forget you must sign all these books before you go home today.
Do it.
$15.99, and you get all 21 projects and Stuart's signature, of course. There are beautiful bags in here, lots of great designs. £15.99. What a fabulous demo. Have the book. So looking forward to making, I think this is supposed to say, making this caddy. That's from June. Oh, June. There are such great projects in here. Lots of really useful projects. Caddies are going to be so popular, aren't they? We can use these for not just our craft room, I'm thinking in my dressing room with like my hair bits and bobs. I'm thinking for Maisie's nursery. Oh, there's just so many uses for them. £15.99 for Stuart Hillards Bags for Life. Fantastic. The Decaville is also in stock if you do want to grab that. The basting spray, the June Taylor, is underneath us. Don't forget, all of the fabric is going to be launched individually. The pink bundle, sold out. The blue flamingo, four left. Go for it. Please grab what you can. The reason I'm saying this is because at 12 o'clock, I don't know whether I'm going to be able to bring you flamingos by the half metre. Just so you know, pink flamingo by the half metre is completely sold out. All of our stock is sold out on pre-order. It's only available in the mega bundle. There's 3 mega bundles left. I don't even know if I'm going to get to do that at 12 o'clock. It's going to be manic. If you love the flamingo fabric, which I find is, I'm going to say it's sort of the flagship of the collection, isn't it? I know that this is the one, if you follow the designer on Facebook or Instagram, have a look through her pages, because she actually showcased this back in April, which was 7 months before she launched it. It's only just recently been launched, so we're really, really lucky to have it here. I've got the Jaguar. Right, Mick Jaguar. How cool is that? Honestly, I really want to hang out with Tula. I'm so jealous. Next time you go out for drinks with her, please invite me.
She's awesome. And she's also a quilter.
Oh,
I was talking
absolutely.
earlier on about living the life.
She does.
Tula makes a ton of quilts.
Yeah.
She absolutely loves making quilts. And I think the fact, I do exactly the same when I design my fabric ranges now. I start from what I want to make, and then I work backwards and I say, what fabrics do I need in order to make these projects?
I think you can tell. I think you can tell when you see a designer, like I said about the colour placement and the ombre, that she's thought about, right, if you're working from back quarters, I want everybody to be able to have all the colours. The placement and how much space is between them. I love that one. That's with the happy rainbows, the Jaguar, and obviously you're getting 1/2 metre of your Stoff fabric in there as well. It's absolutely perfect for your caddies. Obviously, I'd use the Stoff one for the bottom of it. Save your Tula. And then,
I'll show you really quickly.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention this, just the difference. This is a 5-inch caddy. This is just a 6-inch caddy. If you're going to scale up when you're, you know, with your Tula fabrics, I mean, great to make these, very giftable as well.
Oh,
Make one, fill it, gift it.
Little hampers.
If you're going to scale up, you don't have to scale up much to create a massive amount of extra space.
So that's only 1 inch.
1 inch, that's
Brilliant.
all.
And yeah, like you said, that's a great size caddy then as well, isn't it? This one is gorgeous. Someone mentioned saying, oh, that looks perfect for a border. It is. For fussy cutting, I think it's about 4.5 inch square there. Look at all of the detail. One with stars on, some with eyes on, some with hearts on here. The detail in Tula's designs are absolutely exquisite. The eyes, oh, I love it. £19.99. Remember, 12 o'clock, we're going to have a good look through all of her brand new Daydreamer range. Well, as much as we possibly can. Everything is selling on pre-order very, very quickly. Have a look through during the break. We're going to get Suzie back on. We've got a masterclass in creative grid rulers. We've got some gorgeous Lewis and Irene fabrics and, of course, the Tulas coming up before the end of today's show. Don't go anywhere. Check out on the Bags for Life book. See you tomorrow morning. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Hello, I'm Sam from Adventures in Crafting, wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Hi, it's Yvonne from Village Fabrics here. Can't believe that another year has just flown by. I just want to take the opportunity to wish you the happiest of Christmas and a really healthy 2022. So, happy Christmas from our Christmas room, which is here all year round. So, happy Christmas!
Hi everyone, it's me, Jules My Youth, wishing you a fantastic, fun, festive season. Let's hope we all have a raring good time this year. Sending you lots of warm hugs from me and Lola.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
it's Emma from the Swift Quilting Company. I just wanted to wish everybody on Sewing Street, from the behind the scenes crew to the presenters to all the viewers, a very happy Christmas and a fabulous New Year. Cheers!
Hello everyone. Merry Christmas from Jane Greenoff. See you in the new year. Bye.
Hello everyone, it's Cara. Just popped by to wish you all a really, really happy Christmas with your family and friends. Wishing you every happiness for 2022, and I look forward to seeing you on Sewing Street. Happy Christmas, bye!
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, welcome back. What a busy day today. I can't believe it's already 11:20. We've got so much that we've got to get through. Another amazing masterclass from Suzie, and honestly, she's pulling her face at me like, oh, no pressure or anything, but you are such an incredible teacher.
Thank you
and
very
I know
much.
you're a big advocate of creative grid rulers, aren't
Love
you?
creative grids rulers, and these are 3 of my favourites.
Oh, brilliant.
So, yeah.
Brilliant.
Although
Well,
my list of favourites is fairly extensive.
I remember when I first started over at Sewing Quarter, and if I'm being brutally honest, I looked at them, I thought, that's too much maths. This is going to make things really difficult. There looks a lot of angles, a lot of lines, a lot of numbers on there. I couldn't be further from actually what they are designed to cut out the thinking, to reduce the maths. They are designed by quilters, especially for quilters. So we've got 3 of, as Suzie said, it's not just on her favourite creative grid ruler list. These are without a doubt some of the most popular that we stock. So we constantly get messages asking to demonstrate how to do it. Great thing as well about creative grids is they've squeaky squeak. They've got really great online presence. So they've got fantastic tutorials on their YouTube channel. They've also got lots on Pinterest. There's so many ideas of different colour placements and how much you can do with them. Whole reason they're called creative grids is because you can get creative with them. So you can, yes, they do a lot clabbing, but then there's so much more that you can do. With this ruler, you can do 3 different blocks. So you can do a log cabin, you can also do a half log cabin, and you can do courthouse steps, which looks like this, which we're going to go through with Suzie. But just quickly, I can show you with the creative grids. Can you see all these circular discs? They are actually non-slip grips. They're not stickers. They are built into the acrylic ruler, so they're not going to slip and slide, and I think that is an amazing USP from Creative Grids. There's lots of different quilting rulers out there, but it will flow freely over your fabric. Once you apply pressure, it will then engage those non-slip grip properties and adhere to your fabric, so you're making more accurate cuts. You're going to get, obviously you can do a log cabin without one of these rulers, but it makes it a lot easier, a lot more accurate as well. Things like Suzie with this ruler in particular, I love that everything is there for you. It tells you what size strips to cut, doesn't it? It's brilliant. Ruler,
all you need to do is do your strip cuts. But actually, if you haven't invested into a rectangular ruler with markings, you could use these, but you'll waste a bit more because obviously it's marked in inches. So you'd cut a 2-inch strip, so you'd waste a bit more than you need, because you only need 1 3/4 inches is the minimum you can get away with to make an accurate log cabin or courthouse. But yeah, everything is there, but it's just such an easy ruler to use as well.
We're going to start with the log cabin ruler. It's on your screen there, $22.99, and don't think that this is just for one project or one block. Out of every block, actually, the one that I see more and more of, and one I probably heard about first when I started sewing, it's a real traditional block that's used a lot, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, and it makes such a very quick, easy, whatever. I mean, I've made pin cushions using this style of block. I've used it for pillows, I've used it for quilts, I've used it for just about everything, mug rugs, everything.
So the block that you've got there,
this is a proper log cabin. So you've got your fire, as they call it, in the middle, and you've got your logs going around the outside. So it's how you would traditionally build a proper fire in the woods, as it were. So that's your basic log cabin. Not really basic, is it? And then you've got courthouse steps. So you, instead of going all the way round, working in a clockwise direction, for courthouse steps you do side, side, top, bottom, side, side, top, bottom, side, side, top, bottom to get your effect. So you can imagine if you've got this built up, you can get almost like diamond shapes coming together when you piece them.
That's it,
or
great
wedding
secondary.
cakes. If you I mean, just one of these in a table runner, you've got a cake.
Oh, yeah.
It's just amazing. So that's a really useful one. And the one that I'm going to demo is this one, which is your half log cabin, which I actually love, because if you're doing a really big quilt, if you make 4 of these and piece them together, these come together to make a massive sort of square with the shapes coming off each of them, and then you'll get your central square that's pieced.
And I'm imagining if you were to put them, so make the same again with the teals in the middle, it will create almost like a circle.
Yeah, you can, I mean, it'll be a staggered edge, but but it just means that you're only using strips as well, which is a really easy way to piece things, but it will give an illusion of a bigger block, but an effect that you couldn't get easily without paper piecing, really.
And you can do all of that with the ruler?
You can do all of that with the ruler.
Oh, amazing. I love the fabrics, by the way. We have also got some Lewis and Irene bundles, which are perfect for this, because it is all about pattern placement and it can change the look of it completely.
Yes.
So the ruler itself, $22.99. Do we want to do the bundles now, Hannah? Let's have a look at the fabric bundles and we'll introduce the other rulers just so then it's all through on the graphic. So you're using the teals there. This teal has got the most gorgeous gold metallic, hasn't
all
it?
of the fabrics have got a metallic element to them, I think bar 2, I think, throughout the bundles. But yes, you've got the gold, and it doesn't come off.
No.
If you iron it, it doesn't subdue. You've still got that metallic shimmer. But what I love about this collection is that it doesn't matter which 2 fabrics you pick up, they will coordinate, because throughout the bundle, if you bought just 2 bundles, they would all coordinate. Just one bundle coordinates perfectly, but they are just stunning detail. If you're an EPPer, the detail in this is just phenomenal. Yeah, those peacocks are to die for.
Love that. Absolutely love the peacocks, and it's got like a gold, bronzy metallic.
Yeah, it's a copper tone in the navy background.
Right.
But then as you'll see when you go through the bundles, there's one that has a, let me just find it, I think it's a gilt, the gold element to the tail.
I love that. And the pears as well, look. Little pears.
Yeah, so cute.
That's so cute.
I mean, wouldn't that look lovely? You save your offcuts and then cover buttons in those.
Oh, yes.
On dungarees or jackets.
Because there's nice space between them, actually, isn't there?
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Plenty of space, yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. Brand new, winter tide, Lewis and Irene bundles. That's 2.5 metres, so you're getting half a metre of each. Now, I know that we're not talking about a certain project necessarily in this hour, but if you were to start to put the blocks together with your log cabin,
yes.
I mean, there are loads of different cushion front, bag front.
Yes, I mean this. You could do a big tote bag with this as your do 4 blocks, and that's your side of a bag.
Yeah.
Do the normal log cabin the other side, or courthouse steps. Do 4 of them, and you've got a really interesting bag front and back.
Yeah.
And then just do a plain lining. You could do little storage caddies, because an 8-inch block will give you a really big storage caddy.
We've just been talking about that with Stuart, and he was saying the great thing about his book, The Bags for Life, is that you've got all of the basics, but he said, do you know what? I haven't included patchwork and quilting into it. You can then use those skills that you have, use these rulers to create your own fabrics, if you will, like you stitch them together into whatever pattern you want to create that fabric, and then make the storage boxes we've just been looking at.
Placemats.
Brilliant.
Anything. It's just endless.
We have also got the blues. I think, have you got the right one? It's called pink and red. Look at these colours. Oh, this has got the rose gold.
Yeah, it's really stunning. Yeah, but you've still got those rich terracottas and the teal blues coming through, with that hint of gold in some of the fabrics as well.
Yeah,
and
gold pairs.
Peachy colour backgrounds, beautiful colourways, but they still coordinate. So if I put the 2 collections together, I could still pick up, mix and match between the 2, because they've got the elements in there.
And even if you're cutting them into smaller strips, you're not losing any of those elements, are you, in some of the...
Absolutely. Well, you can see from cutting 1 3/4 inch strips, I'm still seeing lots of detail.
Yeah.
In
Beautiful.
each of the strips.
So that's called your pink and red. We also then have your navy, which is this one. Navy bundle comes with the navy pairs and the rose gold pair metallics. Oh, these are gorgeous. The vines. I like that the vines have got this heart shape. Reminds me a lot of a Liberty print, actually.
Yes, I thought it was
Garden Gates.
Yeah, from Hesketh House has got some of this as well. So, yeah, you've got lots of colours that you can work with on this one, and detailed elements as well. But it's not just a winter fabric. These are beautiful fabrics. I think that some of these would look amazing as shirts or dresses.
Yeah.
Anything like that at all.
They're beautiful.
I've been saving literally the minutest size scraps, because I can think...
What do you say? Covering buttons?
Covering buttons,
EPP hexes.
adding interest into something, anything like that. And scraps you can always piece together to make a bigger piece anyway.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is going to be so popular. I love it, love it, love it. So that's the final 3rd bundle. The other 2 rulers that we're going to be talking about throughout the show, we have got the roundup tool. I'm thinking especially for the peacocks, for example, if you want to do some really big petal shapes, these would be perfect, because you could fussy cut, couldn't you?
Yes, so you can use this to do your petal shapes for a plique, put 6 of them together and get a lovely flower shape going on the side of a bag.
Yeah.
And because the great thing with Creative Grids, you've got that non-slip, plus the fact it's see-through, so it enables fussy cutting to become really easy and simple. You've got your grain lines marked on there as well, so if that's important to the design, you can do that. But it also allows you to fussy cut petal shapes, different sizes. You've got a 4-inch and a 5-inch petal that you can cut. You can also cut circles with it. Oh. How difficult is it to cut a true circle? I know we all think we can do it. Can
and
we
sometimes,
really?
when you find it right, actually, I'm just looking through the cupboards to find a bowl or to find it the right size.
Oh, yes. It's never the right size.
No, it's so good that you've actually got the ruler to do that. So we're going to be talking about this in a little bit. And also, what's this one?
So the kaleidoscope triangle is a bit of a fun one, isn't it? I love this.
It looks very interesting.
But this is another one where everything is on your ruler. So you've got your strip measurement down the side, which is 2.5 inches.
Oh, that's a 2.5 inch strip.
So that's a 2.5 inch strip. You've got your 3.25 inch marking as well, which is one of the elements that you need when you come to use the ruler. But you've also got this fun triangle system.
Yeah.
So you can make triangles, you can make diamonds, but you've also got a ruler that you can cut down into the edge of the fabric when you're cutting on the diagonal.
This
And
is where you can tell they're made by quilters.
Absolutely. How often do you get a ruler where you get to a point you think, I've got to just shuffle it along a bit? Don't have to do that. But it's just...
And this is the dog ears as well.
Yeah.
Things
So
like
you
that.
haven't got things like that to worry about. You've got your 45-degree angle, so if you want to do just 45-degree triangles, great for your bunting. Superb for little pouches for your scissors, scissor covers. So if you just cut 2 triangles, stitch down the 1/4 inch, do a lining slightly smaller the same, you've got a scissor cover.
Yeah.
So your scissors aren't going to go anywhere. They're not going to stab you when they're in your handbag or in your craft bag. So there's lots of uses for this ruler, but it is great fun to use.
I've got
as well.
a feeling this one is going to be one of those that you find on Pinterest, so many
Oh,
different
yes.
designs that
Yeah.
you can use. Right, we're going to go back to the log cabin, if that's okay.
We are.
So as we said, the log cabin trim tool isn't just a log cabin. You can also do a half log cabin, and you can do courthouse steps. They are really lovely quality, and if you look after them, they will last the test of time as well. If you store them flat, or they do have like a little gap there that you can hang them like we do on our shelf, but look after them and you won't need to buy these again. So they come with a little, what looks like just a little leaflet, but actually they are your instructions.
They are. This is the don't lose thing. So what I tend to do is once I've opened them, when I've finished using it, I wrap it round the ruler and just pop one of the quilting
good idea.
Clips on it, and then I store them in my quilting bag. So I've always got those instructions. But if you do lose them, don't panic, because if you go on the Creative Grids US website, everything is there for you. You've got a QR code you can scan with your phone.
We're all familiar with those now,
yeah,
aren't we?
Takes you straight to the website. But the detail in the instructions is amazing. It gives you step-by-step instructions on how to construct, how to use the ruler. Then it goes on to how you adapt that technique to do courthouse steps, and then how you'd adapt that technique to do your half log cabin. It also shows you what each is supposed to look like at the end, which is always a Brucey bonus, isn't it?
Oh,
because
yeah.
We're all visual learners. We're all visual in our approach to things. The other thing that is great is the supporting videos. There are oodles, and I love that word, oodles of videos on what you can do when you've created your block. Not just how to create the block, but what do I do with it afterwards?
Good idea. Oh,
what
that's so
happens
good.
But with this, because it's so quick and easy to use, you can really go to town on piecing colours together and then matching the blocks in different ways as well. So shall we do a half log cabin?
Yeah, let's go for
Which
it.
is the one, let me remind you what this looks like. So with this one, what I've done is you've got a centre square, and then I've got darks on one side, lights on the other. So you get that very much a staircase effect going up the well, just off the diagonal. But I love that effect. And all this is the one that's at the end. Now the difference between a half log cabin block and a normal log cabin block is your starting corner size. So with the other two, you start with a firestone of 2.5 inches, but for this you need 2 3/4 inches. So that is the only difference.
Okay.
Thereafter, you're just using strips. Now it does suggest you don't use a strip less than 1 3/4 inches.
Yeah.
And that's because that is what you will be trimming back to at each stage. So I've actually cut 2-inch strips.
Okay, yeah, make it easy.
But if you've got a jelly roll or a
2.5
strip
strips.
piece roll, then the 2.5 strips are fine. You're
As
going to
long as
lose
it's
a
more
bit.
than 1 3/4.
You're fine. Yeah. So the first thing you're going to do with this is decide on a light and dark side. And I did it as odd and even, because all one colourway are going to be your odds and all one colourway are going to be your evens. And you're only placing them top and to the right of your block. And this is a perfect opportunity to fussy cut your block as well if you want to. So I deliberately chose an area on the fabric that I wanted to highlight. So I'm going to go with the navy at the top. So I can overhang. See, I'm using a full width of fabric strip. I'm not cutting them to a size at all. One thing you do need to have is an accurate 1/4 inch seam on your machine.
Which is good
so
practice anyway, isn't it?
Yes, so if you're a beginner, just do a quick practice so you know where a 1/4 inch is. And all you're going to do is sew those two together with a 1/4 inch seam. And then, and this is why I do it on the strip, because it's minimal waste. Then I use the side of my ruler, which is perfect because it's got that non-slip area. I just go a little bit over, make sure, because when you press, sometimes if you've cut too, it's a bit, goes a bit wonky. So let's get rid of that selvage as well while we're at it. Then you do want your iron at hand and you press as you go.
So do you press at every point?
You press, yes, you press back and you press towards the side you've just attached. Okay, so that's my first one. Then I'm going to switch colour. So I'm going to go with this beautiful
bumbleberry.
terracotta. Oh, no, it's just stunning. Look at the metallic shimmer in that. Amazing. So again, line it right sides together along that right hand edge. And 1/4 inch seam. I timed myself yesterday on how quickly I could do a log house cabin block, and I did it in 9 minutes.
You're so competitive, aren't you?
Yeah.
I feel like
I was on a bit of a time frame anyway, but yeah, I did it in 9 minutes.
Oh, so it's, I mean, is it a quick block that comes together?
Absolutely.
And really effective.
Yeah.
You might need to recharge your, when I say recharge.
My phone, yeah, I keep forgetting that this is one that turns its, it doesn't.
It doesn't turn itself off,
No, it just because it's not on its box.
You need to put it on its podium.
There you go, we're on there. Right, so that's my first round done. So I'm now going to trim this. So what you do is you use your round one. Don't even have to remember that. I just turn it the right way round.
So there is
line up my round one. Now ignore the fact that it's wider here. That doesn't matter. That's because these are 2.5 inch squares and we're not using 2.5 inch, remember.
Which centering block are you using
so
there?
I'm using centering squares round one. It even says on it log cabin or courthouse steps centering square. Actually they used that one, didn't they? But they haven't on the instructions. That's interesting. So I would normally use that one, but they haven't. Yeah, but I've used round one, which is what they tell you to do in the instructions, but the illustration doesn't, which is exciting. But do have it the right way up, otherwise you'll be trimming off the wrong side. But you're going to position that so that your square is in line with those sewn seams you've just done. And then this is why you don't need to trim as you go, because then you're going to go and trim round. And that can go in your scraps bin. And then you're going to start again. So I'm going to take my navy, line it up, right sides together, and a 1/4 inch square. Now, you don't have to create a block of 8 inches. So if you want to do a mug rug, for example, of this design, then don't do the full 8 inches, just stop, but then you'll have to use a different ruler to square it off. That's all, you just use your Creative Grid square ruler or...
So now you're lining it up.
I'm just lining the edge just to trim off my excess, just so I'm not holding a whole strip out the way all the time. Now if you forget to trim a layer, when you've done a round, you'll soon know, because when you come to trim the next layer, it won't line up on the ruler. And you can see the difference in the size of the steps. So that was something that I deliberately tried yesterday, and it was deliberate. I thought, well,
Wasn't it?
what happens if I forget to, you know? And you do find that the steps, you can see a difference, but also your ruler just doesn't line up to trim the next one. So you will soon know if you go, I won't say go wrong, but if you adapt the design, shall we say.
How do you know which side to sew on next?
So you always, with this one, you're always doing top and right.
Yeah.
With the log cabin, you're going round in a circle. With courthouse steps, you're doing side to side, top and bottom.
Right. So if the phone rings or you sneeze, as you said earlier, you think, right, which bit am I going to now? You can see where...
Absolutely. So now I move to round 2.
Yeah.
So I've got my round 2 square lined up with those first 2 seams.
I can see, yeah.
Round 1 square is lined up with my second 2 seams.
So
and I can cut off my excess.
Oh, see, this makes it so much quicker. You're not second
Now
guessing
you can see why I
yourself.
did it in 9 minutes. It's just amazing.
The rulers, I must say, they do speed up and keep your accuracy, don't they?
Keep your accuracy. They allow you to achieve something that looks phenomenal with very little effort and very little maths, which...
You love your maths,
I love
don't
my
you?
maths, but there are times in my life when I haven't got time to do all the maths. And it's just great to be able to put something together quickly that looks stunning. And I'm a great one for everything, and I love this word as well, tessellating and looking for little effort. Really love that.
I do love that you can press these metallic fabrics.
And they spring, look, it's still got that metallic shimmer, and there's nothing on my iron.
No.
That was that's always been my biggest fear with metallic fabrics is, if I press it on the right side, am I going to be left with a cleaning job on the base of my iron? And I haven't. It's just
Well,
amazing.
Lewis and Irene is beautiful quality anyway.
It is stunning quality. I haven't best pressed any of these strips either.
Still looking nice and crisp.
And they press so smartly as well. So if you're going to do quilting, if you're going to do your patchwork, even if you're dressmaking, they're just amazing. And I know I'm going to get told off when I get home because I've left the blade out on my rotary cutter. But you can see it coming together. That just to me ticks all the boxes because it's so neat. So neat. So guess where we move to now, Vicky?
Round 3.
Yay!
Ding,
It's
ding.
a bit like doing a boxing match, isn't it? So round 3 at the bottom, round 1's on the one we've just sewn, round 2's on the one we did prior to that, and we trim off. Last round. And I'm still on the same strip as well. And this is why I keep it on the strips, because
Yeah, good idea.
I'm not wasting very much each time.
And why do extra cutting when you don't need to? It's
Absolutely.
Just have it there. Full width of fabric. Like you say, if you're working with a design roll, it's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, they are amazing.
Literally 6 of these rulers remaining, by the way. They are about to sell out. I'm so thrilled that everybody loves it and wants to have a go with the. If you've not tried any of your Creative Grid rulers before,
Oh, this is a great one to try.
if maybe you've got just your 24-inch one or just your, your rectangle one or square one. These are so useful, and I'm excited to see the kaleidoscope triangle as well. We are going to do this one next.
Yes, we are.
Because they're so versatile. Don't just think, oh, I'm only going to use this for one project. You are going to be able to do so much with it.
And yeah, I was quite blown away as to how much I could do with it and what I could do with it as well.
So what finish size does our courthouse steps or our log cabin?
So they're an
look, mate?
8.5 inch.
Finish is 8.5.
Well, 8 inch finished, 8.5 inch sewed. So there we go. We've got that
Amazing.
one. So then you turn it round. and bring it down to round 2, because obviously the ruler runs out of room. But you've got all these grid lines that you can line all your seams on each time. And so I'm just going to run it round.
And it explains all this in your instructions.
Absolutely,
as well.
it does. You don't have to guess. So I could stop there if I want and just square off this size if I only wanted that size, for example.
It might be worth us going on to the next
Yes,
ruler.
absolutely.
Just because we keep
you
going round.
you now see the next one is the last one, and that's it done. And
Brilliant.
so you'll end up with that.
Oh, I love it. Beautiful, popular, really popular ruler. We are going to move on to, do you want to do the kaleidoscope?
Kaleidoscope, yes.
So
Let's
have you
move on to
demoed this before on air?
I've not done this one yet. No.
Because I know that you are becoming almost like our resident Liberty
Creative.
expert and creative grid advocate now as well. But these are brilliant. And you can see where this non-slip grip is. That's your 1/4 inch as well.
Yes.
I mean, it's just so well thought out.
It is.
And 2.5 inch strip, like you say, you can cut right into these little nooks here, so you're getting that accurate point at the end of your triangle.
Yep, you're getting that, but you're also getting, for beginners, you're getting that fear factor taken away for you. And that I think is the biggest thing. But if you're an established quilter, then you've also got the quick process.
Yeah, so what can we make with this? Because it doesn't look as obvious as the log cabin trim.
So let me show you what I put together using this.
Oh, wow.
How
See,
cool,
I would never think
how
that you
cool
could make
is that?
Oh, this would be so cool as like a spider's web as well.
Spider's web, dartboard. I mean, you could do
yeah.
anything with this. It's just such fun. You could change the colours on it. You could, if you did 2 different colourway strips, then you'd have alternates going on as instead of the 2 colourways.
Beautiful.
You don't have to put the corners on, and then you get
more of a round.
Yeah, you get your hexagon.
Oh,
octagon.
hexy, yeah.
No, octagon. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, octagon. But you get an octagon. So then you could piece those together. For a quilt. It's just such fun. Really is good fun. But the other thing you can make is this. Hang on, she says. I've buried it. It's here somewhere. Bear with me, caller.
Well, you could do just simple
Here it is.
triangles, can't you?
Here it is.
Diamonds.
There you go.
Oh, there you go, yeah. Brilliant. So
And as you
strip
said,
sets.
it does the flat top, so you haven't got, when you come to piece, you'll line those up exactly. Here's one I cut earlier. So you'll line up your tops, so you've got that quarter, you haven't got that horrible Y seam issue going on.
Yeah.
You just line that up, and I haven't even got to think about my seams nesting because they automatically nest.
Oh, brilliant.
So it's such a clever system. So shall I talk you through how you'd use it?
Yes, please. Did you go onto the YouTube channel by any? Did you have a look at the videos at all? Or?
I always do. If I ever have something new, I always sit myself down. Well, probably not sit down. And watch, because I always think it's better to see some. I am a visual learner.
Yeah, I think a lot of us
and I
creative people
like
are.
to see it in action.
Yeah.
Because also you pick up tips. Because as you use these things, people find, oh, actually, if I did this instead, this will happen. Or if I use that, this will happen.
Yeah.
So it is always worth watching the video. And I always think, considering these have been designed by quilters, I quite like to see what the designer has to say about them and what they had in their head.
Yeah.
So how it's transposed into the ruler. So for that reason, I always watch the videos. So with this, you're going to, as I said, cut 2.5 inch strips, which they incredibly cleverly give you that ruler edge for.
Oh, easy.
So
Brilliant.
all you do is cut a straight edge of a piece of fabric, and she's rapidly looking around for a piece of fabric, which is in fact here, isn't it? Got bags of it on the side here, and I couldn't find it. That's really ridiculous. So let's just grab a piece. You do want to cut yourself a straight edge first, which I have done earlier. So I'll line that back up. So I know that that's my straight edge that I cut earlier. Then if I place my ruler along that straight edge on this solid line between where the holes are basically, and line up on my folded edge one of the lines, which is just off camera. So I'll bring it down a notch. Hang on, Paul.
Thank you.
There you go. That's visible now, yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
So you line those up, and then you can cut your 2.5 inch strip. Okay, and that's my 2.5. Now, for one of the, to do these corners, you'll need a 3/4 inch. Well, that one's marked here for you. So instead of doing 2.5, I'd line up the 3/4 inch, which is there, and cut my 3/4 inch.
Oh, see, that's brilliant.
So it's so easy to use. So you don't necessarily need a different ruler. So let's get rid of those for a moment.
Just so you know, on the website, the picture looks a bit peculiar because of where the plastic is. Do you want to see it? What I can see on the web. Can you see? It almost looks like there's arches. There isn't. It's just where the plastic is.
Yeah.
But just to, so you're not looking at the ruler thinking that's a different one.
Yeah, it's just to protect the points.
Yeah.
They've shrink wrapped between. So yeah, I thought, I looked at it twice when I got mine. So to do this effect, so to create your basic triangles, all you're going to do is take two of those 2.5 inch strips and sew them together along one length. Then press towards the dark side.
Okay.
Which we always like to do. And then you're going to use your ruler. Now this time we're going to place, you've got a stitch line, a dashed line halfway up.
Through it, yeah.
And you're going to place that along your, I've already cut one edge, so let's save fabric. You're going to place that along your seam line. Now don't be too overly precious. If it's slightly off in places, it's not the end of the world.
Do you know what? I can already see this is going to be so good for, you're not going to waste any fabric along the way either, are you?
Very little, and I'll show you the trick I use to move it on as well. I'm just going to recut that one because I've obviously done this from a different angle before. So you go up the first side, take that away. And I always use the side of my finger just to make sure. But because you've got these non-slip bits everywhere, wherever you place your hand, it holds it flat. Now you see you've got these cut-out places. So I can, and I know that everybody out there is going to say, don't cut towards you.
You've
well,
moved your
if
body
you have
position.
a rotating mat,
brilliant.
great. Lift your hands off, rotate it and move on. I haven't at the moment, but as you say, I've moved my body, so I'm not going into my body. I've moved my hands, but I can take my rotary cutter right down beyond the edge of the fabric.
Fabulous.
So I can do the same again for the next one, and I can just work my way and cut my triangles. Each one is going to be identical. Now when you come to this edge, I'll make that last cut. So let's take away, you need 8 for each piece.
How quick is that? That you've got accurate
I've got 5 straight away. So I've already got this angle. So if I place my ruler, doesn't really matter which one I do actually, but if you place your ruler so that your down is on that edge, you know that that's your 45, line up on that central stitch line again. Let's just
make sure it's nice and flat.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a quick press. This has got squished in my bag. So let's make sure we're flat. There you go. And I have best pressed these strips before I started, and that's because we're cutting on the bias. So these ones were best pressed. So I've got my 45 there, so I can now carry on. I haven't wasted any fabric, and I can get, whoops, helps if you do that last bit properly. There you go. Another 4. Oh, and I missed that one as well, but we can do that again. So all together, so I had 8 in my first one, plus 1 extra, so it's 9, so plus another 9, so I've got 18 triangles out of one strip.
How quick is that?
So that gives me instantly those 2 pieces. Let's just realign that. And I'm cutting it the wrong side, but no one's watching, are they? There we go. So I've got my pieces, then putting them together, I mean, traditionally you go alternate, but you don't have to. Look, you could play around.
This is the fun part then. Play around and see what
cool
different patterns you can
so
create.
we could do this.
Oh, look, like a fan there.
Yeah, so you don't have to do the full set. And I could go the other way, the other side. And you bring them all together. So you can get two amazingly different shapes already. So when you're actually putting them together, what you're going to do, the disadvantage of having them that way is because we've pressed towards the dart, they're not going to nestle. So if I wanted to do that, what I would quickly do is every other one,
press it the other way.
I would just quickly press that the other way, which takes moments.
And would just mean that you get this lovely matching point.
It would, and you can just ignore the dog ears. I know they're not pretty, but they'll cut off eventually. So we can put those two together. Actually, let's put these two together, Suze. And you'll see when you put them together, those seams nestle nicely. You haven't even really got to look at it. If you line up your top points, and then we're going to stitch a 1/4 inch down there. So if I do that, you'll see it come together. I don't have to start a 1/4 inch down. Oh, for some reason, I've switched everything off. That wasn't very good, was it? Let's try again.
Just $24.99. I love this ruler. This is so versatile, isn't it?
I think it's a really fun ruler to do.
Well, even if you don't have necessarily a pattern of something and you're thinking, like, I just want to do a bit of sewing, want to create some blocks, and then have a look on Pinterest, have a look online. There's so much that you can do then with these blocks, but just get cutting and making.
Yeah, exactly. If you've got a fabric that you really love and it's got a lot of detail in it like this, this is a great way to showcase the detail as well. Even if you just want it to be a corner. I mean, that just looks stunning, doesn't it? And look how neatly it comes together. So I can do the same with these ones. Let me show you, if you go alternate, let me show you, I don't have to, have I got an alternate? Yes, there we are. I don't have to bother with that repressing because automatically they will nestle together. So that's why you press to the dark side each time. But obviously we've chosen to do something completely different, as you do. So I'm going to put these two together. So, and you don't have to do the full circle, you can just do half a circle. But if you want to do the corners, all you're going to do is cut your 3 1/4 inch square using your ruler, and it's marked on there, remember. Cut that strip, then cut the strip into 3 1/4 inch squares, again using the same ruler, and then you cut those squares in half diagonally, and you can use this edge of your ruler to cut it into half diagonally, and then you place a triangle across each corner
so you make it into
to square it. So if you want a square block with that illusion of roundness going on in the middle, you can do that as well. And you could play around with colours, so you could have say red in the middle and purple on the outside, or you could have whatever combo you want. Black and white would look amazing.
Oh
But
yeah,
I
or
think
rainbow colours.
Exactly. These colours just look awesome. You could fussy cut your peacocks and have those coming out as well. That would look really cool. So I've got my 2 together there, so I can then piece that. And that gives me half of the shape already. As you say, that's an instant fan, which is great. You could use that as a border because it's got straight edge one side. That could be a border.
Oh, that would be
Who
brilliant.
says borders have to have straight edges? They don't always. And you'll notice I've pressed these seams open each time. And
Does that just reduce the bulk?
Yeah, it reduces the bulk, and you've got seams both ways, so you can't really press just to one side. But when you start to get to the middle, if you've got too much bulk in one direction, I found that it was too much. I did try with this one, pressing one way, and then I ended up with a bobble in the middle, which didn't work very well. So this one I've done open seams. but I always press from the back first and then give it a press on the front as well. And I just love the effect that this gives. Look at that.
That's
is
so
just
cool.
so pretty.
Oh, it almost will create secondary patterns if you want to do even more sort of fussy cutting, and that would be really cool.
It'd be amazing,
like a
wouldn't it?
kaleidoscope.
Yeah,
That'd be amazing.
Look really cool.
We've got a lovely picture, by the way. Hi, Susan. Susan's been using this ruler, and she said, "Hi, Vix and Suzie." Oh, see how cool is that?
Yeah, and you'd never know that was triangles, would you? When you look at it.
Here's my attempt
just
at using the
incredible.
kaleidoscope ruler. Love the secondary pattern that emerges. Merry Christmas to you all at Sewing Street, and thank you for 2021. Susan, thank you for sending in this photograph.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Like you say, once you've got all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the 9 blocks, that creates then even more curves to it, doesn't it?
Exactly. It's just such a fun, and you can see circles emerging in it, and
that's amazing.
It's one of those illusion quilts. If you want to do a full diamond, the trick with that is you still do your 2.5-inch strips.
Yeah.
But then you piece your strips in opposing directions if you want to, unless you want the middles to be the same and the outers to be the same, because again, that's a play around. And you stitch those together to make a tube, aligning those central seams. And then all you're going to do is use your ruler in exactly the same way. So you're going to place your ruler with those middle lines, dashed lines on the seam line in the centre.
Yeah.
And then you're going to cut down through them all and open up that top edge, which you've only got probably 3 stitches, and then you've got a diamond. And again, I would press this. So let's open press it for now. If I don't know what I'm doing with something or where it's going, I tend to open press my seams, because that way I can do whatever I like with them. But then these could then go together, and you're going to get like a big star shape or a big flower, and then you could cut a circle using our next tool. To go in the middle.
Centre. Oh, amazing. Thank you, Suzie. I know that we are really short on time, so this one we can do a bit of a pit stop.
Absolutely, I can do a quick one on that one.
So this is your roundup tool.
Yes.
Again, it says here, a line tool with fabric edges to round the corners. Like you said, who says that a border of a quilt needs to be straight?
not.
So what about the corners of a quilt?
Yeah.
I loved curved corners on a quilt. I think it looks lovely.
Yeah,
And
or
you've
on
got
a
2 different
placemat.
curves here.
So if you want to do round placemats,
perfect.
you can use this to do your round placemats. I use this tool a lot to do petal shapes.
Oh, for flowers. Because you can
To
do a
my-
4-inch petal or a 5-inch petal, can't you?
So if you're going to do that, put your whatever you use for a plique. I use the Bonder web, or if you use freezer paper, put that on first before you do your cuts. And all you're going to do, I just think this is such a genius idea. So again, you've got your non-slip detail, you've got a 4-inch size, you've got a 5-inch size. So if I want to do the petal shape, all I do is line up the straight edges that are 90 degrees apart, so that it's within my fabric. And I have deliberately cut a 4-inch square. And all you do is run round. Now, one thing I will say is it helps if you've got a smaller rotary cutter when you start cutting circles, because you get a much better
28 mil?
Yeah, that's what I would normally use. So I've even got a quarter circle if I wanted it.
Oh, well, it says here, cut drunkard's path or orange peel shapes for a plique as well.
Yeah, so there is just so much you can do with this. So then all you do is switch it round and you match your cut line with the drawn line on the ruler.
Oh, fab.
And then you're going to cut round the other side. Again, a rotating mat is a good mat to have for this one. So if you haven't got one of those, put it on your Christmas list. I'm sure you've been good enough that Santa will bring you one. So I've already got 2 leaves, 2 petals, 2 eyes, 2 whatever I want them to be.
Oh, imagine doing eyes, yes.
So you can get some really good shapes. And I can easily do that with the 5-inch side. and with messing around. How did I do that one? Oh, that one I took a bigger size circle. I think this was a 7-inch circle.
Circle or square?
Square even, yeah, square. And what I did for this one is using the 5-inch side, but because you've got a straight bit as well, this is where it's genius. I can just take any square to round the corners. So if you wanted to round your quilt or your table mat, you've got square edges that you line up against it.
Again, there's images on the ruler that explains that.
And then I can just work round and shape my corners.
Oh, amazing.
It's really
Love
cool.
it.
And you'd do the same if you were doing a circle. A rotating mat is absolutely makes that much easier. But what you would do is place it on there, depending on which size you wanted. You don't have to use the 5 one, you can do that, but you want your square.
Well, it says on each petal, the 4-inch one makes an 8-inch circle, or the 5-inch makes a 10-inch circle.
Yeah, absolutely. And all you do is line it up, making sure it's within the fabric margins, and work your way round. So that's that one. Then you turn it round and do the next one.
So you do
and
that,
you
repeat
start
that on all 4
where
corners.
it finishes in effect. Yeah, you don't finish in the corners, because if you do, you won't get a round. It'll end up being non-round, if that makes sense. So you work your way round, for want of another term.
Amazing.
And
I
you
don't
keep
think
going.
we have time, but you get the
gist.
Yes.
But again, if you use the QR code, go on their YouTube channel, you'll get lots of ideas. The other thing you could do is piece pieces together, and use this central area as your midpoint to get 4-pieced circles as well, which looks really crazy as well.
It's all on their
fab.
YouTube channel.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
Fab.
Got a lovely message coming in again. Thank you ever so much. This is Merry Christmas, Vicky and Suzie. Love watching Suzie demonstrate. She's so clear and has got great tips. Happy holidays to the team as well.
Oh, thank you, and happy holidays to everybody else as
You're
well.
back on the 2nd.
I am on the 2nd of January.
Amazing. Happy New Year.
Yes, thank you, and you too. What an exciting one for you.
Oh, I know. Got loads going on this year. So, right, do not go anywhere. We're going to go straight to a break. We're bringing back the brand new collection from Tula Pink, coming up with, well, I say that, what we have left, coming up right after this. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello, I'm Sam from Adventures in Crafting, wishing you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Hi, it's Yvonne from Village Fabrics here. Can't believe that another year has just flown by. I just want to take the opportunity to wish you the happiest of Christmas and a really healthy 2022. So, happy Christmas from our Christmas room, which is here all year round. So, happy Christmas!
Hi everyone, it's me, Jules My Youth, wishing you a fantastic, fun, festive season. Let's hope we'll have a raring good time this year. Sending you lots of warm hugs from me and Lola.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi everyone, I just wanted to wish you all a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Happy 2022. Where's this year gone? Who knew it would go so fast? But I'm just looking forward to spending some time with you over the Christmas period. And what did you get for Christmas? Fabric? Wool? Why not? Well, I hope whatever you got you enjoy, and I can't wait to spend the new year bringing you lots of patterns and kits and continuing our sewing journey together. Bye for now.
Hello, it's Fiona from Sew Girl here. I just want to wish all the viewers and everybody at Sewing Street a very happy Christmas, and I look forward to seeing you all in the new year. So I hope you have a very merry, fun time with your friends and family, and see you next year. Bye bye.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
We made it. I can't believe. Already 12:15. We're so excited to be launching the brand new collection from Tula Pink, Daydreamer. I love Tula. I mean, I know that I'm not the only person that's going to say it. We are all huge fans of this amazing designer, and those of you that have experienced Tula before, have Tula in your stash, you're going to love this brand new collection. We had a bit of a sneak peek of it earlier on with Stuart Hillards earlier, who I know, again, he is a huge fan of Tula, he knows her personally, and he really enjoyed working with this collection. Now, we have had it on pre-order since 8 o'clock this morning, which has meant, unfortunately, a lot of the lines are incredibly limited and a couple have completely sold out. We tried to get as much as we possibly could. I think this is it. I don't know whether we're going to be able to get any more. So, one word of wisdom, please, please, please get on the web and grab what you can, because this will be a sellout show, is my prediction. Now, we've got a bit more about the range. I actually watched a documentary. I say a documentary. It was about a 30-minute video, which Tula actually puts up on her social media every Tuesday, Tula Tuesdays. And back in April, because we were in lockdown, she actually bought this one early to the public. Normally, it would only be seen by the trade, basically, in wholesalers and retailers' environments, whereas she actually brought it out onto her social media to show everybody and talk about it, as there were no trade shows going on then. So it's worth having a bit of a watch of that video if I were you. It's really, really interesting, and you just get the zest of exactly why we all love Tula Pink. We've done a little bit of a roundup so you can see a bit more about this collection. This was her lockdown collection, really. I know that she launched the Curious and Curiouser, but that was still sort of going through before the pandemic, whereas this is what she designed during the pandemic. She was actually on a cruise. She was quilting, teaching people to quilt in the Caribbean mid-March, and then obviously had to go home to isolate. So this collection, it was actually, it says here, at the right-hand side. It was a collection that was designed during the peak of the pandemic, and the working title of this was called Anywhere But Here. And I love how relevant that is. And she said in her video that she literally, and a lot of her collections are sort of brought to her in this way, that she literally closed her eyes and thought, right, if I could be anywhere right now, where would I be? And I think we all kind of did that, didn't we? So we can all relate to it. And obviously she said that she wanted to be somewhere really bright, really colourful, with lagoon blues. She'd just come off the Caribbean cruise. It had been cut short. So this has all had influence on it. So Daydreamer is an escape to a surreal place of make-believe and wonder. Everything here is light and happy. Daydreamer is a soft, warm blanket that I can wrap my mind in when it's cold and rainy outside. I am a daydreamer, and to think you might be a daydreamer too. And this is what I love. The Daydream collection is the happiest fabric on earth, says Tula Ping, and I think that it sums it up perfectly. The collection behind me is from the Curious and Curiouser, but it just shows with the colours that you can see on the desk. The great thing about Tula is her palette of colours always sort of tend to mix together. You can mix and match. And in fact, actually, there is a geometric print that she got from the Tabby Road range that she says that she kept sort of picking up and using again. So she wanted to bring this one back in this collection as a geometric print. Have a look at this. This is Tula at work. So when designed Daydreamer, I was 5 months into shelter in place order in my state. I was stuck at home in the Midwest during the rainiest summer in my recent memory. I did what I do best and imagined myself in another place, in another world, and I drew everything that I saw while I was there. I spent a lot of time there and it was lovely. Daydreamer is an escape to a surreal place of make-believe and wonder. Everything here is light and happy. And in her video, she was actually sort of saying that she gets to know these characters. The animals are real to her. The images you can see on that slide there, they're actually images from the videos when she's talking about the detail in the butterflies and in the leaves and in the peacocks. You can see her there. Her drawing directly as well. But it is really good to hear her sort of say how you could tell how personal every single print is to her. So then the second paragraph goes on to say, when I first landed, I met a pair of striped... This is her imagination, by the way. This is her imaginary world. When she first landed, I met a pair of striped-legged flamingos. They're ombre, they're beautiful. On the very shrimp that they gave them that radiant pink colour. I didn't know that flamingos were pink because they eat shrimp. So, of course, she's put a shrimp on there. Overhead, I witnessed a flock of vividly coloured macaws in all their vibrant plumage, soaring through an ombre-coloured sunset. Sounds a brilliant place to be, doesn't it? An array of omniscient butterflies landed on my shoulder and fluttered their soft wings against my cheek as a soft, welcoming hello. In the tall grass behind me lurked a family of rainbow jaguars that sparkled like constellations under a full moon. A paranormal tiny rainbows lit up the sky and reminded me of the magic that happens when the sun meets the rain. The sweet nectar of tropical fruits bloomed around me, filling the air with such sugary delight. She is literally like Willy Wonka of the quilt world, isn't she? You know, it is literally like the most amazing, colourful, beautiful collection that you can imagine. Right. We're going to start by introducing the Mega Bundle because there are only two. So they are designed by Tula. She teams up with Free Spirit to bring her collections. And I know that she did mention about Free Spirit in the video, actually saying how detailed this fabric collection in particular is. To be able to get the detail in the leaves, to get the detail in all of the feathers of the parakeets and the feathers of the flamingos, the lovely detail of the dashed lines in the sunset, in the jaguars. It's amazing. Now, it's the only way of getting the flamingo prints. Both have sold out by the half metre. Both have sold out in Stuart's bundles. The only way of getting the flamingos is now in this mega bundle. You've got the happy rainbows. You've got the forbidden fruit treats. You've got everything all here, plus your geometric. So half a metre cut of each with a saving. I have got some extra wide backings, by the way, and they're this gorgeous cotton sateen. They're so soft, so soft. They're not in the bundle. They're the only fabrics that aren't in the bundle. These are all the ones that you get. The 3 different colourways of the Jaguar. Now, normally, you will see the same print in different colours, but notice with the butterfly, she's done it slightly differently for a reason this time. So you have got all of the colours that you can mix and match together. The last 2 remaining of this bundle, it is available on split pay. 3 split payments of £51.26, 0% interest. And if you are buying the whole shebang, the whole collection, which remember is now the only way of getting the flamingo fabrics, you are also saving £15.38. 2 of these fabrics for free, a whole metre of Tula pink for free. Brilliant, isn't it? Well done, everybody who managed to get it on pre-order. We're going to leave the last 2 bundles with you and I'll update you throughout the show. So, as I said, the flamingos, well done if you managed to get both of those. They are beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and they have sold out. Is there one that you want to jump to in particular, Hannah? Because I need to go to the Jaguars. It's now very low in stock. So this is Mick Jaguar. How cool is the name as well? Genius idea. We've got the rainbow colourway first. Now, they are all so beautiful. Every single Jaguar, well, you can see here, they're all slightly different. So you've got the ones that are sitting here. You've got the ones that are almost like ready to pounce. You've got the one that's like, oh, he's seen him, ready to pounce. They've all got different characters. And the background is on this lovely spot background that still has moons and stars and lightning bolts. It's so cool. The ombre of colour and colour placement. Pardon? The ombre of colour and colour placement is really important. Tula thinks a lot about colours and they're almost like in the camouflage, aren't they? I love that. If I open this out, oh, sorry, look at that first. Oh, you can see that ombre of colour. So if you cut this into fat quarters, you're still getting, she repeats the colour so that you still get all the colours here, from the sort of reds to the pinks and the purples and the blues, the greens, the yellows, and then it starts again with the reds on the next fat quarter. So you're never going to miss out. You're always going to get that gorgeous ombre. This one's about to sell out, by the way. How much is left? Oh, nothing, 2 metres, that's it. If you want it, be quick. So we also have papaya. This is stunning. Honestly, they are just amazing, aren't they? You could use this, dare I say it, and I'm only saying this because Tula actually suggests that you could use this as a background. You could use this as smaller pieces. She also separates these, all of the different motifs, in case you want a fussy cut. Stuart says the first thing he noticed when he was looking at this collection was the opportunity to fussy cut. So much fussy cutting you can do. Have a look on Tula Pink's social media. These are actually from Tula's Instagram. And these are, you know, a bit of inspiration, using them in EPP with your hexes, using them in quilts. Obviously, you can use this with dressmaking. You can use this with bag making, as we saw with Stuart earlier. It isn't just quilting. I love that quote there. It's a little bit weird, but in a good way. That's so Tula. Absolutely love it. But this is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. The background, you've got this spot with the hearts, the lightning bolts, the moons, the stars. The Jaguar, look at the detail. You can see how close we are. Tula would have drawn all of these, hand-drawn each and every one of these prints, and then transferred it, you know, into her fabric collection. They all are stunning. It's not just one load of printing that it goes through, it also goes through something called strike-offs. So basically it's a very long process. It sort of starts, they obviously have to do it onto the computer first, after her drawings go in, and then she gets printed with different colourways, and she plays around with it. She decides whether, so for example with the butterflies, she did one that was a larger scale print so that you could get more of the detail. I think it was in the parakeets. It's not just like I've drawn a picture, there you go, let's put it into fabric. She works out the placements. It takes months and months and months and months in the planning, in the process. This is why we only see 2 collections of fabric from Tula a year. That's it, 2 collections of fabric. Major collections from her are launched twice a year. And you can see the thought, the process, the design, the drawings, everything takes time. So we've got one other colourway, same scale of print, fussy cut opportunities. Now this is in kiwi green. Look at that, kiwi green. What would you like? Lounge pants or a jumpsuit? You're both thinking dressmaking then, Paul said a shirt. So cool, isn't it? So your space, let me get my ruler actually, because I want to see how big. I wonder whether you could cut almost like 4-inch squares. Let's have a look. So, the Jaguars, yeah, are 4-inch squares you could cut from these. And this is the great thing about Tula as well, is that she will deliberately place these certain space apart so that you can then think from a quilting point of view. If you are doing, obviously, your 1/4 of an inch, she'll put an inch or 2 gap between to make sure that you have got a chance to fussy cut. £7.69. I haven't even mentioned about price. It's such a good price as well. The amount of designer fabric at the moment that I'm seeing at sort of £8.99 a metre, it seems to be going up. It's Free Spirit, beautiful quality designer fabric. Odil's quilt the other day that we had, that was Free Spirit designer. I do love Free Spirit. I think that they always provide the bold colours, the beautiful detail in the printing. Just so you know, well done if you're checking out on the mega bundle. It means there's one left, 1 mega bundle remaining. The Jaguar print's very popular. Please can we do the butterflies? Now, first of all, we've got to do this one. She wanted to do a larger scale butterfly. We've got the smaller ones for exactly the reason that I said with the Jaguar. I think we had a message actually not so long ago asking about the size of the butterfly. What size are they? Let me measure it for you now. So they are printed this way across the fabric. If you want to do, you are buying off the bolt now, so if you do want to do, this is perfect for fussy cutting to have as squares, but also if you want to use this as a border, how amazing would that be as a border around a quilt? You could use this as the bottom of a bag. You could use this at a cushion. Be perfect. So the size is about, from the edge of the butterfly I'll go, to the edge of the butterfly is just over 4 inches. So, I mean, look at that. If you were to cut your 5-inch square, that would be a lovely charm pack, wouldn't it? Lovely charm square. In fact, have a look at the picture. If you're doing big hexes as well, you could fussy cut perfectly. It's got that amazing aqua background. Used as a border there, also used in the centre of some of the blocks, used in a hexie on the other picture on Tula's Instagram. This is the only one of this scale of print. We've got the smaller butterflies, but Tula really wanted to highlight the detail in each of these. So you can see this one has got stars. It's got like a lovely turquoise background. It's not green, it's like a turquoise blue background. You've also got lightning bolts here. You've got some with eyes in. You've got some with stars. You've got this beautiful ombre of colour again. They are absolutely stunning, aren't they? About to sell out. 3 metres left. 3 metres of this one remaining. The butterflies, excuse me, that are scattered. There's no directional print. These were the original ones that that she designed, and I love the fact that you've got different. You haven't got a direction to worry about. So if you're doing dressmaking, it'll be absolutely gorgeous. You've got, are these like moths or dragonflies? Moths, so cool. Do you want me to actually bring a ruler in? Just for scale, so you can see 3 inches by 2 inches. Some of the larger ones, obviously they're different sizes, but you have still got room between them if you want to fussy cut. You have still got room between. Just £7. Sorry, they're making me laugh. Oh, look at the colour of this one. It's called avocado. Avocado colourway. Exactly perfect. That avocado green. And look at your salvage with jaguars. How cool is this? These are all the colours that are used. So if you are matching up with any of your solids, you could use the colour chart on the edge of the salvage. Half a metre, £7.69. But of course, this is your chance to buy as much as you'd like. I know that Stuart was here earlier on, and he was saying the large butterflies, by the way, have sold out. He was saying that if you want to mix and match, the great thing about Tula, like with Tilda, is that you all mix and match so beautifully together. So that's your butterflies on avocado. The butterflies, this smaller scale butterfly, also comes in a different colourway. Only way of getting the large butterflies now is in the mega bundle, which is one left. This is papaya. Those of you that follow Tula know that she never uses a red, a solid red. She uses different tones, but you'll never see a solid red in Tula Pink's collections. This is like a paprika, hot tomato, lovely papaya red. £7.69. It's just not in her colour palette. There are certain colours. She doesn't use brown and she doesn't use red, but it's got like a charcoal sort of outline, really making those colours, the kaleidoscope of colours, stand out. I love the eyes. I think they're so mysterious, aren't they? If you're using some of the creative grid rulers that we've just seen with Suzie and you want to create this kaleidoscope sort of effect, this is the perfect fabric to use. All of Tula Pinks are such good ideas. The geometric would make some amazing different shapes as well. £7.69 a half metre. It's 112 wide, quilting weight cotton. Imagine doing face coverings with this as well, absolutely. With the eyes, oh, that would be so amazing. Right, we've got the happy rainbows. Not just rainbows, happy rainbows. Obviously, what's that one? Is that this one? I've got this lovely, what colour has Tula described this? WSUI 73. It looks green on the website. It's not. It's like ochre. They've called it pineapple. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So from this way, obviously, you can see you've got these lovely, fluffy, happy rainbows. From this way, Paul was seeing like eyes. Did you want to see? Let me show you that way round. Paul says they remind him of eyes with eyelashes. They're so cool, aren't they? So, so cool. £7.69. And I think especially as this was Tula's lockdown baby, this was the lockdown project that she designed, that she first drew in the peak of the pandemic. Rainbows obviously are so symbolic to us all, aren't they? And this time in particular, I love this one. That pineapple colourway is beautiful. And actually, It's different to any other colour that we see in here, but yet it's still used in the forbidden fruit with the pineapple colours. It's still going to go with your parakeets. You have got that ochre sort of pineapple colour in your parakeets. It's still going to go with all of your lovely geometric prints as well. £7.69 a half metre. This would make a really lovely border and lovely binding. Great for fussy cutting, for EPP. To have a smaller scale print, I know is really important as well when you're doing quilting and you're doing different blocks. Perfect for that. This is the great thing, as Stuart Hillards said, she doesn't just design, she lives it. She's a quilter herself. She understands what we need as quilters. We have the Happy Rainbows in pink and blue. This is called Pink Guava. Oh, these would make lovely storage tubs, actually. You know, the ones that we were doing the pods with Stuart Hillards earlier, these would make perfect pods. £7.69 a half metre. Tula Pink Daydreamer Sundays Guava. The Happy Rainbows, Tula calls these. I love the bit in the blurb that was on her website where it says, remind you that after the rain, you always need rain to create a rainbow. And I think that's such a lovely sentiment and a good motto in life to remember, isn't it? Appreciation. There's only, in fact, less than 10 metres of this. We haven't even started thinking about putting this into projects. Obviously, we used it for Stuart's this morning, but our team are obviously going to want to use this for lots of different projects, and I don't know whether they've held any aside. So if you do love this fabric, there's never been a better chance. You've got to get it whilst you can. The blues. Oh, let me just give you a flash of the macaws, by the way. We haven't seen these in any bundles yet. Look at the shadow effect. We don't see this with Tula very often, but it gives you that amazing three-dimensional look, doesn't it? Coming up in a minute, all three different colourways. They're like watermelon colours, aren't they? Okay, finally, the Happy Rainbows, this time in your lovely blue. Now, this one is called Cloud. Still with that lovely glare of the light. They look so beautiful, don't they? Can't wait to see all your projects with this. Christine, hi again. I managed to get the Dragon Flute Flamingo, but what plain do you think would go with it, Vicky? Oh, do you know what? You're not asking the best person about this, Christine. Which is the... when we get to the fruit, we'll have a look for you, Christine. When we get to the flamingo... oh, hang on. You got the flamingo... dragon fruit. Did you get both, or was it a colourway of the dragon fruit? Which one did you get? Dragon fruit. Oh, dragon fruit flamingo is the pink one. Oh, remember what Stuart Hillards said? You can put it with any of your pinks. Change the pinks. Go either rose pink or go bubblegum pink. Don't be afraid to try and don't do a matchy was what he told me today. So go with different shades of pink to add a bit of pizzazz. £7.69 for your Sundays in cloud colour, and that is a beautiful sky blue. For EPP, I know that Tula does a lot of EPP, so again, she spaced these out perfectly for you to be able to do your hexes with these. If you've got any of these on pre-order, well done. It's been so busy all day. And don't forget, everybody who is shopping today is automatically entered into a prize draw to win a quilt kit. These were really popular quilt kits earlier on. Both Moda, gorgeous quilt kits. Somebody's going to win. Well, two people are going to win. Should we do the macaws or not yet? Yeah, I've got the geometric print. So these were from, I think it was called Tabby Road. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it's Tula's favourite geometric print that she's ever designed. And she says she still goes back to it. This one is gorgeous, isn't it, in the pink? Well done if you've got it. I think it's about to sell out. I do love this because look again, you could work with this stripe. You could, there's so many different opportunities. Gone, sold out. Do you know the kaleidoscope ruler that we've just done with Suzie Duncan? You could do some really interesting kaleidoscope with the mirror technique. I've got it in turquoise. This lovely turquoise blue. How cool is this? Oh no! Right, there's more of you that got it in your basket than we have availability. It's got a bit of an illusion and movement as well with the different shapes and the different, it's not just a geometric print, is it? It's got so much more than that. It's also really fresh. I love this lagoon fabric, and that is exactly where Tula wanted to be. Obviously, she'd just come off the Caribbean cruise, hit the pandemic and had to isolate, and she says, I literally closed my eyes and thought, I want something bright, colourful, I want lagoon blue seas. That's where I want to be right now, and that's why she designed this. And it is that, Laguna Blue. Sold out. Final one, and this is the only way of getting this print. And there's, I mean, I've never seen this print before. It's the first time we've had it on. It's lovely. The yellow's called Pineapple, and this is why she called this colourway out of all of the others that were called Pineapple as well, is because of these. You've got almost like little pineapple prints in here as well. It's a bit more yellow than the pineapple colour on the website. Go by what you can see on your screen. I think the picture on the web looks more greeny, whereas this is definitely more pineapple yellow with those lovely lagoon blues as well in there. £7.69 a half metre. Let me just have a look at this in, borders. This would be so lovely as a border. I think that Stuart used this in his Caddy, didn't he? He used this print in his Caddy. It looks so nice if you were to have these. Again, imagine using them in the kaleidoscope with the kaleidoscope ruler, just like what we've done with Suzie, and having these points making even more secondary patterns. £7.69. They remind Hannah of some sort of tea cake wrapper. Tunnock's tea cakes. I can't think what Tunnock's tea cakes are. Oh no, I love those ones. Tea cakes, fluffy tea cakes, the chocolate with the marshmallow and the jam. Oh, the packaging is apparently really cool. Really cool. Like this. It's quite iconic for the packaging, apparently. I've not seen it before. Thank you. Right, that's all of the... that's everything that we have in this range. Right, we've got to fly through these. We are running out of time. Please, can we do the macaws? The parakeets. Parakeets, macaws, with a blue background. What are the three colours called, just out of curiosity? Because this is it this one with the rainbow or this one with the pinks? This one? Right, now it's got a lovely sort of geometric print in the background, but this is where Tula was saying to me, to all of us, that she loves drawing feathers. And it's got this amazing charcoal background. It's also got a shadow effect underneath, so you can see it's almost bringing the parakeet or macaw to life. I love the colours she's used in this. The detailing that Free Spirit have picked up from her drawings as well are absolutely magnificent. Whether you want to fussy cut this or, oh, that is gorgeous. You're right, we don't see enough fabrics with parrots on, do we? I think we've had two today. It's like the buses, isn't it? I can't remember if I've ever seen fabrics with parakeets on before, and then we've had two today. Crazy. This is lovely. Look at this one's called Macaw You Later. She's so funny. And this is why I want to go out with her. Stuart Hillards been drinking with Tula Pink. He said he was being very nice when he was saying it. You know, we went for dinner. We had a few drinks. He went out on a full night out with her. I'm so jealous. Which one? Sorry, Hannah. Yeah, the turquoise background and the turquoise shadow as well. There's no direction to it. No direction. So they look like they're flying all sort of the wrong way here, but look, there's one flying the other direction. So you don't need to worry about directional prints. I love Tula. These are so beautiful. If you've got any of the Tula Orifils as well, they'll all go with this collection. If you've got any of the Curious and Curiouser range, they're going to go with this collection. As you can see, the colour palettes, very, very similar indeed. That is gorgeous. Even if you're getting half a metre, putting it with a cream or putting it with, there's so many different pinks and yellows that you can pick out from there. Oh, I love it. Favourite colourway up next, I'm calling it watermelon. Tula calls it something different, dragon fruit. But can you see what I mean about watermelon? The pinks, those greens, the lovely lagoon blues in there. Look at the detailing and all the feathers. £7.69 with that lovely charcoal outline and again the shadow effect to give you that three-dimensional feel. £7.69 for brand new Daydreamer McCall You Later fabric. Isn't it amazing? Please do go through for any of these. Please go through. So Tula actually described this as her favourite name of a fabric ever. Her brother, who was actually filming her doing her Tula Tuesdays, actually named this one, and she says it just was hilarious because, well, she said there was many reasons, but she just thought it was really, really funny. The forbidden fruit snacks, where all these different fruits grows, obviously we were in the pandemic, she was saying that she couldn't get there, hence why they were forbidden fruit, but also for lots of other reasons. She doesn't normally do small scale prints, so she said that she really enjoyed seeing a more ditzy scale print, perfect for English paper piecing. It looks from a distance like a spot. If I hold it up from there, look, that looks like a ditzy, you know, spot print, whereas actually you look up close and personal and you can see pineapples, kiwis, dragon fruit, apples, what look like peaches. So cool, aren't they? I love that. She's never done anything else quite like this. And using this as another mixer, using it in with some of your other fabrics is going to be brilliant for your quilting projects. Just using it with solid colours as well. You've got so many colours to pick out. Christine, you're going to have no trouble matching up your fabrics because it is just going to go with anything. We also have the blue. The blue is in your lagoon. Oh, we've called it mojito this time. In mojito. They are beautiful. No direction. How about little lunch boxes? How about bags for your snacks? Hair scrunchies, little dresses, little girl dresses, little boy dungarees. £7.69 a half metre. Your chance now to buy the half metre. We did some bundles earlier on with Stuart and they were very, 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 very popular indeed. In fact, I think the majority all sold out. So to have these by the half metre, and we've got the big fluffy clouds now. Oh, we haven't yet seen this. Can I show you this one to start with? Because this is like the most amazing sunset ombre in mango. Look at that. Just this, I mean, from a distance looks amazing. Wait till you see her detail. It's going to be a brilliant applique background. It's going to be beautiful to cut up and stitch together. Look at the moon and the stars and the birds flying. Oh, I love this. £7.69 and a half metre. First time we've seen it. And look at that ombre. It's perfect. That's down to the quality of the printing from Free Spirit as well. Beautiful. Quarter of the stock went on pre-order without even seeing it on air. It's going to fly out. £7.69 a half metre. Comes in green and also in pink. Is the one that you want to do it next in particular? Pink. There we go. Ah, pinks, purples. Oh, that is very dramatic, isn't it? And again, I said this with the Jaguar print. She's gone from purple to the lighter pinks, the same again on the other fat quarter. So obviously this is all joined up, but she's repeated that colour so you can see. Beautiful, beautiful colours. So popular, so popular. Half the stock has gone on that one. And then finally the greens into the lagoon blues. That ombre is lovely. This is the first time I've seen Tula do an ombre fabric. Isn't it gorgeous? Look at that. Oh. They're all absolutely stunning. £7.69. Again, the detail, it looks like it's just been drawn with a pencil line. So effective, so effective. Photo on the website, I don't think does it justice. You can't see that absolutely amazing ombre that you get on the picture on the web. See it for yourself. £7.69. Beautiful colours. Okay, so that's the whole shebang. You've seen the whole collection. If you want the whole mega bundle, is there still one remaining? One not checked out. There's more of you that have got it in your basket, obviously. The whole collection is there. Now, extra wide backings. They are part of this collection. As you can see, you've got this happy, gorgeous Daydreamer collection, the Happy Rainbow. Now, it's 108 wide and it's cotton sateen. If you've watched the video on Tula's Instagram, she literally drapes it all over her to show you how wide it is. It's huge and it's so soft, as you can imagine, just wrapping yourself up in these lovely quilts. So this is ideal for extra wide backing fabric you're not going to need to piece, but also just for bags, for lots of cushions, for more fabrics for your quilting. This is your bright sunshine yellow. I'm not opening them out because we haven't got time, but they are 274 centimetres wide. And it is that yellow, that beautiful bright pineapple yellow. Saturdays, this one's called. And then finally in Lagoon. Oh, look at that. Absolutely amazing. Beautiful blues. Your fluffy rainbows. Today at a brilliant price point. For the amount of fabric you're getting, how much are these, sorry? £13.99.5 metre. Can buy off the bolt, 108 inches wide or 274 centimetres. As I said, they're so beautifully soft. So beautifully soft. Just £13.99. Sorry to rush you at the end there. Have a look on the website. They're all available, and those three are all extra wide for your quilts. For a big quilt like this, it's perfect. Now, tomorrow's show, we've still got something else to show you, by the way. Still got something else to show you. Tomorrow, we've got early bird deals all hour with Stuart Hillards, the first hour. We've got a coat and jackets with lovely Adam Brooks. He's amazing. We've got fabulous fabrics and sewing machines coming up at 10 o'clock. Dressmaking tote bag with Adam Brooks, and then Yarn Lane Christmas clearance. Don't forget, 10 o'clock, the brand new Tim Holtz fabric is going to be launching. You saw a bit of a sneak peek with Stuart earlier on. Now, we've got Tilda. We started the day with some Tilda, and it was super popular. I mean, all of these are amazing. These are all your mystery bundles. They are all in the colourways that you can see here. So you are going to be able to still get all of these colourways. It's just going to be different collections. I called this the All-Stars earlier. So you get all of the different prints from Tilda. Go back and watch Stuart's show if I were you. Have a look back at Stuart's show as we talk in more depth about them all. But I just wanted to let you know that mega bundle is available. Less than £3. Less than £3 a fat quarter. Now, we also have Windy Days, which is one of Suzie Duncan's favourite ever collections from Tilda. I've got the big fat quarter pack, which is Windy Days. Look, it's so gorgeous. It's Tilda's latest range of quilting weight fabric. It's absolutely beautiful. It's a big fat quarter pack, $79.99 for 20 fat quarters. If you've been waiting for the pre-cuts for Windy Days, we had to show you them very quickly. This is for anybody who knows what they're looking at, who's been waiting especially. We did want to make sure that we get this on air. 20 fat quarter pieces, quilting weight, beautiful quality. As we said with Stuart, they all complement each other beautifully. So if you've got any Tilda at home, or if you want to make yourself a spectacular quilt, get yourself the fat quarter pack, because that is a lot of fabrics for your money. I've got smaller fat quarter packs as well from Windy Days. I've also got a design roll and a charm pack. These are all on the website if you want to make the most of them now. The design roll is 2.5-inch strips of this collection, 40-piece design roll for $64.99, and the charm pack, loads of you have checked out on this already, so we just wanted to flash it up so you can see what you're getting. Your 5-inch squares, all 40 fabrics, really great value at $19.99. Third of the stock of this is gone. Please do be quick to check out on anything today. I told you it's been like a birthday. There's been so much going on. So if I were you, I'd have a quick breather and go back through everything on the website, all of the Daydreamer range, everything from Stuart's shows, from Susie's shows. It's just been one of those days, hasn't it? Manic, manic, manic. Finally, I just want to say Merry Christmas to everybody. It's been so lovely to be with you today. I will see you back, I think, on the 28th, just after Christmas. But yes, do make sure you're checking out your baskets from today. Enjoy, and we'll see you with Stuart bright and early tomorrow morning from 8 o'clock. See you then.